Chapter 1. Tung City. Just as she remembered, it was hot, humid, and deeply shaded. The air hung heavy and sticky, carrying summer's distinctive sourness and the bitter fresh scent of lush vegetation. The door was still the same old iron gate, and the lock was still the mechanical one that had been replaced years ago. After knocking for quite a while, Miao Jing's gaze settled on a spam advertisement plastered on the wall. Lock picking in 10 minutes. The old locksmith charged 100 yuan. He casually worked a wire inside the keyhole, and with a click, the iron gate opened. Want to see some ID? You said it's your own home. No need to check. She carried 2 large suitcases and had spent the entire night on the train without closing her eyes. Dark circles shadowed them, and the sour smell of instant noodles clung to her. Her accent didn't sound local. The locksmith studied her pretty face, glanced at the simple furnishings inside, then gathered his tools and left. The building dated back to the 1990s. Its exterior walls and corridors were webbed with dark gray stains, while the stairwells were cluttered with residents' odds and ends. A broken drainage pipe leaked a trail of wastewater across the ground. Dirty and stifling, with garbage piled everywhere, the old residential complex was dilapidated and chaotic. Only people without money lived here. Miao Jing pushed her luggage inside. The 2-bedroom apartment was about 80 square meters. The layout remained unchanged, though some of the furniture had been replaced. It wasn't clean, but it wasn't too dirty either. The kitchen and refrigerator showed no signs of recent use, but the ashtray on the table overflowed with cigarette butts, and a crushed beer can on the coffee table was still half full. She surveyed the apartment before finally approaching the room on the right. The keyhole was rusted and refused to turn. It took considerable force to break the door open. As it swung inward, dormant dust billowed into the air, chokingly thick. The curtains, their original color now impossible to discern, had lost half their panels. Dim gray light filtered through the windows. The old wooden bed had been stripped down to its frame, and miscellaneous pieces of old furniture cluttered the room, leaving almost nowhere to step. Opening the bedroom door on the left revealed a bright, quiet space. There was a relatively new spring mattress, a single wardrobe, and a desk covered with miscellaneous items. A plastic lighter had been casually left on the edge of the desk, beside a somewhat worn mechanical watch with a steel band. A pillow lay on the bed, draped with a man's white tank top and gray sweatpants. She retreated from the room, sat in the living room and ate some crackers, hastily washed her face, then went to the bedroom for a nap. The pillow carried a man's scent, mixed with cheap tobacco, sweat, and skin. It was like potent liquor, fermenting and steaming, spicy and invasive. She shifted position and turned her head. Her clear, bright eyes suddenly fixed on something beside the pillow. A strand of hair lay on the bedsheet. It was very long, black at the root, wine red in the middle, and straw yellow at the tip. A woman's hair. She calmly got out of bed, opened the wardrobe, changed the sheets and pillowcases for clean ones, lay back down, and closed her eyes. Miao Jing slept deeply and didn't wake until 2 in the afternoon. The 2 suitcases, packed to bursting with all her worldly possessions, sat on the floor waiting to be unpacked. But Miao Jing didn't know where to begin. After spacing out for half an hour and wandering through the kitchen, bathroom, living room, and bedrooms several times, she opened an app on her phone and began ordering things. Curtains, mattresses, pillows and blankets, bedding sets, an air conditioner, a fan, and various other odds and ends. Then she went to the supermarket for cleaning supplies. Mops, rags, cleaners, shampoo, shower gel, toilet paper, sanitary napkins. She returned carrying bags full of purchases. Several elderly men and women sat chatting in a breezy corner of the alley. They watched her make trip after trip, carrying things back, their aged eyes following her again and again. Miao Jing recognized one of them and called out, "Grandma Zhang. You're from the Chen family on the 2nd floor." Miao Jing, Chen Yi's former sister. Grandma Zhang was shocked. Why have you come back? Miao Jing set down her shopping bags. Chen Yi isn't home. Has he been doing well these past few years? When it came to Chen Yi, there was far too much to say. He was still the same after all these years, seemingly destined to end up in jail sooner or later. Yet somehow, he had managed to live steadily until now, enduring all the neighbors' gossip. Same as always. He's already this old and still unstable. Won't settle down. Always mixing with unsavory characters. Miao Jing knew that Chen Yi had accomplished nothing in the past 6 years. He had lived elsewhere for 2 years, then returned to do business with friends, mixed with worthless friends, and dated disreputable women. His most recent occupation was running a pool hall near the vocational high school, but he seemed to have gone away and hadn't returned for almost half a month. She had never expected him to amount to anything. A vocational school graduate and small-time thug who extorted people, fought, and caused trouble. As long as he stayed out of jail and managed to live like a normal person, that would count as success. There was too much to say about Chen Yi, and there were plenty of stories about Miao Jing as well. She didn't wait for Grandma Zhang to turn the conversation toward her. Claiming she still had things to do, she picked up her purchases and carried them upstairs. She cleaned the apartment, starting with the kitchen and bathroom, throwing away whatever needed to be discarded and buying whatever needed replacing. When she was hungry, she ate instant noodles and crackers. When she was tired, she slept on the spring mattress. When her online purchases arrived, she cleared out the room, scrubbed and washed everything thoroughly, assembled furniture, and hung laundry and bedding out to dry. The dusty, cobweb-covered cabinets yielded many old belongings. Her old clothes and possessions were still there, along with a large stack of high school test papers and textbooks, all bundled inside burlap sacks. Miao Jing spent a long time sorting everything, packing the items into storage boxes and sealing them beneath the bed. Then she arranged the contents of her luggage one by one until the room was finally in order. She also deep-cleaned Chen Yi's room. Dust had accumulated on top of the cabinets, and the curtains hadn't been washed in years. She laundered his clothes and bedding, mopped the floor, and wiped the windows. From beneath the bed, she swept out crushed cigarette butts, a woman's colorful hair tie, and an unopened condom. She threw them all away as trash. A full week of work left her back and waist aching. The nearby neighbors heard and saw the activity on the second floor, and everyone knew that someone had returned to the Chen household. Some newer neighbors who didn't know Miao Jing saw a beautiful, refined woman of 24 or 25 with a cool temperament, the complete opposite of Chen Yi. As for the older neighbors who knew the family's history, there was endless gossip about the Chen family's affairs. Chen Yi had taken a truck trip to Yunnan. At first, a friend near the Yunnan border had casually mentioned a business opportunity. Chen Yi seized the chance, acquired a batch of small commodities such as lighters and flashlights, hired a freight driver to transport them to the Golden Triangle area, then returned to Tung City with a truckload of bananas and mangoes. After deducting the various costs and expenses, he earned several thousand yuan of hard-earned money. During the 2-month summer vacation, business at the pool hall was slow, so this counted as supplementary income. The trip had been rushed. He had eaten and slept in the truck the entire way, and the weather was hot. Chen Yi returned to Tung City that day reeking of sour sweat. After settling all his business matters, he planned to go home first, take a shower, and sleep. Then he would meet his friends for drinks that evening. He didn't have any real luggage, only a nylon bag he carried back and forth. Inside were quick dry clothes, 2 cartons of cigarettes, toothpaste, a toothbrush, a towel, and a phone charger. Tung City's climate was humid and hot. Chen Yi stripped off his sour-smelling t-shirt, draped it over his shoulder, and walked down the street with a cigarette slanting from his mouth. There was nothing elegant about his appearance, yet it was enough to make people want to whistle. He had the healthy, handsome, arrogant air of a young man in his prime. His skin was tan, and a black cord around his neck held a jade pendant. His shoulders were broad, his muscles clearly defined, with scattered old, shallow scars across his body. His chest wasn't excessively bulky but smooth and firm, the muscles sloping down to reveal flat abs and a tight waist. Black trousers wrapped around 2 straight, long legs, the muscles of his thighs taut and prominent. Looking at his face, he appeared to be a young man of 25 or 26. He wore his hair in a clean crew cut, and his features were sharp as a knife. His nose was high and straight, his slightly dark lips sensual. Yet there was a fierceness to him, accentuated by the scar cutting through his left eyebrow. It was a dangerous kind of handsomeness, especially those eyes, wild and unrestrained, bright and defiant, their outer corners drooping carelessly. Beneath that lazy indolence lurked an alertness that seemed ready to bite back at any moment. blowing smoke rings as he climbed the stairs with his head lowered. He caught the aroma of chicken soup drifting through the corridor from some unknown home. He pulled out his key and opened the door. The sight before him suddenly seemed brighter. The windows were spotless, and everything was neat. For a moment, it hardly looked like his home, yet the furniture was familiar. On the unfamiliar wooden shoe rack by the door sat women's sandals and high heels. Beneath them were his sneakers and flip-flops, freshly washed and neatly arranged. That chicken soup aroma. It was coming from the kitchen. He could glimpse the hem of a skirt and the silhouette of a woman's back. The floor was clean enough to shine. He dropped his bag onto the floor, held the cigarette between his fingers, and curled his lips into a flirtatious smile. Didn't you say you'd come sleep over tonight? Trying to surprise me? Since when did you become so virtuous? The woman in the kitchen slowly stirred the chicken soup in the clay pot. Hearing him, she turned around and met his gaze. More rounded, more mature, less fierce. He froze. His pupils contracted sharply. The cigarette dropped from his fingers onto the floor. Fuck. His thick brows furrowed, and his bright eyes fixed hard on her. The sensation was like peeling an orange or some other fruit. His fingers splashed with bittersweet juice whose scent lingered stubbornly. Miao Jing spoke first. You're back. Want some chicken soup? I'll get you a bowl. Chen Yi forced out a few words. What the fuck? You, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Miao Jing lowered her eyes and slowly ladled out a bowl of soup, her voice light and drifting. Can't I come back? What the fuck did you come back for? He pulled on his wrinkled t-shirt, crouched down to pick up the cigarette, but stuck it back into his mouth and took a deep drag. His brows furrowed even more deeply. Through the haze of smoke, he surveyed the apartment first. Bright light, warm and beautiful. Both bedroom doors stood wide open, their interiors visible. The balcony was full of hanging laundry. The old living room sofa was covered with a light-colored throw, and fresh flowers stood in a vase on the coffee table. He had only been gone for a few days, yet the entire place had completely transformed. Fucking you. Miao Jing had long since grown used to it. Without that fucking, you can't speak? Chen Yi's expression shifted several times before instantly turning cold. How did you get in? Had someone pick the lock? Miao Jing set the bowl of soup on the table and turned to ladle out her own portion. I found the spare key in the drawer. I found a job. The workplace is in the development zone. A new branch factory for an auto company was built there. I transferred jobs to come here, and I report to the company next week. The company accommodation isn't great, so I'm living at home. You're a top university graduate, and you came to work in this backwater city? Did you get hit by a car and damage your brain? Or did it short-circuit? He seemed unhappy. He kicked a low stool aside, took 2 steps, and planted his hands on his hips. Are you sick? These days, university graduates are everywhere. Jobs are hard to find. Big cities are full of highly educated people earning so little, working overtime until midnight every day, with barely enough to cover rent and expenses. Lots of people are returning to their hometowns to work and live now. Is this your hometown? What's it got to do with you? Your hometown is in Z province, more than 500 kilometers from here. Brother, didn't I live here for 10 years too? I finally found a job. Can't I even come back and stay temporarily? Am I your brother? His expression was unpleasant as he sat hunched over in the chair. From her angle, she could see his broad, flat back and thick black hair. Chen Yi frowned. Am I your brother? If not, then not. Miao Jing sat at the table, leisurely sipping her soup. I'll pay you rent first. Where did you go? You haven't been back for so many days. You stink. He kept a stern expression, looking fierce and cold. Completely ignoring her, he stood and went into the bathroom for a cold shower. After 6 full years of not living together, suddenly having another person in the house left him genuinely irritated and displeased. After showering, Chen Yi went into his room to find a change of clothes. He couldn't help kicking the cabinet again. You touched my clothes? I washed some of the dirty clothes and put them away for you. Miao Jing stood in the doorway of his room, watching droplets of water fall from his hair. T-shirts on the left, pants on the right. I didn't touch your socks or underwear. He swallowed his anger and messed up the neatly stacked pile of clothes. Then he heard her softly add, there's also a woman's nightgown and underwear. I put them in the drawer. Chen Yi's temple twitched. Your girlfriend's? He growled. Red hair. Are you sick? He bit the inside of his cheek and slammed the cabinet door shut with a bang, glaring at her. Miao Jing, are you sick? Miao Jing pressed her lips together. Her slippers made soft pat-pat sounds against the floor as she walked away, and the neighboring bedroom door closed behind her. She sat at the desk, opened her laptop, checked her emails for a while, and browsed some web pages before finally leaving the room. The apartment was already empty. A bowl of cold chicken soup still sat on the table. Chapter 2. Before the age of 8, Miao Jing lived in Z Province, in a small township nestled among the mountains at the junction of north and south. The mountain ranges stretched endlessly into the distance, and the seasons were distinct, with cold winters and hot summers. Her parents had divorced early. The only family photo she had was taken when she was 2. 3 expressionless people stood before a photo studio backdrop. She was a tiny bundle in a gaudy peach-pink tulle dress, with a red painted between her brows, gazing blankly at the camera. Her parents stood on either side of her. Their features had blurred with time, though their youthful handsomeness and beauty could still be discerned through the haze. After that family photo was taken, the family fell apart. Miao Jing lived with her mother, Wei Mingjin, but was soon sent to her grandmother's house in the countryside, where she grew up in a small village. Her mother had married because of an unexpected pregnancy when she was barely in her 20s. At the time, she worked as a sales clerk in a township clothing store. Beautiful and fun-loving, she never lacked suitors, whether she was married or divorced, and she showed little interest in her daughter. In the years that followed, as the wave of migrant labor surged, Wei Mingjin followed her boyfriend to work along the coast. Each time she returned, she wore fashionable clothes and gave Miao Jing's grandmother money for living expenses. It wasn't much, but it was enough to cover Miao Jing's needs. Her biological father should have been paying child support. For the first 2 years, he actually did. Later, however, he went to Xinjiang, remarried, and had children there. The distance was too great, and he gradually severed all ties with his hometown, cutting off both contact and support payments. His relatives on that side of the family were struggling themselves and had long since stopped keeping in touch. Miao Jing grew up largely on her own. Wei Mingjin remained away until Miao Jing's grandmother died of illness. Just as Miao Jing was about to start preschool, she was sent to her aunt's house in town. Her aunt had a daughter and a son close to her age. The 3 attended the same school and became playmates. The time she had spent relying solely on her grandmother had been warm but brief. She had been so young that she couldn't preserve many memories of it. By the time she lived at her aunt's house, however, Miao Jing had begun forming lasting memories. Whether because of her sensitive nature or for other reasons, it wasn't a particularly happy experience. Her aunt wasn't harsh or abusive, but the family's circumstances were ordinary, and amid the daily struggles of life, there was inevitably some alienation and neglect. Her older female cousin and younger male cousin both wore house keys around their necks, but Miao Jing didn't have one. Whenever no one was home, regardless of the time, she could only sit outside the door and wait. The incident she remembered most clearly happened when her aunt's family of 4 had to make an emergency trip back to the countryside for a funeral. They forgot that Miao Jing didn't have a key. After school, she sat hungry outside the door until 9 that night, when a neighboring woman noticed her and took her in for the night. When her aunt's family returned and learned that she had stayed with the neighbors, they showed not the slightest concern. During family meals and conversations, she never had a chance to speak. Good food rarely made it into her mouth. She shared a room with her older female cousin, but Miao Jing was more like a personal maid, always taking second place, fetching and carrying things, washing dishes, and sweeping floors. When the siblings fought over which television program to watch, she could only stand aside. She had no say in the matter. After her grandmother died, Wei Mingjin came home even less often, though she sent a considerable amount of money for Miao Jing's support. Miao Jing wore her cousin's old clothes and shoes. With 2 girls in the house, it seemed only natural for the younger one to wear the older one's hand-me-downs. Fortunately, Wei Mingjin returned home that winter. She herself was bright and fashionable from head to toe. Then she saw Miao Jing wearing an old pair of cotton shoes. They were already worn through with holes, yet they were still on her feet. Chilblains covered her cheeks, ears, little hands, and feet. Everyone said that Miao Jing liked touching cold water and didn't like wearing enough clothes. But mother and daughter were alike in one respect. They were both particularly afraid of the cold. Winters in their hometown often brought snow. There was no heating or air conditioning, and they relied solely on coal stoves to endure the coldest days. Though mother and daughter weren't close, Wei Mingzhen's heart still ached when she saw that little face, cold and drooping. She was a mother, after all. It would have been a lie to say she felt nothing. Wei Mingzhen had spent those years being selective about remarriage, mostly relying on men for support while also working. She lived comfortably enough, but hadn't saved much money. Her looks were no longer as fresh as they had been in her 20s, but she knew how to dress herself. With lipstick and fashionable dresses, she maintained a mature feminine charm. As she grew older, she began thinking about finding a good man she could entrust her later years to. Looking at Miao Jing again, she decided she ought to take her daughter with her as well. Otherwise, she feared Miao Jing might grow to hate her. A suitable man wasn't easy to find. There were conditions to negotiate and expectations to consider. Wei Mingzhen remained in her hometown for several months before suddenly leaving for a place called Tung City. Through phone chats, she had met a man from out of town. He lived in a city farther south than Z province, where the economy was better than in their area. They got along wonderfully, almost like kindred spirits. The man's circumstances were good. He owned an apartment, had an iron rice bowl as a state employee, and was educated and good-looking. Miao Jing had seen his photograph. He was a refined, handsome middle-aged man. Wei Mingzhen stayed in Tung City for a month. When she returned, radiant and overjoyed, she immediately began packing Miao Jing's belongings. She rejected all the old cotton jackets handed down from Miao Jing's cousin. Tung City had good weather, with long summers and mild winters. There was no need for thick cotton jackets. The old clothes were tossed down in front of her aunt, whose face immediately turned bright red. Her aunt then went to the mall and bought Miao Jing an expensive, pretty dress as a farewell gift. Mother and daughter packed their few belongings and boarded a train for a strange city and an unfamiliar family. It was Miao Jing's first train ride, her first time leaving the province. As the green train passed through dark tunnels between towering mountains, she held her breath and patiently waited for that thin line of light ahead, leading toward vast and unknown lands. Miao Jing was fascinated by the journey, the diverse crowds and varied accents from every corner of the country. The fragrant instant noodles, peanuts, and sunflower seeds sold from the snack cart. The station platforms where the train slowly came to a stop. The scenery blurring past outside the windows as it gathered speed. Tung City. The trees in this city were particularly gnarled and strong, lush, green, and thriving. Almost any vegetation could easily take root, and flowers bloomed vigorously for long periods. The humid, stifling air carried a strange scent. Whenever the wind blew, it brought hints of sweet floral fragrance. Miao Jing tugged at her dress, feeling as though her skin had first been baked dry by the heat, then immediately wrapped in a sticky layer of suffocating humidity. No one came to meet them. Mother and daughter took a taxi and finally got out in a bustling residential area. Wei Mingzhen held Miao Jing's hand with one hand and pulled their suitcase with the other. With her head held high and her chest out, she walked toward a 5-story residential building amid the whispered gossip of passers-by. Miao Jing still remembered that scene. Everyone stopped to stare. Her mother had dyed yellow hair and wore a leopard print dress, black stockings, and high-heeled sandals, strutting like a proud peacock. Miao Jing wore her hair in a ponytail, secured with a hair tie threaded with 2 shiny round pearls. Her sleeveless dress was white with purple floral prints, and a silk ribbon was tied into a bow at the back. The skirt had 3 layers edged with purple waves. Even Miao Jing herself had been startled when she looked in the mirror. Wei Mingzhen led her upstairs and knocked on the second-floor door. Someone opened it. He was a rather frail, thin man with a high-nose bridge and double eyelids. Seeing mother and daughter standing there, he smiled gently and helped carry their luggage inside. "You're here. Welcome, welcome." Wei Mingzhen secretly nudged Miao Jing. "Hello, uncle. Ah, such a good girl." The 2-bedroom apartment had both bedrooms facing east, side by side, with a west-facing balcony and the kitchen, bathroom, and living room in between. It was quite spacious. Miao Jing had always lived in single-story houses and had never lived in an apartment building before. Looking at the yellow wooden floor beneath her feet and the refrigerator outside the kitchen door, she felt something strange stirring inside her. In one bedroom stood a white machine box with a keyboard and speakers, music rumbling from it. Seeing Miao Jing staring curiously, Wei Mingjun proudly explained, "Your Uncle Chen is a computer enthusiast. Once he sits down at the computer, he can't get up." Wei Mingjun had already spent a month examining this household and was quite at home here. Like the mistress of the house, she directed Miao Jing to change her shoes, wash her hands, and sit on the sofa. Then she went into the kitchen to boil water for tea and asked what they should do about lunch. She could cook, or they could go out to eat. The man was very polite. He turned on the television, placed the remote control in Miao Jing's hands, and chatted with her briefly. His name was Chen Yi, and he worked at the Power Bureau. His ex-wife had passed away several years earlier. He had a son named Chen Yi, who was 2 years older than Miao Jing and was now in 4th grade. Since Miao Jing was moving there with Wei Mingjun, Chen Yi had already helped arrange her school transfer. She would attend the same elementary school as Chen Yi. Miao Jing opened her clear, bright eyes and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, uncle." Soon afterward, Chen Yi returned to his room and sat down at the computer. After a while, Wei Mingjun brought him a cup of tea. She joined him at the computer and perched on the armrest of his chair. The two whispered together for a few moments. Then the bedroom door closed, leaving Miao Jing alone in the living room watching television. She carefully observed the apartment. The cleaning had been somewhat cursory, but certain details revealed clues. The teapots and cups were elegant and delicate. The television's dust cover had been hand-embroidered and decorated with fine tassels. Abstract paintings she couldn't understand hung on the walls. Inside the dusty, mostly empty cabinets remained several cute porcelain dolls. In these small details, traces of the home's previous mistress could still be felt. Wei Mingjun eventually emerged from the bedroom, fluffing her oil-treated curls. Chen Yi remained at the computer. Wei Mingjun explained that he was trading stocks, then asked whether Miao Jing wanted to go downstairs with her to buy some ready-made dishes. Miao Jing's eyes remained silently fixed on the television screen. Only belatedly did she hear the door close and realize that her mother had already gone downstairs. Their first meal was eaten at home. There were ready-made dishes, stir-fries, and a bottle of baijiu. Just as they were about to start eating, someone came home. A boy, sweaty from playing, changed his shoes at the door. Seeing the people inside, he blinked but showed no particular reaction. He simply took his bowl and sat down at the table. He was a handsome boy wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. His clothes were dusty, the fabric at the back yellowed with grime. When his long eyelashes lowered, there was something inexplicably clean about him. But when he lifted his eyes and revealed that rebellious, stone-hard gaze, it was obvious that among children, he wasn't someone to mess with. "This is my son, Chen Yi. Hello, brother. Just call her Miao Jing." Chen Yi's cheeks bulged as he chewed on chicken bones. He spat the fragments directly onto the table, utterly unruly. Chen Yi kept his head lowered, leisurely drinking beside him, while Wei Mingjun warmly changed the subject, urging everyone to eat and drink. Back then, Miao Jing wasn't pretty. Her hair was dry, yellow, and unkempt. Her body was thin and withered, and her demeanor resembled that of a numb little old lady. But her eyes were beautiful, like a clear, tranquil spring, without Wei Mingjun's flamboyant allure. Her nose and mouth already showed the makings of a beauty. She merely needed time to grow. Miao Jing was 8, while Chen Yi was only 10. Miao Jing was in 2nd grade, and Chen Yi was in 4th grade. They were said to be 2 years apart, though not quite. There were only 16 months between them. Chen Yi's birthday was December 24th. The reason Miao Jing remembered it so clearly was that Christmas Eve later became a de facto Valentine's Day in China. Miao Jing was born on April 19th, 2 years later. Chen Yi had started school a year earlier than she had. Apparently, during his primary school enrollment interview, he had performed so brilliantly that the school made an exception and allowed him to start a year early. The apartment had only 2 bedrooms, so Miao Jing had to share a room with Chen Yi. Fortunately, the room was rectangular and fairly spacious. Another single bed was moved inside, with a desk placed between the 2 beds and a curtain drawn to divide them. Miao Jing took the inner space beside the window, while Chen Yi slept near the door. At night, with the curtain drawn, it was manageable. The other furniture, including the wardrobe and desk, was shared equally between them. Their territories were divided in half. After the adults finished allocating the space, Miao Jing began arranging her few clothes and belongings. She planned to put her school supplies and notebooks in the drawer beside her bed. Chen Yi was also in the room. When he saw her pull open the desk drawer, he suddenly strode over. His eyes were cold and fierce. He kicked her hard in the calf. Miao Jing curled up in tears from the pain, her entire leg crumpling against the corner of the desk. A cry escaped her lips. Chen Yi immediately clamped his hand tightly over her mouth, trapping the scream beneath his palm. Chen Libin and Wei Mingjin were chatting in the living room. Miao Jing could smell Chen Yi's palm. Rust, mud, sour garbage, grass roots, roast chicken. All the smells were mixed together. Utterly repulsive. Something to be avoided at all costs. Say anything, and I'll beat you to death. He bent down and whispered into her ear, his teeth clenched, the words scraping out of his throat. Terrifying. Miao Jing's frail body trembled uncontrollably. That night, after everyone had showered and gone to bed, both bedroom doors had long since been closed. In the moonlight, Miao Jing slowly rubbed the purple bruise on her leg. She lay stiffly in bed, unable to sleep. Turning over, she looked through a gap in the curtain and saw Chen Yi lying on his side. His head was covered, and his back faced her. He wore a white tank top and knee-length shorts. His body was curled inward, his shoulder blades gaunt and jagged, like a silent mountain. Chapter 3. What became of that gang of delinquents from back then? Some went to prison, while others kicked the bucket. Among those still free, the ones from good families went abroad to study and inherited their family businesses, becoming well-groomed social elites. The lucky ones profited from demolition compensation, opened factories, or took on engineering contracts, becoming nouveau riche with deep pockets. Among the ordinary folk who reformed, Big Head Yuan married a former wild girl. He became a hairdresser, while she became a beautician. Ah Yong became an auxiliary police officer, spending his days in uniform, exposed to the wind and sun on the streets. Others became used car salesmen, delivery drivers, or auto mechanics. Chen Yi, once the most formidable among them, now owned a small pool hall. He knew a bit of everything and dabbled in various ventures, with his share of ups and downs. Apart from his looks, he hadn't made anything particularly remarkable of himself. The entire Ho-Hot Street was lined with open-air food stalls, with late-night eateries staying open until 2 in the morning. Mao Mao, Zhao Kuan, and Hua Chong sat beneath a camphor tree, with a table full of white wine, red wine, and beer. They said it was to welcome Chen Yi back, since he hadn't forgotten his old friends even after making money in Yunnan. Hua Chong first penalized himself with 3 drinks. Last year, his gaming parlor had been reported and shut down. He had persuaded Chen Yi to invest as a shareholder back then, and even when all the money went down the drain, Chen Yi hadn't gotten angry. Now, Hua Chong was talking about making a comeback, discussing all sorts of business opportunities. All he lacked were connections and capital. While everyone enjoyed the food and drinks, Chen Yi seemed distracted, chain-smoking cigarettes. His phone kept buzzing on the table, but he acted as though he couldn't hear it. He sprawled lazily in the plastic chair, head tilted back, his gaze fixed on some unknown point. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, his entire face was shrouded in the dense haze. Young women walking past would let their eyes trail from his striking brows to his sharp Adam's apple, their hearts fluttering as they passed. E.g., Sister Lily's calling. It's coming through to my phone now. A stunning woman walked slowly down the street. Chanel No. 5 perfume, rose-colored lips, red hair, a lace bodycon dress, and 4-inch heels made her provocatively eye-catching. Tu Li was Chun Yi's girlfriend, a graduate of a technical dance school. They had met at a bar where Tu Li performed jazz dance. During breaks, she would come down with a drink to liven up the atmosphere. One glass of red wine spilled onto Chun Yi's white shirt, and that was how their eyes met. After their relationship stabilized, Tu Li quit her nocturnal bar job and became a cashier at Chen Yi's pool hall. After a few months of watching young girls constantly flock around the pool hall, she inevitably became jealous. Chen Yi couldn't take it anymore and helped her find a job as a gym receptionist. Today, she was supposed to work the late shift until 11, but she slipped out early to see her boyfriend. She spotted Chen Yi immediately among the crowd, and her heart lifted. Her heels clicked as she approached, while Mao Mao and the others called out, "Sister-in-law," in greeting. She smiled and pulled up a chair, patting Chen Yi's face. "Did you miss me?" The dress was low-cut, seemingly bottomless. All men appreciated beauty. When they first started dating, Tu Li had asked Chen Yi what style he liked. His eyes had lingered on the sexy models in magazines, and Tu Li felt she needed to be equally alluring to hold her ground, deliberately developing that aspect of herself. Chen Yi's gaze slid over her, a slight knot forming in his scarred brow, his expression indifferent. His long legs sprawled carelessly, his voice sexy and hoarse from cigarettes and alcohol. "So you're here." Everyone teased and joked about the couple for a while, then drank another round before moving on to other topics. Tu Li shamelessly clung to Chen Yi's arm, her fingers rubbing his slightly rough chin, then sliding up his handsome face. She caressed that small patch of skin behind his ear, stroked his nape, and tangled her fingertips with the black cord around his neck. The jade pendant hanging from his neck swayed with her movements, striking against the man's collarbone. Usually, Chen Yi would have reached around and pulled her close by now, but tonight, he seemed to have completely checked out. He showed no reaction, which was rather strange. With Tu Li being so clingy, everyone understood the situation, and the dinner quickly broke up, each person swiftly taking their leave. Tu Li linked arms with her boyfriend and waved to hail a taxi to go to his place, but Chen Yi stopped her. "Not convenient tonight." "How is it not convenient?" Tu Li reached back to touch his rock-hard chest muscles, giggling. "Is it that time of the month? Or did you lose your mojo on the way?" He lit a cigarette, frowning as he took a deep drag. "I'll take you home first. Who was it that called me yesterday, asking me to come over?" "Not convenient." He lowered his eyes and flicked ash from his cigarette, saying in a deep voice, "Got some stuff at home." "You're all alone. What could you possibly have at home? Why the fuck are you asking so many questions? None of your damn business." His eyes flashed dangerously, the cigarette tilted at the corner of his mouth as hostility suddenly surfaced. "Taxi's here. Get in." Tu Li muttered under her breath. No fun. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month. Tu Li lived with her parents and younger brother, so whenever they wanted to spend the night together, they always went to Chen Yi's place. After sending Tu Li home, Chen Yi went to the pool hall. His pool hall was located behind the back gate of the vocational college dormitory, and there was also a branch campus of a technical college nearby. The main customers were young students from the two schools, but it was August, during summer break, and with no one at school, business at the pool hall wasn't great. Chen Yi didn't need to watch the place every day. Leaving Bozai there alone was enough. Bozai and Chen Yi were old neighbors. Bozai had followed Chen Yi around since childhood, getting free meals. Though small and skinny, he was fierce in fights. Later, he became lame in one leg and settled down. After Chen Yi opened the pool hall, Bozai had worked there continuously. Chen Yi paid him well, enough to support a family. Bozai got married, and his life gradually stabilized. The pool hall stayed open until midnight. Chen Yi told Bozai he would watch the place tonight, and let him go home early. Before leaving, Bozai looked at Chen Yi hesitantly. "What is it, e.g.?" "Nothing. You've been working hard watching the place alone while I was gone. Take a few days off. I'll mind the store." "All right then. I'll go home and rest, take my wife shopping tomorrow, and come back in a couple of days." Chen Yi slept on the long sofa in the break room that night. The next day, regular customers came to play pool. He played with them, practiced with them, and played a few games himself. In the afternoon, Tu Li called again. She had the early shift today and wanted him to pick her up after work. He lazily said he was busy and had no time, then hung up. Tu Li thought his temper was inexplicable, but Chen Yi had experienced these mood swings before, so she figured she'd find him again in a few days. After Bozai came back to take over the shift, Chen Yi went home briefly, planning to take a shower and pack some clothes to bring with him. No one was home. It wasn't in the messy state it had been when he left. Everything was neat and organized. The doors to both bedrooms were open, as was the balcony door, allowing air to circulate. Instead of the damp, musty smell typical of old ground-floor apartments, the place was fresh, cool, and fragrantly cozy. There was fresh fruit on the table, half a watermelon in the fridge, along with some fresh vegetables, eggs, milk, and beer. Miao Jing had quietly returned. Chen Yi sat in a chair smoking, the cigarette but clenched between his teeth as he stared into space. After finishing one cigarette, He couldn't stay any longer and couldn't help but head out. Downstairs, he happened to run into Miao Jing returning. Miao Jing had gone out to take care of some things. She had visited the bank, gone to the service center to get a new phone card, corrected her personal records and household registration information, and familiarized herself with the surrounding area. She had lived in Teng City for 10 years, but had been to very few places and didn't have any particular impression of the city. She went out carrying a light yellow floral parasol, the light making her face appear snow white. Her face was small, with red lips and white teeth, eyebrows like dots of ink, and bright, clear eyes. Her body was slender and tall, with a graceful, supple softness, but her temperament was anything but weak or friendly. Rather, she was cold and proud, standing alone with dignity. Simple long-sleeved clothes and pants hung loosely on her body, every step and every fold of her clothes revealing the elegant beauty of her figure. Chen Yi stood in the sunlight, his brows darkly furrowed, watching her approach slowly. Chen Yi, give me your phone number. Is your old number not in use anymore? It became inactive a long time ago. Having just changed her phone card, she stood before him, took out her phone, and waited for him to give her his number. He impatiently turned his head aside, holding back his irritation, and coldly recited a string of numbers. The phone in her pocket vibrated, then rang with an incoming call. Hearing it, Miao Jing pressed the end call button. This is my new number. Save it. He responded coldly, brushed past her, and walked away on his own. Miao Jing didn't say anything either. She entered the building, closed her parasol, and went upstairs. 15 minutes later, his phone dinged with a message from an unknown number. Miao Jing's message. Don't smoke in the house. The man expressionlessly tapped at his phone, saved the number under the name Miao Jing, and then accepted her WeChat friend request. The first message came through. Miao Jing's message. What time are you coming back tonight? The window latch is broken. This is fucking annoying. Chen Yi remembered that he had holed up in the pool hall for 2 days, and when he went home, he had only smoked 1 cigarette. He hadn't taken the shower he needed or gotten the clothes he meant to take. He'd have to go back again. When he returned home at 10 in the evening, Miao Jing wasn't asleep yet. Seeing Chen Yi return, she asked if he had eaten, saying she could cook if he hadn't. He coldly said he had eaten and went straight to his room. The room had been thoroughly cleaned. Looking for his towel, he couldn't help but get angry. He put his hands on his hips. Where's my towel? It was too old. I threw it away. Miao Jing handed him a new one. Here's a new one I bought. It was a light blue, wide bath towel made of soft, fine cotton. The old towel had been used by Miao Jing as a rag to mop the floor. Chen Yi gritted his teeth, the veins at his temples popping out. He grabbed the towel and slammed his way into the bathroom. All the bottles and containers on the shelf had changed. He used to wash his whole body with 1 bar of soap, and Tuli had left many colorful bottles there, but now they were all gone, replaced by a completely unfamiliar set. Someone knocked on the door. New soap is in the cabinet under the sink. Unwrap it yourself. The shower water rushed noisily. After showering, Chen Yi emerged with a cold face and furrowed brows. A moment later, he came out of his room fully dressed and sat on the sofa. He tapped a cigarette out of the pack, put it between his lips, and lit it. The flame flared for an instant as he took a deep drag, lifted his eyelids, and slowly exhaled. The tobacco taste was heavy, strong, and aromatic, with real substance. The smoothness had a grainy texture, uneven and rough. Miao Jing, let's talk. Miao Jing had been planning to sleep, but she opened her door and leaned against the doorframe, looking at him. Change your clothes before coming out. He looked at her through the smoke, his eyes also covered in a light haze, dark and fierce. She was wearing a plain gray tank dress with thin padding, the hem reaching mid-thigh, but the ice silk material was particularly soft and form-fitting. Her waist was as slim as a grip, her legs long and straight, her skin white as porcelain and smooth. She turned and went back to her room, coming out a while later in a white nightgown hanging from 2 delicate shoulders. The dress reached nearly to her ankles, flowing loose and billowy, which only emphasized how slender and thin the figure within was. Miao Jing sat down on the sofa, staring at him, her voice clear. I said, no smoking in the house. TCH. He clicked his tongue, pressing it against his cheek as he gave her a sidelong glance. his gaze completely unconcerned. He slowly took 2 more drags, unhurriedly blowing smoke rings, then lazily leaned back, his long legs and jeans propped up on the coffee table. His posture was frivolous and crude. Through the smoke, Miao Jing saw his cold, mocking eyes. Her red lips pressed together in silence, clearly unhappy. He wasn't happy either. The two of them were at an impasse, waiting to see who would wear the other down. What did you study at university? What kind of job did you find? Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. Miao Jing's expression was bland, but after thinking for a moment, she added, my monthly salary is 8,000, with additional allowances each month and year-end bonuses. It's acceptable. Chen Yi gave a derisive laugh. I don't understand you college students. You study so hard for so many years, supposedly seeing the world, and you're satisfied with 8,000 a month. Miao Jing turned her head. Being self-reliant, what's not to be satisfied with? You can be self-reliant anywhere. Why did you come back here? To work, live, and get on with life. You can live anywhere. Why did you have to come here? There was no ashtray on the table, so he flicked his ash onto the floor, his thick brows fierce, cold, and imposing. What did I tell you back then? Get lost. The farther away, the better. Miao Jing twisted her neck away, not looking at him or speaking. Her eyes were wide, the light in them rippling and turbulent. After a long while, he spoke again, his voice icy. What about your mom? Did you find her? She remarried long ago, had a son, and opened a fast food restaurant. She's busy taking care of the child and helping in the kitchen. For a long time, he smoked in silence. Go live in the company dormitory, he finally said after a long while, lowering his eyes. Or I'll rent you an apartment. No. Miao Jing refused outright. Are you fucking asking for death? He clenched his jaw, the masseter muscles protruding along his jawline, his eyes glaring as his viciousness showed. He threw the cigarette butt on the floor and shouted at her. You think I want to see you? She turned her head back to look at him, at his arrogant and domineering appearance, as though he were ready to eat someone alive. Her cold, clear eyes stared straight at him, her tone calm. I said, don't smoke in the house. Clean the floor yourself. Chen Yi struck his lighter again, tilting the cigarette to light it and holding it roguishly at the corner of his mouth. White smoke puffed toward her. Miao Jing frowned, stood up, and moved closer. A faint, elegant fragrance wafted over. Her slender fingers snatched the cigarette from the corner of his mouth and stubbed it out against the edge of the coffee table. Then she confiscated both the cigarette pack and lighter and threw them into the garbage bin. She poured an entire pot of lemon water over them to soak them, then turned and went back to her room, executing everything in one fluid motion. The bedroom door slammed shut with a bang. He sat on the sofa, watching her series of fluid movements, grinding his back teeth, amused by her audacity. Nice going, Miao Jing. Chapter 4. Children living under someone else's roof might not necessarily become rebellious or ingratiating, but they invariably became highly perceptive of other people's moods and intentions. Life in Tung City was far more comfortable than in their small hometown. The city elementary school was prettier than the township school, with well-equipped classrooms and kind, gentle teachers. Living with her birth mother gave Miao Jing some confidence. Moreover, Tung City had a hot climate. There was no snow in winter, and when the temperature dropped, 2 sweaters beneath her school uniform were enough to get by. For poor people, summer was much easier than winter. There were fewer expenses for clothes and heating. In a humble dwelling, drinking plenty of water and eating salty food was enough to cope with the heat. Both Miao Jing and Wei Mingjin liked Tung City. The new family seemed to get along harmoniously. Chun Li Bean was gentle and refined, with no bad habits, but he didn't manage household affairs or look after the children. After work, he would sit in front of his computer, surfing the internet, playing games, trading stocks, chatting, or watching DVDs. In those days, the Power Supply Bureau was one of the best-performing state-owned enterprises. He held a technical position with good prospects for promotion, a high salary, and excellent benefits. Rice, oil, salt, and other daily necessities were all distributed by his work unit. With 4 people in the family and 2 children who didn't cost much beyond food and drink, the household was simple, with few additional expenses, and their savings seemed quite substantial. Wei Mingjin felt lucky to have found such a reliable husband. Her relationship with Chen Bean had begun through online chats, and she admired him on an intellectual level. During her first year as a housewife, Chen Bean would give Wei Mingjin a sum for household expenses at the beginning of each month. It wasn't much, just enough to cover the family's needs. Wei Mingjin also acted as though she didn't care about material things and took good care of the family. Between the two children, Wei Mingjin openly favored Chen Yi, treating him with kindness and attentiveness. But Chen Yi remained indifferent, his eyelids lazily rising and falling as he cast cold, sidelong glances at her. Even at such a young age, there was a viciousness in his face that Wei Mingjin thoroughly despised. In private, Miao Jing received better treatment than Chen Yi, though it was a hidden kind of favoritism. When there was a chicken with two legs, one went to Chen Bean and the other to Chen Yi, but the first person to taste the meat was Miao Jing. After living there for a while, Miao Jing learned a phrase called two-faced. No one in the family looked after Chen Yi, and the neighbors said he was no good, destined to become a hoodlum. He was extremely wild, coming home only at set times to eat and sleep, and spending the rest of his time outside. Near the residential complex were a garbage station and a small park. That was Chen Yi's territory. He played marbles, card-flipping games, horseback fighting games, and spinning tops. He excelled at fighting and causing trouble, cutting an imposing figure as the little tyrant among his peers. Although Miao Jing and Chen Yi attended the same school, they never went to school together or spoke to each other. If they got too close outside, he would coldly tell her to go away and keep her distance. At home, whenever the two of them were alone in the bedroom, Miao Jing would suffer. She often didn't even know how she had provoked him. A sudden punch would land on her back, a pencil would stab sharply into her arm, or he would drag chairs around and tear up her homework in cruel pranks that frequently left Miao Jing in pain. Both she and Chen Yi were quiet by nature, though Miao Jing seemed more timid. Chen Yi would also viciously threaten her, saying that if she dared tell the adults, he would beat her to death. The second bedroom had no air conditioning. Throughout the summer, Chen Yi completely monopolized the electric fan. Miao Jing's bed was beside the window, baked by the sun every morning. At night, she often couldn't sleep because of the heat, tossing and turning in bed. Sometimes, she would catch a glimpse of Chen Yi sleeping peacefully in his tank top and shorts, looking completely harmless, even though he was a little demon. The reason she never reported him to Wei Mingjin or Chen Bean was that Chen Yi got beaten too. Beaten by Chen Bean. In those days, gentle education wasn't popular. Naughty children were often beaten, with ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls floating out of windows for all the neighbors to hear, though no one thought much of it. But in the Chen household, no sounds of beating or violence were ever heard. Chen Bean never disciplined Chen Yi, never reasoned with him, and never offered heartfelt advice. The first time Miao Jing witnessed it, Chen Yi had come home from playing outside at mealtime. He took his bowl and sat down to eat, the chair legs scraping noisily against the floor. Chen Bean furrowed his brows slightly and kicked Chen Yi directly in the stomach. The boy crashed into the corner, hitting the wall with a dull thud like a muffled firecracker. Chen Yi hung his head and crouched in the corner, his mouth tightly drawn. Chen Bean calmly walked over, looked down at him, and delivered 2 more kicks. Then he sat down to drink and eat as though nothing had happened. Chen Yi got up from the corner without making a sound, picked up his chopsticks from the floor, lowered his head, and viciously shoveled food into his mouth. These beatings always came without warning, like a fly suddenly being swatted. No reason was given, no explanation offered. Or perhaps there was a reason, but Chen Bean couldn't be bothered to say it. Maybe a neighbor had complained, someone had come to tell on him, or a schoolteacher had called for a home visit. The beatings didn't happen every day. Sometimes 10 or 15 days would pass peacefully, but every few days, there would be another session. Chen Bean never hit his face. He usually used his feet, kicking wherever was convenient. His stomach, his back, his thighs. Miao Jing had seen bruises in all those places on Chen Yi. She was terrified of this method of punishment. Wei Mingjin comforted her, saying boys needed to be beaten. It was education, and Chen Yi truly did have a vicious character. He was crude and fierce, cursed, fought, stole things, and was disliked by everyone. Wei Mingjin told Miao Jing to stay away from him, saying that if Chen Yi ever bullied her, she should tell Chen Bean. Chen Li's kicks seemed extremely forceful, but Chen Yi would always get back up with an unchanged expression. The small boy would keep his head lowered, his eyes like cold stones hidden in shadow, filled with a kind of desperate intensity. Miao Jing always thought it couldn't hurt that badly. Until later, when she discovered that Chen Yi made noises in his sleep at night and talked in his dreams. Sometimes, when he rolled over in his sleep, she would see his furrowed brows, his hand clutching his stomach, and hear broken whimpers of pain. Only then did she realize that he was hurting too. He was simply enduring it. His sleep-talking was rushed and unclear, but he would call out for Mama. Living in that house for so long, Miao Jing was always on edge. Later, someone came to complain, saying their car, which had been parked on the street, had been scratched. Someone had seen Chen Yi scratching the car with a stone. The evidence was conclusive. The car owner came demanding compensation. Chen Li paid some money, saw the person off, and then, with a gentle expression, took out an object. Chen Yi suddenly rushed into the room and shrank into a corner. Miao Jing saw fear in his eyes, like a terrified wild animal trapped in a cage. It was probably some kind of electrical device Chen Li had made himself. He understood electricity and could easily create a tool for punishment. When that thing lightly touched Chen Yi's body, he began to tremble. His shoulders hunched, his face turned pale, and his eyes reddened. This is for your own good. You'll get into real trouble sooner or later if you keep acting like this. Chen Li said gently. You're so young and already going bad. Don't say you're Chen Li's son. I can't control you. You're not my son, and I'm not your father. Miao Jing saw Chen Yi's body twist and jerk strangely. Wei Mingzhen watched with some trepidation and pulled the frozen Miao Jing out of the room, only to discover that Miao Jing was trembling uncontrollably. She dragged her onto the balcony. What are you afraid of? It has nothing to do with you. That's because of Chen Yi's birth mother. His mother wronged your Uncle Chen. After that, whenever Chen Yi got into trouble and was beaten, Miao Jing would have nightmares at night. She would wake up struggling in the middle of the night, her calves twisted with cramps. She would clutch the sheets, breathing heavily. Sometimes she would wake Chen Yi, who would pull back the curtain and stand beside her bed, watching her flushed face and heaving chest, sneering with a cold gleam in his eyes. If you keep watching, I'll get up in the middle of the night and gouge out your eyes. Miao Jing whimpered, covering her eyes with her hands. Seeing her mouse-like timidity, he curled his lip in disdain. What are you afraid of? He doesn't beat you. He's a psycho. A pervert. Chen Yi muttered to himself, abandoning Miao Jing as he went back to bed, pulled the covers over his head, turned over, and fell soundly asleep. Later, when Miao Jing grew a little older, she came to understand what had happened with Chen Yi's mother through the neighbors' gossip and Wei Mingzhen's veiled remarks. Chen Yi's mother had drowned after going to the river to wash bedsheets for no apparent reason. When they found her several days later, no one knew whether it had been an accident or her own choice. Before that, rumors said Chen Yi's mother had been having an affair, making Chen Li a cuckold. Someone had caught them, and when she couldn't get a divorce, she would fight with her husband at home every day. There were also rumors that Chen Yi wasn't even Chen Li's son because Chen Li had been diagnosed with weak sperm and couldn't easily have children. Wei Mingzhen had carefully observed Chen Yi and had even secretly asked Miao Jing whether she thought Chen Yi looked like Chen Li. The neighbors said Chen Yi looked very much like his mother, who had been very beautiful, but he seemed to resemble Chen Li too. Father and son were both good-looking. Chen Li had a high nose bridge and double eyelids, and Chen Yi had them too. There were no photos of Chen Yi's mother in the house. Or perhaps there were. Miao Jing might have caught a glimpse of one once, though she hadn't seen the face clearly. A small black and white ID photo was tucked between the pages of one of Chen Yi's books. When Chen Yi noticed her looking, he gave her a vicious shove. As time went on, Wei Mingzhen also started fighting with Chen Li. Each month, Chen Li gave her only a fixed sum for living expenses. The family's savings were supposedly substantial, but he kept a tight grip on them, refusing to let even a little slip through his fingers. If she wanted more spending money, Wei Mingzhen had to find work herself. Additionally, Chen Li maintained ambiguous relationships with different women online. Wei Mingzhen still wanted to get pregnant. Given the current situation between Chen Li and Chen Yi, the two would eventually cut ties. If she could have Chen Li's child, many things would become easier to handle. Miao Jing was a good student, consistently ranking among the top students in her grade. Each semester brought numerous awards, and she participated in various academic competitions and contests. Her personality wasn't particularly likable. She was quiet most of the time, gaining attention and goodwill solely through her academic performance. Eventually, she made one or two close female friends. At school, people didn't know about her relationship with Chen Yi. Even at his young age, Chen Yi was already domineering and untamed at school, though his academic performance wasn't too bad. He ranked somewhere in the middle. By 5th and 6th grade, girls had started liking him, chasing after him and shouting his name, competing to do his homework for him. Young as they were, the girls would say that Chen Yi was handsome, even more handsome when he smiled. Though he could be crude and annoying, he was loyal, like a chivalrous warrior. Sometimes, Miao Jing would see Chen Yi on the playground, darting from one end to the other, his forehead covered in sweat, his dusty face lit by an unrestrained smile, his eyes bright and black. He didn't seem so frightening then. After elementary school, Chen Yi entered the district middle school. Although the school wasn't far from home, only a 30-minute walk, Chen Yi boarded there. The children were growing up, and middle school boys were entering puberty. It was no longer appropriate for them to share a room, especially given Chen Yi's personality and temper. Boarding was better. Miao Jing could have a room to herself. With her good grades and quiet, timid nature, she deserved more care. Chen Yi's single bed was moved into the living room. The living room was rectangular, with a corner that had previously held several large boxes. Once the boxes were cleared away, there was just enough room to put a bed against the wall, with curtains moved over to partition off a small space. Anyway, Chen Yi was always out playing, only coming home to eat and sleep. After he started boarding at middle school, he came home even less, just once a month to collect living expenses and the like. He began shooting up in height, all his clothes suddenly becoming too short. His appearance transitioned from boyish innocence to raw, spirited vigor. His facial features began taking on greater definition, while his personality grew more domineering and unruly, increasingly wild as he entered his rebellious phase. Boarding school did nothing to ease the enmity between father and son. Chen Yi got into fights at school, skipped classes to go to internet cafes, and gathered groups to gamble, never doing anything good. The school frequently complained and requested visits from his parents. When Chen Libin beat him now, Chen Yi dared to fight back directly. His neck would go rigid, his jaw set, as he pointed at Chen Libin's nose and cursed, "Motherfucker," his eyes fierce enough to devour someone. First, he destroyed that electrical device. Then he began meeting Chen Libin's kicks with his bare hands. Chen Libin was pushed backward by his son's counterattack, stumbling several steps, his face turning ashen. He was shocked and panicked for a moment, but quickly recovered, resorting to tools instead. Belts or wooden sticks. He was taller than Chen Yi, more solidly built than the reed-thin boy, and stronger. It wasn't yet time for a father to submit to his son. The worst incident happened during Chen Yi's second year of middle school, when Chen Libin went to the school. Two groups of teenagers had fought outside the school. Someone had brought a knife and stabbed an opponent in the abdomen, landing them in intensive care. The troublemakers were taken to the police station. Chen Yi had been involved in the brawl, but he knew his limits. He had only struck non-vital areas, and he had called an ambulance. In the end, he got away clean, avoiding any consequences. The school wanted to expel this group of students, but fortunately, the protections of 9-year compulsory education and Chen Yi's kind-hearted homeroom teacher found a way to keep him in school, though he received severe disciplinary punishment. That time, Chen Yi was beaten so severely that one of Chen Libin's belts broke. Right there in the living room, father and son both gritted their teeth in silence. Wei Mingjin was cooking in the kitchen. Miao Jing was in her room, listening to the dull sounds of blows outside, her eyes squeezed shut and her hands covering her ears. After the beating, Chen Yi lay on his bed in the living room, the curtains drawn tightly around him. The other three ate in the dining room, completely unable to sense his presence. After dinner, Chen Libin went into the bedroom to play on his computer. Wei Mingjin filled a bowl with rice and dishes, placed it beside Chen Yi's bed, then turned and saw Miao Jing's quiet eyes staring intently. She pointed toward the room, telling her to go do her homework. Late that night, Miao Jing went out to use the bathroom, passing through the living room. The dead of night was utterly silent, making her terrifyingly nervous. She was afraid he might be dead, that he might have become a corpse. But when she moved closer and listened carefully, she heard weak, labored breathing. Miao Jing gathered her courage and pulled back the curtain. The bowl of food beside his bed was untouched. Chen Yi's head was turned toward the inside. His limbs splayed out as he lay flat on the bed like rotting flesh. Miao Jing's throat tightened. She was afraid to move, her heart pounding as nervous sweat broke out over her body. He slowly turned his head. There was dried blood at the corner of his mouth. In the dim light, his black, rigid eyes glistened with tears as he looked at her numbly and fiercely, without moving. She went to the kitchen for a glass of water and carefully brought it to him. His gaze fixed on the glass, his temple twitching slightly. Then, extremely slowly, he turned onto his side. His cracked lips touched the rim of the glass, and he slowly exhaled. Miao Jing gently tilted the glass. His lips touched the cool water, and he unconsciously took small sips, slowly drinking the entire glass that way. In the darkness came faint sounds, unclear whether they came from his throat or his stomach. The rice beside his bed had long since gone cold and hard. Miao Jing fumbled around the dark kitchen and found 2 eggs. She turned on the stove and, by the ghostly blue light of the flame, nervously made a bowl of steamed egg custard. This was what her grandmother often made for her when she was sick as a child. She mixed the smooth, hot custard with a little leftover rice, carefully cradled the bowl, and sat beside Chen Yi's bed. She cooled each spoonful with gentle breaths before bringing it to his lips. The two of them barely spoke and shared no positive feelings toward each other. It was simply a child's sympathy and sense of duty. Chen Yi's eyes were half closed as he opened his mouth to accept the spoon, slowly chewing each mouthful. When he finished, Miao Jing fed him the next bite. In the deep silence of the night, that bowl of food was eaten slowly. So slowly, without making the slightest sound. After he finished the egg custard, Miao Jing hurriedly washed the bowl in the kitchen and then rushed back to her room. The next day, when she returned from school, Chen Yi was gone. He occasionally came back after that, when Chun Li Bean wasn't around, to get some things. He wouldn't use the front door, instead climbing directly through the balcony or bedroom window. He seemed to have grown taller and more agile, almost parkour-like in the way he climbed and jumped, giving Wei Mingjin and Miao Jing quite a fright. That summer, Miao Jing graduated from elementary school and entered the same middle school as Chen Yi. She was in her first year, while he was in his third. Miao Jing also chose to board at school, staying away from that nightmare-filled room. Chapter 5. The window latch was broken. This residential area was a mixed neighborhood, and nearly all the lower floors had security bars installed, except for the Chun family's apartment on the second floor. No thief would dare break into Chen Yi's home. When teenage Chen Yi came home, he would parkour his way up, using his long arms to climb before nimbly vaulting through the window. One midnight during a heavy rainstorm, Miao Jing heard tapping at the window in her sleep. When she looked out, she saw a muscular hand gripping the windowsill and a fierce, rain-soaked face staring up at her. She nearly fainted. If he could climb up, that meant other people could too. With the window latch broken, either Chen Yi needed to stay home as a deterrent, or he needed to fix it. The next day, Chen Yi slept until late morning. The house was silent. Miao Jing wasn't home. She had left bread and milk on the dining table. He wolfed down a few bites and headed out. He first went to the auto repair shop. The owner and several workers were hunched over an engine. They warmly greeted Chen Yi when they saw him. Spiky was washing cars and called out, "Brother Yi." A second-hand Cadillac drove out of the garage. Chen Yi's car was an imported model from years ago. The original owner had been a local crime boss Chen Yi once worked for. After the boss got into trouble, his assets were seized to repay his debts, and the car changed hands several times before eventually reaching Chen Yi. Changed the seal ring and reapplied the sealant. Take it for a test drive. If it still doesn't work, we'll need to replace the transmission. All right. Chen Yi caught the flying car keys. Thanks. The old model had an imposing exterior with a strong muscle car feel, but it leaked oil badly. Repairs and modifications were expensive. After acquiring it, Chen Yi didn't drive it often. Sometimes, he took it out for business meetings to maintain appearances, and other times, He lent it to friends who needed to look impressive. When the shop owner asked about this, Spiky explained. Brother, he used to run with people who drove this car. Got attached to it, you know? Everyone joked. So it's an old flame, huh? Was this a massage parlor special? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Where else but massage parlors? Ever seen thugs drive luxury cars to give back rubs and pick up girls? His tongue pressed against his palate as he gave an ambiguous smile. Back then, I was just a valet, dozing off outside the massage parlor at 3 in the morning, dreaming about owning this car. The Cadillac was parked beneath the pool hall sign. The stairway leading down was illuminated by colorful neon lights. The pool hall was in the basement, with 8 tables. One was a competition-grade Joe table, while the rest were mid to low-end star and Jining tables. There was also a bar serving drinks and snacks, along with mahjong rooms, darts, and claw machines. The pool hall usually attracted more male customers. Chen Yi hired 2 pretty girls as part-time playing partners. He played 2, either in competitions or teaching girls who came specifically to learn from him. With attractive men and women around and affordable entertainment, the pool hall had always done good business. That evening, Miao Jing came home a little late. The house was dark and empty. The window latch she hadn't discussed with him had been fixed, but cigarette butts and ashes were piled in one corner of the coffee table, and Chen Yi's dirty clothes were draped over the sofa. The black quick-dry t-shirt was cheaply made, but his muscular physique gave it shape and definition. It reeked of tobacco and sweat. Miao Jing showered first, then mixed her clothes with his. She added detergent, scrubbed the collars and sleeves, and put everything into the washing machine for a thorough wash. Finally, after spin-drying the clothes and shaking them out, she hung both his and hers on the balcony, where they gave off the fresh scent of laundry detergent. The next evening, Chen Yi washed his face at the pool hall and left for a residential area. He ate at a roadside restaurant, then sat on a red plastic stool, smoking while he waited for someone. Zhou Kangyan, off-duty and dressed in casual clothes, was passing by the street vendor to buy some braised dishes to go with his noodles at home when he spotted a young man dressed in black sitting nearby, hunched forward with his elbows resting on his thighs, a striking eyebrow visible beneath his buzz cut. "You're back." "I'm back." Chen Yi offered him a cigarette and patted the plastic bag beside him. "Thanks for helping with the permit." Inside were 2 cartons of imported cigarettes Chen Yi had brought back from Yunnan. Zhou Kangyan was also a heavy smoker. The Criminal Investigation Unit had plenty of overtime and late nights, fueled by either cigarettes or Red Bull. He took Chen Yi's cigarette, drew in a breath, and raised his eyebrows with an appreciative sound. "You rascal, smuggling isn't allowed. Where'd you get these? How many did you bring back?" Chen Yi flashed a mouthful of white teeth and said cheerfully, "Captain Zhou, illegal business only counts when it's above 50,000 yuan. What I brought doesn't even qualify as illegal trading. Bought a few cartons from the banana fields for personal use and to share with friends." "Stop interrogating me." Zhou Kangyan had a personal relationship with him and didn't refuse. "Stay out of trouble. I've been clean for years now. What trouble could I get into?" Chen Yi gave a wry smile. "My pool hall relies on your protection. Get lost. Cut that nonsense." Zhou Kangyan smiled. "If there's another gambling report, just come to the station yourself. Those are just competitions. I know the limits." Chen Yi rubbed his chin with his thumb. "My sister's back, so I don't even need your intervention. She'd be the first one not to let me off." "Oh, Miao Jing's back." Zhou Kangyan recalled the past with mixed feelings. "She's graduated from college, right?" Hidden pride appeared in the young man's eyes. "Graduated a while ago. Found a pretty good job at a company." "That's good. You 2 siblings, just live a good life." They chatted briefly in the night without saying much more. Chen Yi strode away on his long legs, stopped at the intersection, thought for a moment, and went home. The house was pitch black. Miao Jing hadn't returned from wherever she'd gone. He turned on the lights and found a clean, tidy home. The coffee table gleamed, and in the bathroom, his socks and underwear were in 2 separate basins. The old rule: Miao Jing wouldn't wash his intimate clothing or let him put them in the washing machine. They had to be washed by hand. At 8:30 in the evening, his phone rang. A soft, gentle voice came through. "Brother, can you come pick me up?" Chen Yi stared at the wall clock and frowned. "Where are you?" "Had dinner with colleagues, had some drinks, and we're about to finish." Miao Jing gave him the address of a Hunan restaurant in the new development zone, quite far from downtown. At this hour, buses had stopped running, and taxis were scarce in that area. Miao Jing had started her new job over the past few days. Although Miao Jing appeared delicate and aloof, she had none of the melancholic temperament of an artist. Instead, she possessed an incongruous metallic coolness. She was an engineering student who had studied mechanical engineering in college. She could wield wrenches in workshops and design CAD models. She had performed exceptionally well during her 4 years at university and had been recruited by an auto company after graduation, becoming an automotive engineer who worked in production workshops and data testing facilities. Although Ting City was a small place, its economy was decent. The local lithium battery industry had attracted car companies transitioning to new energy vehicles. When a car manufacturer established a vehicle manufacturing plant and testing center in Tung City, with production lines already starting up, Miao Jing saw the news. She worked her connections, discussed the salary and position with HR, and successfully transferred back to Tung City. The factory was in a remote location, but shuttle buses ran to downtown. After joining the company, Miao Jing completed her onboarding procedures and connected with her department. The automotive industry was male-dominated, with few female engineers. Miao Jing switched from flowing dresses to loose blue and white work clothes, wore her hair in a high ponytail, and carried herself with a rare decisiveness that contrasted with her clear beauty. The first week consisted of new employee training and team building. The new facility had many new employees, including plenty of fresh graduates. Although Miao Jing was 2 years older, she didn't seem any more mature. Standing out among the group of men, she received special attention. After work, everyone went out for dinner to build relationships, and Miao Jing joined them, getting along well with her colleagues. The dinner table was mostly men, with only a few women. Everyone was around the same age and chatted enthusiastically. Most of them weren't locals. When someone asked about Miao Jing, who was sitting in the corner, all eyes turned toward her. She softly said she was from Z Province, had studied in Tung City for a few years, and happened to find a work opportunity that allowed her to return. When the conversation turned to departments, Miao Jing said she was in structural engineering. There were several junior colleagues from the same department and major in the private room. Among them, an earnest young man named Lu Jingxi spoke up. He became the first to get Miao Jing's WeChat contact. The new colleagues all lived in company dormitories except for Miao Jing, who lived in the city. As dinner came to an end, her companions offered to take her home, but Miao Jing waved them off, politely saying that a friend was coming to pick her up. The group walked out through the restaurant's main entrance. A black Cadillac was parked by the roadside, with a young man in a white t-shirt and jeans leaning against the hood. His presence was commanding. He was looking down, smoking. When he flicked his finger, the falling ash revealed a flash of red ember. Hearing voices, he silently lifted his eyelids and glanced over. His eyes were cold yet bright, staring intently. His mouth remained closed and wordless, smoke rolling inside as though something wild and fierce might pounce out at any moment. Miao Jing paused and looked straight at him, her lips curving into a smile. Her fingertip tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she cheerfully said that her friend had arrived. She waved goodbye to everyone and walked gracefully toward the black sedan. Chen Yi had already thrown away his cigarette, crushed it beneath his foot, and started the car to wait. Miao Jing naturally took the passenger seat, first scanning the interior. It was empty, without a single decoration. She lowered her head to fasten her seat belt, her cool voice carrying a hint of playfulness. "This car suits your style." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Damn massage parlor king. Whenever he drove this car, even if he'd just come from a construction site, people would assume he'd just left a foot massage parlor. Been drinking? Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes were a little unfocused. At the same time, Miao Jing pulled a wet wipe from her bag. "Is the seat clean? Just sit down. You won't get dirty." Chen Yi's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "If you're so capable, you could have taken a taxi back yourself." "I'm not that capable. If you hadn't come, my colleagues would have sent me home." Miao Jing leaned back in her seat, stretching her limbs contentedly. Chen Yi remembered the group of admirers from earlier and frowned. What kind of job is this? They're all men. They're all recently hired engineers. It's a vehicle plant with 4 major workshops. It's normal to have more men than women, but there are female colleagues too. You didn't notice earlier, but there were 2 women. Chen Yi certainly knew about this auto company. It was a major factory backed by the local government, and its frontline workshops had recruited many local mechanical vocational school and college graduates. He just hadn't expected Miao Jing to be working there too. The area was desolate. He watched the road, his tone disapproving. What position? How do you commute? 8 to 5. The company has shuttle buses to downtown. I work on vehicle architecture, mainly system layout, and some verification testing of body components. I just got back, so I need to develop gradually. At a red light ahead, Chen Yi kept his face cold, light dancing in his eyes. Elite university graduate, 8,000 a month. For that salary, come work at my pool hall. I'd pay you that much even with just a middle school diploma. Miao Jing was unbothered, silently watching the scenery outside. As they entered the city, she observed the roadside shops. Stop up ahead. There's a shoe store. I need some sneakers. There's too much walking in the workshop, and these flats hurt my feet. She bent down to rub her ankle. Chen Yi's gaze inadvertently slid over. She had crossed her legs, and a light blue patent leather flat dangled from her toes. Her foot was snow white, with faint blue veins visible beneath the skin. Her round heel was flushed pink, with a red mark from the back of the shoe, leading up to a slender white ankle and a gracefully curved calf. He quickly averted his gaze, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The car stopped at the curb, and he leaned back heavily, exhaling. Got money. If I don't, will you pay? Chen Yi pulled out his wallet and tossed it at Miao Jing. Buy a good pair. Oh. She opened the door while rifling through his wallet. An ID card, several bank cards, and a dozen red bills. Enough. 20 minutes later, Miao Jing returned enthusiastically with shopping bags. The shoe store had a sale. 100 yuan off for every 700 spent. I bought you a pair too. When she'd cleaned the house during those first few days after returning, Miao Jing had also organized the shoe cabinet, throwing out his old shoes. She showed him. Black ones. Look good. 1 black pair and 1 white pair. Not a matching couple set, but each in their preferred style. Chen Yi gave them a cursory glance. They'll do. Miao Jing put the shoes back in their boxes, placed them on the back seat, and casually asked, Who's been buying these things for you all these years? Girlfriend. How long have you been together? This one, over a year. Almost 2 years. He thought for a moment before speaking slowly. We get along well. Good. She sat quietly, looking somewhat lazy yet perfectly calm. When do I get to meet my sister-in-law? Whenever you want. You can meet her. Then let's set a time. Have a meal and get to know each other. Chen Yi kept his face rigid and said nothing. The car stopped outside their apartment building. Miao Jing waited for him to park so they could go upstairs together, but Chen Yi rolled down the window. You go up. I have something to do. She stood beside the car window, her clear, bright eyes looking at him. What could you have to do this late? Going to the pool hall. Miao Jing made a move to get back into the car. Then take me to see what kind of pool hall can pay employees 8,000 a month. Chen Yi secretly ran his tongue over his back teeth. He turned off the engine and sat motionless in the driver's seat, pulling out a cigarette. Miao Jing, have you thought it through, coming back to work here? She tilted her head. Her ponytail had long since loosened, and a strand of hair floated gently in the tender evening breeze. Haven't I already come back? Coming back is good. Gives us siblings some company. We might even need to look out for each other sometimes. He got out and slammed the car door shut, his handsome face fierce, the muscles twitching. When we each settle down and establish our careers, we'll have relatives to visit. Miao Jing's gaze swept across his face, her tone perfectly composed. That's if anyone's willing to marry you. They went upstairs one after the other. Miao Jing inserted her key to open the door, then suddenly froze. There were lights on inside. And sounds. A pair of red high heels sat on the floor, with keys and some late-night snacks on the dining table. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Miao Jing turned to look at Chen Yi. Her fine brows furrowed slightly, her expression calm to the point of indifference as she stood silently in the doorway. Chen Yi noticed her unusual expression and felt something was off himself. Seeing the high heels on the floor, he froze for a moment, then frowned, put his hands on his hips, and leaned against the doorframe with a dejected exhale. Tu Li was working the night shift today. He pushed Miao Jing. Don't block the way. Go in. Your sister-in-law is here. Tu Li heard voices from the bathroom. Chen Yi. There seemed to be a muffled response from outside. My hair conditioner and hair mask. Why are they all changed? Come out. Chen Yi knocked on the door and growled in a low voice. Put on some clothes and come out. 5 minutes later, Tu Li emerged dressed in one of Chen Yi's loose t-shirts. It reached her upper thighs. She wore nothing underneath and no bra, and she was toweling her wet hair. Did you hire a cleaning service? The house is so clean. Chen Yi stood directly in front of her, his face dark as the bottom of a pot, his jaw clenched, his expression somewhat strange. Tu Li's gaze slid sideways toward a slender figure and met a pair of beautiful eyes. Tu Li froze. Then she quickly recovered, her gaze fixing intently on Miao Jing. Her face turned from pale to red, and her shoulders trembled. She gritted her teeth and suddenly swung her hand, slapping Chen Yi across the face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed through the deathly silent home. You brought a woman home? You're secretly seeing other women. Tu Li burst into tears. You bastard. No wonder you wouldn't let me come over. Miao Jing calmly turned and walked toward her room. Chen Yi hunched his back, gritted his teeth, then gritted them again. He turned his head toward Miao Jing and roared in frustration. Damn it, that's my sister. Chapter 6. Chen Yi and Miao Jing attended the same middle school, but passed by each other as strangers. Even when special circumstances forced them to speak, they remained so distant and cold that no one suspected their relationship, except for those in the know. Bozai also attended the school, lived near the Chen family, and knew Miao Jing. Occasionally, he would follow behind Chen Yi to greet her. The school had built a new 5-story dormitory with mixed-gender housing, boys on the first and second floors, girls from the third floor up. The dormitory had 2 staircases, one for boys and one for girls. Chen Yi lived on the first floor and Miao Jing on the 4th. They often crossed paths at the building's entrance and sometimes met in the cafeteria or on the playground. He played basketball and soccer every day, sneaking out to internet cafes during evening study hall. By then, Chen Yi had grown into an adolescent boy, shooting up to an unreachable height, with loose pant legs, long limbs, an Adam's apple, and a cracking voice. He secretly smoked. Word was that the PE teacher wanted to recruit him for the sports team and send him to sports school, but for some reason, it never happened. 9th grade was graduation year, and the school focused on high school entrance exam rates. Chen Yi seemed to fight less and cause less trouble while still wandering. Meeting a dedicated homeroom teacher is every bad student's fortune, and it was one reason Chen Yi stayed in school. His homeroom teacher, surname Li, was a short, stocky middle-aged man. In 8th grade, Teacher Li had kept Chen Yi off the expulsion list. Every semester, Teacher Li would catch Chen Yi and bring him back to school, even contacting Chen Li Bin about tuition. Chen Yi's grades were not rock bottom. His best performance had placed him in the class's top 10, reportedly due to a bet where the entire class wagered money against him. He won over 1,000 yuan at once and received a school disciplinary notice. He was especially popular at school, particularly during basketball games and sports meets, drawing large crowds. Sometimes Miao Jing would hear upper-class girls in her building gossiping, frequently mentioning Chen Yi's name, calling him cool and handsome, his eyes fierce yet bright, his smile wicked and dazzling, with a bad boy charm that made hearts flutter. Even the school beauty had a secret crush on him. Miao Jing could not understand how so many strange adjectives could apply to one boy. She only remembered him being beaten and sleeping. Miao Jing also grew taller in middle school, and her skin became fairer, but she still looked childish. Since washing hair was inconvenient at school, she cut it short like Cherry from Chibi Maruko-chan, with slightly puffy baby fat cheeks. When passing Chen Yi's group of delinquent boys, she would lower her eyes and step aside, her curled eyelashes fluffy, a thin and quiet junior student. Some would turn their heads repeatedly, saying she was cute, and they wanted to pursue her. Chen Yi would walk lazily, mockingly. You're interested in elementary school kids? If you're sick, go to the hospital. Don't embarrass yourself here. The boys would laugh heartily, while Miao Jing silently furrowed her delicate brows in displeasure. Both children lived in dorms. Wei Mingjin, having nothing to do at home, found work as a hostess in a tea house. She had not been able to get pregnant these past few years and seemed unable to fully enter the family's core domain. Chen Yi spent every day obsessed with stock trading and gaming, chatting passionately with strange women online. Despite the Power Bureau's excellent benefits and amazing bonuses, Wei Mingjin never gained control of the finances. She even had to scrape together her own mahjong money. Wei Mingjin began arguing with Chen Yi with earth-shattering arguments. But after living in Ting City for these years, ending the relationship was not simple. She could not go back home. After years of free room and board and children's school expenses, though Chen Yi was not necessarily generous, he had not been too harsh either. Like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a waste to throw away. Miao Jing knew about their arguments. Wei Mingjin worked every day, and Miao Jing remained wary of Chen Yi. Although she went home weekly for living expenses, she only stayed one day, returning Saturday morning and going back to school Sunday afternoon. Chen Yi barely went home during his 9th grade year, occasionally returning to grab something. No one knew how he received his living expenses. Perhaps he had his ways of making money. Every Sunday afternoon, boarding students would return to school with their living expenses. The commercial street outside the school gates bustled with people. Miao Jing and her dorm mates would shop together, buying stationery and snacks. Near the school gates were small restaurants, stationery shops, and boutiques. Walking further to the residential area, there were hidden internet cafes, game rooms, and pool halls. The girls said boys from their class secretly came here to play games, and the school's gangs, big brothers, and big sisters often hung out here. They curiously peeked around. The storefronts in the alley were open, shutters half drawn, voices coming from inside. They could only see green pool tables and people walking around them, and the game arcade was similar, with pinball machines at the entrance and rumbling sound effects from within. The young girls did not dare venture in, just looking out of curiosity for the excitement. At the alley's end, turning toward school, they saw several boys gathered ahead, some crouching, some standing, smoking with an air of supremacy and a hooligan demeanor. This group stopped 2 girls, said something, waved them away, and then stopped passing boys who reluctantly took something from their pockets and walked away dejectedly. They're extorting money from people. What should we do? Should we keep going forward? Let's take another route. I'm a bit scared. Miao Jing followed her friends, turning to quickly retreat. Hey, you lot. Why are you running? Come back here. Someone shouted from behind. Just you girls, dare to run? Try it. Come here. 5 or 6 girls tremblingly stopped, shrinking as they turned around, inching forward step by step. The one who called out was a dark-skinned boy wearing a denim jacket, cigarette dangling from his mouth, holding a wooden stick. His gaze swept over the girls. Where were you planning to run? Back to school. What for? To tell teachers or find security? No, we're going back for evening study hall. If you dare tell the school, you girls are asking for death, understand? Yes. A chubby white boy walked over, seeing the girls carrying snacks, knowing they had money. How much money do you have? Let's see it. Not much. The girls were all panicked. E.G. said not to rob girls, it's beneath us. The dark-skinned boy swung his long stick, tapping his chubby companion. Let them go. Girls are the worst tattletales. Go on then, but if the school finds out. The chubby one's sharp eyes caught a student ID in one girl's pocket. Class 1-5. You lot. You will regret it if you talk. Okay. The group walked forward fearfully with lowered heads, steps hurried and chaotic. A buzzcut boy sitting nearby flicked his cigarette to the ground and slowly stood up, hands in his pockets, lazily leaning against the wall. He stretched out his long leg, blocking Miao Jing, who was last in line. His voice was also languid, lacking energy. You. Dark eyes circled her body, seeing her holding skewered meatballs. His stomach growled, and he reached to grab them. Miao Jing had not expected this, suddenly letting go and shrinking back. Seeing her startled, dodging movement, he half closed his eyes and smiled contemptuously, scared to death. Swallowing several meatballs in one bite, Chen Yi threw the skewer on the ground, casually clapping his hands, shamelessly extorting his junior. How much money do you have? Hand it over. The dark-skinned one had just said, do not rob girls. Miao Jing's eyes showed slight panic, glancing at Chen Yi twice, pressing her cherry lips together, silent. He wore clothes she had never seen before, a black hoodie and jeans. Taking advantage of his height, hunching his back, he looked every bit the hoodlum. His chin had a light blue tinge with several small cuts from razor blades. His eyes stared at her like a tiger, his gaze carrying an implicit threat mixed with lazy indifference. Miao Jing clutched her uniform hem, fine brows slightly furrowed, lips trembling, her slender figure appearing timid, seemingly too frightened to speak. Chen Yi saw her indignant, yet fearful expression, raised an eyebrow, opened his folding fruit knife, wiping fingerprints from the blade, his voice cold. "Where is the money? Want me to search you?" The group watched, her female classmates trembling as they watched Miao Jing, not daring to breathe. Miao Jing glimpsed the cold silver blade, swallowed, and slowly pulled out a roll of bills from her pocket, holding it out to him. "How much?" 98. As a boarding student, she did not need to buy daily necessities. She used the welfare items from Chun Li Bean's work unit. She only had a 100 yuan weekly allowance for 3 meals, a bathroom, hot water facilities, and stationery, with a bit left for pocket money. She had just spent 2 yuan on 2 skewers of meatballs, one in her stomach, one eaten by Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded, took the money, folded his knife, and pushed her shoulder. "Go." Miao Jing stumbled forward, steadied by her classmates, and they ran away in a flash. The boys were all amazed, mouths agape, questioning confusedly. "Brother E, did you not say not to extort girls? Why did you do it? And pick the prettiest little sister too, showing no mercy to beauty. She is different." Chen Yi carelessly looked away. "Come on, let's eat. I have been hungry all day." Back in the dormitory, the girls who had gone out together discussed how only Miao Jing had been robbed by the thugs. The girls were anxious. "What should we do? Should we tell the teachers? Or call home?" Miao Jing sat dejectedly on the bed edge, staring blankly. Forget it. Telling Wei Mingjin would only make her fear Chen Li Bean would beat someone again, and she would worry Chen Yi would bully her like when she was little. Miao Jing borrowed 30 yuan from her dorm mates. Her meal card had 20 yuan left. 10 yuan per day for food could barely get her through the week. To make matters worse, she had to pay 15 yuan for class fees during the evening study hall. After accounting for shower tickets, she had less than 30 yuan to eat with for a week. She ate steamed buns for breakfast and dinner, ordering just one vegetable dish for lunch. During this crucial period of physical growth, Miao Jing felt constantly hungry. The school had exercise breaks between classes and 2 PE lessons per week. After running 2 laps around the track, she would feel dizzy and weak-legged. Not wanting others to see her dire situation, Miao Jing would hide behind an English textbook, secretly eating steamed buns on a garden bench. Suddenly, a stone flew over, hitting her arm before rolling to her feet. Miao Jing turned to look for the thrower. The thug who had stolen her living expenses was crouching in the bushes behind her, taking furtive drags from a cigarette, his proud dark eyes barely visible through the white smoke. Looking down at her feet, she saw a pink paper wrapped around a small stone. Picking it up, she found it was a large sheet of cafeteria meal tickets. "Do you not know to ask for money at home?" His voice was hoarse and cracked, but not unpleasant. "Are you stupid enough to starve yourself to death?" Miao Jing, long accustomed to his tone, replied coolly, "Where did these come from?" She smoothed out the meal tickets. They were combo meal vouchers sold at the counter, good for 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, 20 tickets in total. "Did you steal these?" Chen Yi scoffed dismissively. "Teacher Li gave them, as a prize." He did not explain what kind of prize. After taking 2 quick drags of his cigarette, he buried the butt in the soil, stepped on it twice, and walked away. Miao Jing tore off 1 ticket and went to the cafeteria before it closed. That weekend when she returned home, Miao Jing stayed 1 night. The next day after lunch, she put down her chopsticks. "I'm going back to school." Wei Mingjin took out a red bill from her wallet for her. Miao Jing obediently took the money and pulled out her chair to leave, but then turned back, asking casually, "Mom, what about brother's living expenses?" Wei Mingjin and Chen Li Bean, still eating, both froze, their chopsticks stopping midair. "What is the matter?" Chen Li Bean put down his wine glass, speaking kindly to Miao Jing. "What about your brother?" "Nothing. 9th grade is so busy with studies. Brother has not been home for several months." "Does he have enough living expenses?" Miao Jing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "He has grown taller. His pants are too short now." Chen Li Bean stared at Miao Jing for a while, then smiled gently. Is that so? He has not been back for a long time. Tell him to come home and stay for a few days when he is free. Before she left, Chen Libin went to his room and took out 1,000 yuan, asking Miao Jing to give it to Chen Yi. Miao Jing carefully put the money in her school bag. As she was leaving, Wei Mingjin secretly poked her forehead. It was a large sum of money, and Miao Jing did not dare keep it on her for long. Back at school, she looked around for Chen Yi but could not find him. After the evening study hall, she waited in front of the dormitory. Just before lights out and room check, Chen Yi climbed over the wall, hurrying past her. "Brother," she called out to him. Chen Yi stopped, looking at her quizzically. She handed him the stack of money. "Uncle gave you living expenses, 1,000 yuan. Chen Yi's gaze swept from her face to the red bills in her hand and back to her face. His brows furrowed deeply, his gaze profound, his calm expression carrying traces of irritation and coldness. After a long pause, he let out a cold laugh. "Thanks, dear sister." He snatched the money from her hand. The atmosphere inexplicably stiffened. Chen Yi turned and strode away, with Miao Jing standing behind, watching his figure appear especially thin and dark against the brightly lit dormitory building ahead. Chen Yi spent all 1,000 yuan within 2 days. After spending more time at school, Miao Jing gradually got to know Chen Yi's gang. Besides Bo Zai, the dark-skinned boy who had blocked their way was Shun Hong, and the chubby white boy was A Yong, all part of one gang. Another group was led by Big Head Yuan. These groups were notorious at school, but they kept to themselves, not bothering ordinary students. The school bathrooms and hot water room were next to the dormitory. From the high female floors, standing in the corridor at night, using the room lights, one could hazily see boys in slippers, tank tops, and athletic shorts going in and out of the bathroom. They would also gather in groups on the empty ground in front of the building, chatting and roughhousing. Chen Yi's figure was often visible. Many girls at school pursued him, but he was said to be indifferent to their attention, only interested in gaming and pool, not mixing with girls. The 9th grade girls were more mature, sometimes secretly watching him emerge from the shower dripping wet, his loose tank top unable to hide his broad shoulders and solid biceps. There were usually lines for the bathroom after evening study hall. Miao Jing preferred going just before closing when it was quieter and the water pressure was better. She would wash her dirty clothes too, waiting until the cleaning aunt came to chase people out. Dressed in her outer clothes, Miao Jing would carry her pink wash basin back to her room. By then, the classroom building and playground lights would be off, with only the dormitory lit. The evening breeze was gentle, making the walk especially peaceful and quiet. It would have been a beautiful spring night for Miao Jing if the boys from the 1st and 2nd floors had not been driven out for body searches, gathering in the courtyard while the principal and 4 or 5 male teachers searched their rooms. Seeing the mass of boys ahead, she knew this was a surprise dormitory inspection. The school was cracking down on discipline, trying to root out troublemakers. To get back to her room, she would have to circle this crowd to reach the stairwell. "Xiao Jing." Chen Yi's eyes brightened as he called out to her from the crowd. Miao Jing walked steadily forward until she saw Chen Yi, doubting her ears. Since childhood, she had always been called Miao Jing. No one had ever called her Xiao Jing. This person had never even called her name before, at most just saying hey. "Chen Yi, stay where you are. It is not your turn yet." The dormitory supervisor shouted. "Where are you going?" "My sister." Chen Yi pointed at Miao Jing casually, wearing only a loose black t-shirt, grinning with his hands on his hips. "I have been looking for her. She is going home tomorrow, and I want her to bring something back for me. Teacher, we will just talk right here for a minute. You can watch us. When it is my turn for the search, I will fly right over." Chen Yi took 2 steps forward, waving to Miao Jing. "Little sister, when you go home tomorrow, check my room." Miao Jing stood frozen before him. He wore a sheepish smile, his voice clear, but his eyebrows pressed down at the corners, his gaze particularly alert and sharp. "Got it. Come back to school early, I need it." Chen Yi reached out and ruffled her damp hair, messing it up, his voice unusually gentle. "Why have you not dried your hair? It is still a bit cold, do not catch a cold." Miao Jing stood stiffly, blinked, then nodded dazedly. "Okay, brother. Hold still, let me dry your hair. You have always had a weak constitution. It would be trouble if you got sick." He stepped closer, lifting the corner of his t-shirt. Miao Jing caught a glimpse of honey-colored skin like an iron plate, with raised muscle groups. Before she could look carefully, Chen Yi's frame completely covered her, standing very close. She closed her eyes in shock as the male scent washed over her. Soap, clear water, skin, and a faint tobacco smell. Healthy and crisp, not unpleasant. Then fabric with body warmth covered her head, one hand roughly rubbing her wet hair. Hold it carefully, do not let it be found. The suppressed voice in his throat was only audible to her. Chen Yi's other hand quickly pulled out a cloth package from his waist, something hard and long, burning hot with his body temperature, heavily pressed into her hand. Hide it in your clothes. The atmosphere between them was intensely dark. Miao Jing's heart jumped, and using her jacket and wash basin as cover, she quickly pushed the object into her clothes, pressing it against her stomach with her gestures. The dormitory supervisor was watching from behind. The two were close for only a few dozen seconds before Chen Yi grinned and stepped back, steadying the small wash basin in Miao Jing's hands. He bent down to look at her wooden expression, his smile warm and bright. Go rest early. Miao Jing's hair stood on end as she carried her wash basin like a puppet, taking small steps to leave. Only when she reached the stairs did she dare look back. The boys stood in rows being searched by male teachers. Chen Yi stood out in the crowd, his deep eyes watching her. Back in the dormitory, her classmates were chattering about the boys' room inspection. Someone had hidden iron rods and daggers in the dormitory. The girls' side had just been checked too, with the dormitory ant going through everyone's drawers and boxes before leaving. Miao Jing trembled, secretly letting out a breath. 2 sharp daggers in sheaths, brand new, with patterns and decorations that looked expensive, had been hidden against Miao Jing's stomach the whole time. Chapter 7. Tu Li's unexpected slap landed on Chen Yi's rigid cheek. Though she hadn't used much force, the crisp sound made her freeze, and her confidence immediately faltered. Seeing Chen Yi's grim expression and explosive anger, she felt a mixture of anxiety, shame, and confusion. She had acted out of humiliation and anger. Tu Li had worked hard to maintain her position as his official girlfriend, putting considerable effort into it. This wasn't the first time she had seen Chen Yi at the bar. Back then, he had probably been discussing business with someone and had reserved a booth for several days in a row. Dressed in a white shirt that stood out beneath the colored lights, he had immediately caught Tu Li's attention. Seeing her opportunity, she had deliberately spilled a glass of red wine on him. He caught her accidentally, dropping the wine glass, and responded with a grin. From there, the conversation naturally moved on to dry cleaning costs and exchanging phone numbers. Later, they hung out with various friends at different places, and things developed naturally from there. At the time, Chen Yi still had a troublesome ex-girlfriend, the daughter of a small-time boss from a casino family. Tu Li had investigated the reason for their breakup. His ex-girlfriend had dragged Chen Yi out to buy rings, but he hadn't wanted to. In the end, he bought a pair of matching rings, but when his ex-girlfriend tried to put the man's ring on Chen Yi's finger, he became annoyed, threw the ring away, and ended their relationship right then and there. Tu Li could understand the ex-girlfriend's desire to stake her claim. At the pool hall alone, Chen Yi would stay until midnight, with several beautiful women taking turns as his practice partners. They spent day and night around him, laughing and joking. Plenty of other girls came to the pool hall as well, secretly hoping to see Chen Yi. When he taught girls to play pool, he would bend over the table, showing off his smooth, athletic shoulders and back, his narrow waist and firm buttocks, while personally correcting their posture. How many girls could resist that? Even with Tu Li keeping an eye on everything that happened at the pool hall, she couldn't stop those girls from clinging to him. Chen Yi wasn't stupid either. How could he coldly drive away customers? He would lean against the pool table with both hands, the strong scent of tobacco clinging to him, and look at them with lazy, smiling eyes while cracking a few jokes. The young girls would blush with excitement, sometimes even pushing past her, his official girlfriend. He didn't care whether the women around him were clingy or distant, controlling or hands-off. He rarely spoke and always did things his own way. Sometimes, he would disappear without contacting anyone for 10 or 15 days, never bothering to tell those around him about his plans. At first, Tu Li had thought she would simply have some fun with him and leave it at that. A wild man like Chen Yi couldn't be relied upon. But whenever he slowly raised his eyes to look at someone, She found herself unable to let go. Besides, Chen Yi treated her well enough. The sex was satisfying, and he wasn't stingy with money. He was far better than those men who only wanted to take advantage of women without spending a cent. How could she not try to hold on to him? Later, Tu Li cultivated relationships with Chen Yi's circle of friends, occasionally probing them about his movements until she had a rough idea of his daily whereabouts. She usually kept herself humble while maintaining a tight grip on him. They had been dating on and off for more than a year, and she felt she understood him fairly well. Even though she knew that, with Chen Yi's restless and unstable temperament, he would probably cheat or have affairs eventually. Seeing Miao Jing standing quietly behind him earlier, observing her with those clear black and white eyes, had instantly shattered her confidence. Without thinking, overcome by a rush of anger, her hand had swung out. Afterward, she stood there in a daze. Thud. Miao Jing closed the door, and the room fell completely silent. What sister? I've never heard you mention having a sister at home, though you certainly have plenty of sisters outside. Tu Li pressed her lips together in embarrassment and anger. Miao Jing's room used to be empty except for storage, and judging by the traces around the house, it was obvious another woman had moved in. Without any warning, she had seemingly been replaced by a young woman, and what should have been a romantic nighttime rendezvous had turned into catching someone in the act. Chen Yi noticed her staring at Miao Jing's room. His gaze darkened, and his voice erupted. That was her room before. She lived in that room for 10 years. Is that enough? Tu Li was somewhat stunned. Explain yourself clearly. Put your clothes on first. There was still someone else in the house, and droplets from her wet hair had soaked through her t-shirt. Tu Li's legs were still bare, exposing far too much skin. Confused, she put on her clothes, then looked at Chen Yi. He stood with his arms crossed, his face cold and lowered, radiating suppressed agitation. Before either of them could speak, the door opened. Miao Jing emerged in casual clothes, wearing a loose, plain t-shirt and pants. She held a hair dryer in one hand, her expression peaceful and her voice gentle. I have the hair dryer here. Dry your hair. Your toiletries are in the cabinet under the sink. I didn't know whose they were, so I put them all away. I'm Miao Jing. I've been living here for over half a month. When I came back, Chen Yi wasn't home, so I took the liberty of cleaning up the room. There wasn't a trace of shame, nervousness, or arrogant mockery in Miao Jing's expression. She didn't sound as though she were hiding anything or lying. Instead, her calmness had a strangely reassuring effect. Tu Li frowned, looking at her, and then at Chen Yi, her questioning gaze moving back and forth between them. You're his sister? A relative, or? They didn't look alike at all, and even their surnames were different. He didn't tell you? Miao Jing asked. Of course not. Both women turned to stare at him simultaneously. Chen Yi furrowed his brows deeply, his face darkening. He strode forward and grabbed Tu Li. I'll take you home first. When I came in, I heard sounds in the house. He said his sister-in-law had come. On the way back, he even said he wanted to have dinner with you so we could meet and get to know each other. Miao Jing stepped back. You two talk. I have to go to the company early tomorrow, so I'll get some rest first. Hearing her tone, Tu Li became even more confused. She turned to Chen Yi for confirmation, only to be cut off by his shout. We'll talk on the way. She stumbled after Chen Yi downstairs. Before she could react, the car door slammed shut. What can't be explained clearly at home? Why did you come? Chen Yi frowned. Who told you to come over? Is she really your sister? I've never heard you mention having a sister at home. Yes. Tu Li still felt that something was off. Tossing her hair, she argued with him. Why can't I come? You said you had something going on at home. Was this it? Why didn't you tell me? Chen Yi rubbed his face with his thumb, lit a cigarette, and snorted irritably. What does it have to do with you? Have I ever meddled in your family affairs? Has anyone in your family ever bothered to tell me anything? Tu Li froze. She slumped back in the car, lost in thought, her earlier confidence gone. Who is she? His expression was as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. My sister. She came back to Ting City for work and moved back home. The car started abruptly and sped down the road. Chen Yi dropped Tu Li off at her building without paying her any further attention, then drove away. Back on the road, Chen Yi still went to the pool hall and didn't return until closing time. When his car stopped outside his building, the second-floor lights were completely dark, and the curtains of the room on the left were tightly drawn. He lowered his eyes and lit a cigarette. His eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows beneath his eyes as he remained lost in thought for a long time. Slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke, he let his toned arm hang outside the car window. His fingertip flicked lightly, revealing a tiny point of red light floating in the dim night. He didn't know why she had come back. Tu sought out Chen Yi's old friends, asking Spike, Bozai, Big Head Yuan, and A Yong. They all reacted the same way. Miao Jing is back. Chen Yi hadn't said anything. None of them knew Miao Jing had returned. Tu felt somewhat reassured. Miao Jing? You all know her. They all said they knew her, though to varying degrees. Some had only heard Miao Jing's name. Some had seen her a few times, some were acquainted with her, and others knew her quite well and had a good relationship with her. Chen Yi's sister, but not his biological sister. There's no blood relation. Chen Yi's father got together with a woman from out of town, and she brought her daughter with her when they moved in together. It's been more than 10 years, right? Miao Jing was already there when Chen Yi was in elementary school. Later, Miao Jing got into university and went to study in a big city. After that, they lost contact, and she never came back. Why didn't any of you ever mention her? E.G. never talks about it. It's not exactly a pleasant subject, and he doesn't like discussing that kind of thing. Mention it, and his face immediately turns cold. He and Miao Jing have a pretty bad relationship. Chen Yi used to get angry at her all the time and found her annoying. Their relationship is really that bad. Judging from their brief encounter the previous night, the two certainly hadn't seemed close. There was a distance between them that made them seem unlike either relatives or friends. Bad. Almost like enemies. Ice cold. They don't talk. Those who knew more chuckled. How bad? Once, when E.G. caused trouble outside, his sister called 110 and reported him to the police. Talk about putting righteousness before family. She practically wanted to send E.G. to jail to eat prison food. E.G. had never been so frustrated by anyone in his life. He was furious. Later, when Miao Jing left, E.G. was much happier. After asking around, Tu gained a fairly clear understanding of the situation. She now knew that Chen Yi's so-called sister was someone with a long history in his family, and what had happened the other night had simply been a misunderstanding. Thinking back on how she had ranted about Chen Yi's womanizing in front of the two siblings, while Chen Yi's face had grown darker and darker, she realized just how embarrassing it had been. The next day, Tu went to the pool hall to find Chen Yi again. The hall was filled with smoke, and he was playing pool with someone. He had just finished a clean shot and was in a great mood. Tu approached him with a smile, massaging his shoulders and back, bringing him tea and water while apologizing. She said she wanted to meet Miao Jing again to apologize properly and suggested that the three of them have a meal together. Chen Yi methodically chalked his cue without looking at Tu. He bent his narrow waist over the pool table, made the break shot, and said coldly, "She's on a company team-building trip for the next few days. Wait until the weekend." Miao Jing's company organized a team-building activity for its new employees, taking everyone to a farm in the suburbs for training exercises and hiking through obstacle courses at a rural resort. Most of the participants were young, strong men, full of passion and energy, so they handled everything easily. The few female employees gritted their teeth and kept up, while their male colleagues occasionally lent them a hand. The team members quickly became familiar with one another. Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi came from the same hometown, had studied the same major, and now worked in the same department. They were also assigned to the same group for the activities. With so many things in common, they had plenty to talk about and got along well. Lu Jingxi was tall, with monolith eyes, fair skin, and two small dimples that appeared when he smiled. He was a year younger than Miao Jing and was a fairly steady and ambitious young man. Everyone held the title of engineer, so they all called Miao Jing Engineer Miao, while Miao Jing called him Engineer Lu. Lu Jingxi scratched his head and said somewhat shyly, "It makes me sound like a boiler worker. I don't like it. Engineer Miao, you can just call me Jingxi. Or you can use my English name. I'm Jack." Miao Jing couldn't help laughing. "Then I'll stick with Jingxi. Calling you Jack in the workshop would feel a little strange." After 2 days of team building, everyone also took home a bag of sweet melons from the farm. Lu Jingxi happened to have some business in the city and offered to drop Miao Jing off at home on his way. Seeing him covered in sweat, Miao Jing invited him upstairs for a drink of water. She also mentioned that she had some professional materials from her previous job that she could share with him. Lu Jingxi didn't refuse and was about to answer when a cigarette, but suddenly dropped straight down beside them. He and Miao Jing looked up. A young man sat brazenly on the second-floor balcony, one long leg propped against the windowsill. His casual, unruly gaze was like sunlight piercing through dark clouds, falling directly upon the two people below. The man looked familiar. Lu Jingxi remembered him. He was the man who had driven over to pick up Miao Jing after their previous dinner gathering. Engineer Miao, is this your boyfriend? Lu Jingxi stopped walking, his expression slightly awkward. No. Miao Jing glanced upward briefly and said softly, my brother. Since someone was home, and that person had such an intimidating presence, Lu Jingxi decided not to go upstairs. He handed the melons and backpack to Miao Jing, waved goodbye, and left. She went upstairs and opened the door. Chen Yi was still sitting in the balcony window. Seeing her return, he swung his long leg down and said casually, you're back? Didn't we agree that I'd pick you up? Why did you come back by yourself? The company had a bus to bring us back. Miao Jing immediately took off her sun-protective shirt, revealing a white knitted tank top underneath that outlined the graceful curves of her body. Her long hair was tied up, exposing her slender, swan-like neck. Her shoulders and the back of her neck were bright red from the sun and painfully burned. She quickly walked to her room to find some aloe gel, then turned on the bathroom ceiling light and stood in front of the mirror, reaching behind herself to apply it. Her delicate white fingertips touched the transparent gel, carefully spreading it over her skin with a slight tremble. When she touched the small, reddened bump of her cervical vertebra, Miao Jing drew in a quiet breath and gently massaged the area with her fingertips. Chen Yi leaned against the chair with his arms crossed, his eyes lowered. Then I'll go pick up Tu Li first. We'll all have dinner together tonight. Can we eat at home? I'm sore all over from exercising these past 2 days. I don't want to go out. There was little expression on Miao Jing's tired face. I'll cook later. You two can come over and eat. He paused, sounding slightly impatient. Why bother cooking? I'll just bring some food back. That works too. The bathroom door closed in front of him, and the sound of running water came from inside. Chen Yi was about to leave when he suddenly turned back to close the door, catching a glimpse of a hazy white fabric shadow passing behind the glass. That evening, Tu Li and Chen Yi returned together, both carrying takeout boxes. Miao Jing was cutting fruit in the kitchen when she heard them come in and looked back. Eager to be friendly, Tu Li warmly hugged Miao Jing, her voice sweet as the scent of her perfume drifted over. Little sister Jing, hello. Hello. I brought you a little gift. I don't know if you'll like it. Tu Li blinked and handed her a tube of lipstick. You can call me Tu Li, Lilith, or Sister Li. There's no need to be formal with me. Thank you, Sister Li. Women always found things to talk about, and although Miao Jing seemed reserved, she wasn't cold or antisocial. The two women chatted while passing plates around the kitchen. Chen Yi stood at the kitchen doorway for a while, his eyes as still as a deep well as he watched the two of them together. Without saying much, he went to the balcony to smoke and play with his phone. That night, I was confused. I'm sorry. Tu Li was quite straightforward about it. She bumped Miao Jing lightly with her arm. It was really embarrassing. The whole situation became so awkward. Miao Jing's tone remained calm. It's fine. There's no need to apologize. Women are intuitive creatures. She abruptly stopped without finishing the thought. Tu Li sighed, her voice filled with complaint. I didn't do it on purpose. Your brother attracts women like bees to honey. Some girls just won't leave him alone no matter what. I thought. I understand. He was like that before too. When he was in vocational high school, there were always plenty of girls around him. They would even come to the house looking for him. Really? Miao Jing changed the subject, putting the fruit onto a plate before taking dishes from the cabinet for the takeout. You bought a lot of hot dishes. We won't be able to finish all this in one meal. Your brother and I don't like cooking. We're used to eating out. He has this habit of ordering everything he likes without thinking about anything else. I didn't know what dishes you liked either, so I ordered a couple extra. This restaurant is quite famous. We should go there together next time. That sounds nice. Miao Jing smiled. Being able to order whatever you want to eat, that's happiness. The two continued chatting. Tu Li asked about Miao Jing's age, how long she had lived in Tung City, which university she had attended, and her new job, expressing admiration along the way. You're impressive. But since you were such a good student back then, why didn't you influence Chen Yi? If he had studied hard, maybe he could have gone to university too and become an engineer or something. Miao Jing showed no regret. He didn't want to study. You can't force these things. That was true. If Chen Yi had studied, he wouldn't still be in Tung City. He might have soared into the sky. So why did you decide to come back to Tung City? Big cities are so much better. I want to dance on a bigger stage, but I don't have the survival skills yet. For my kind of work, it doesn't make much difference where I work. After graduation, I shared an apartment with classmates, spent 3 hours commuting every day, ate takeout meals, and often had to work overtime or go on business trips. I think smaller cities offer a happier life. She had already been out there, living in a top-tier metropolis. She had seen things she had never seen before and understood what life there was like. In the end, she had found nothing particularly special about it. That was enough. Tu Li agreed. A faint smell of smoke drifted into the kitchen. Following Miao Jing's gaze, Tu Li saw Chen Yi leaning against the balcony, smoking. Through the kitchen window, they could see part of his profile, his striking brow, straight nose, and determined jaw. Miao Jing calmly withdrew her gaze and asked Tu Li, "What about you, Sister Li? Do you live alone? Are you still dancing?" "I live with my parents, and I have a little brother who's only 5 this year. My parents are getting older, but they're still working, so I help take care of my brother. I dance for a while. I used to perform at tourist spots, but they were too far away and the pay was low. The bar paid better, but that became annoying too, so I've stopped dancing now. I work at a gym, and sometimes, when they're short-staffed, I help teach a couple of aerobics classes." "You've had such a wide range of work experience. It sounds much more interesting than my job." Miao Jing nodded sincerely. "I'm quite boring by comparison. Sometimes, I envy people who live different kinds of lives." The sister was much easier to get along with than the brother. After cleaning up the kitchen, the 3 of them sat at the dining table to eat, chatting about everyday matters and ordinary trivia. Chen Yi didn't talk much, and Miao Jing wasn't particularly talkative either. Tu Li kept the atmosphere lively, constantly steering the conversation back toward Miao Jing. "Little Sister Jing, do you have a boyfriend?" Miao Jing shook her head. "You're 24 years old. You should start dating. What's your type? I might be able to introduce you to someone. I know several guys at the gym who have good backgrounds and are good-looking too." Nearby, Chen Yi held a can of beer and frowned slightly. Miao Jing lowered her head and peeled a shrimp. After thinking seriously for a moment, she smiled. "I don't have a specific type. Dating depends on chemistry too." "Oh right. Have you dated before?" "Yes." Tu Li laughed. "You don't look like it. You seem so pure and innocent, like the type who would only go on arranged dates." "You can't tell I've dated?" Miao Jing smiled. "I've had 2 boyfriends." Tu Li asked curiously, "Really? When?" "One was a university classmate, and the other was someone I met after I started working. Altogether, the relationships lasted about 3 years." Beside them, Chen Yi started smoking. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he interjected, "Why did you break up? What was the problem?" Tu Li smiled and gave Chen Yi a push. "Why are you reacting so strongly? Are you planning to break their legs?" Miao Jing answered methodically. "My university classmate was from a northern provincial capital. After graduation, his family arranged a job for him there. I didn't want to follow him, so we broke up. The boyfriend I met at work had parents who were university professors. They had a lot of requirements, so that relationship ended too. Of her 2 boyfriends, one had been the most outstanding among the boys who pursued her, while the other was someone she had made an effort to pursue herself. Both had been proper relationships, with plenty of romantic moments. But Miao Jing had been the one to initiate both breakups. She withdrew quickly, showed no particular pain, and ended things cleanly and decisively. Breaking up is no big deal." Tu Li consoled her. "There are plenty of good men in Tung City. It won't be difficult to find another one." Miao Jing wiped her fingers clean and smiled faintly, her eyes clear. "I've never really worried about that. There are hundreds of male engineers at the company, and many of them are single. Finding someone shouldn't be difficult." "That's true. Take your time and choose carefully. We can all help you evaluate them." Chapter 8. Chen Yi didn't come looking for Miao Jing until 3 days later. Miao Jing suffered from insomnia and heart palpitations, and her legs felt weak. Her face was pale. She didn't dare keep the dagger in the dormitory. so she kept it bound to her body at all times, claiming that she had stomach pains. Girls going through puberty occasionally asked for sick leave because of stomach pains, so by coincidence, the homeroom teacher simply told Miao Jing to rest in the dormitory and classroom. Her roommates helped bring her food and water, while Miao Jing barely moved, curling up like a quail for several days. One evening, while she was returning to the dormitory alone, Chen Yi intercepted her and gave her a meaningful look. Miao Jing understood and followed him from a distance. The two walked one after the other toward the playground. Nearby was a vacant lot overgrown with weeds, perfect for hiding. Chen Yi had spent several days standing as punishment in the principal's office. He had played innocent, and the school administrators couldn't find any evidence against him. Eventually, they released him despite their lingering suspicions. He swaggered out of the office, returned to class, and resumed playing the role of a good student. Miao Jing stopped behind a clump of weeds, where there was a small clearing hidden from view. Chen Yi pressed a hand against her small head and pushed her down into a crouch. Then he went out, circled the area once, and returned. They crouched face to face, barely able to make out each other's features in the darkness. "Where is it?" The dagger was bound against her abdomen with cloth, concealed beneath her loose school uniform. Trembling with fear, Miao Jing felt around for it and handed it over with shaking hands. In the dim light, her delicate wrist looked snow-white before him. The object was warm when he took it, comfortably heated by her body temperature and carrying the clean scent of a young girl. Chen Yi weighed it in his hand, his dark eyes sparkling with a smile. "Thanks." The young girl before him pressed her pale lips tightly together without saying a word. Exhaustion showed between her brows, and there wasn't a trace of vitality in her face. She was clearly terrified. Chen Yi thought for a moment, reached into his back pocket, and held out 2 red bills. "Take this and buy yourself something to eat. If it's not enough, ask me for more." Miao Jing didn't reach for them. Her face remained ashen, and her lips trembled as she stammered. Are you going to fight? Why are you asking so many questions?" He tilted his chin up roguishly, his tone wary. "Mind your own business." She hadn't meant to interfere. Miao Jing slowly stood, supporting herself with her hands on her knees, then turned to leave. "Don't want the money?" "No." She shook her head with a blank expression, hunched over, and pushed her way through the weeds, wanting to get as far away from this hidden, desolate place as possible. Chen Yi tucked the object into his clothes and straightened up, letting out a cold sneer. "Fine. Suit yourself." They walked one after the other, with only a little light from the playground floodlights reaching the area. Miao Jing couldn't clearly see where she was stepping, so she carefully tested the ground with each step. Chen Yi pushed aside the weeds beside her, past her, and took the lead. He hunched his shoulders as he walked, effectively hiding her behind him. After a few steps, he trampled down the weeds beneath his feet, curled his lip disdainfully, and muttered under his breath, "This thing is imported. I can sell it for quite a bit." "Who told you to bring money?" "Looking for trouble." Miao Jing froze slightly. He walked quickly and soon disappeared. Miao Jing stood at the edge of the playground, scratching her slightly sweaty neck. Grass seeds clung to her face, making it itch incessantly. She turned and walked in the opposite direction from him, slowly making her way back to the dormitory. Once there, she collapsed onto her bed. Her eyelashes fluttered as she slowly released a breath, closed her eyes, and curled up to sleep. For a long time afterward, she and Chen Yi had no interaction. However, during a room inspection, Chen Yi loudly called her his sister in front of all the boys, and word of their relationship gradually spread. Some people asked whether she was Chen Yi's cousin or adopted sister. Some older girls even came specifically to ask her to deliver love letters or help them make connections with him. Overwhelmed, Miao Jing could only shake her head and pretend to be mute. Once, when several ninth-grade girls surrounded her and bombarded her with questions, Chen Yi happened to notice. He walked over with a cold expression, his jaw tight and his fierce gaze sweeping across the group. Then he grabbed Miao Jing by the shoulder and twisted her around, herding her back toward the classroom like a chicken. After that, Chen Yi claimed more than a dozen adopted sisters at school, and girls calling him brother could be found everywhere. Miao Jing, the sister who had mysteriously appeared out of nowhere, suddenly lost her special status. With only a few months left before the high school entrance exam, Old Li kept Chen Yi confined to the school, refusing to let him skip classes and even taking attendance during evening self-study. Sometimes, when Miao Jing encountered him on campus, he would be with his group. He would pass by expressionlessly, trying to look cool, broad-shouldered and long-legged, walking with his usual swagger. Miao Jing would quietly move aside and lower her head submissively, but some people would still give her a second glance. That junior girl looks familiar. Haven't we seen her before? That's Yi's sister. What are you thinking? Chen Yi immediately delivered a flying kick. Watch where you're going. Why are you looking at what you shouldn't? Don't you want your eyes anymore? E.g., which sister is this? How many good sisters do you have? None of your damn business. That June, the results of the high school entrance exam were released. Although Chen Yi's score wasn't high enough to enter the best key school in the city, he had passed the cutoff for a district key school. When Old Li saw his score, he was relieved. He repeatedly urged Chen Yi to study hard, stay on the right path, and stop going astray. Life was long, and his future hadn't even begun yet. Chen Yi rarely came home during summer vacation. He and Chen Libin hadn't seen each other for several months. This time, there was no fighting. Chen Yi had grown rapidly over the past few years, and his height had nearly caught up with Chen Libin's. Father and son sat at the dining table, eating in their usual silence. Neither made a sound, each keeping to himself. When the conversation turned to that year's high school entrance exam and the choice of high school, Chen Libin poured himself a glass of wine. He thought for a moment, took a sip, then spoke methodically. What high school? How much will 3 years of miscellaneous fees cost? Haven't you caused enough trouble and harm since you were a child? Who doesn't call you the black sheep? If you go back to school, where there are proper students, you'll fight and cause trouble, corrupt good students, and ruin the school's reputation and discipline. If you cause trouble again, how many people will you hurt? The father pays for the son's debts. Can I afford that? Chen Libin tightened his grip on his wine glass and drained it in one gulp. A strange flush appeared on his refined face. Go to vocational high school. I've already had someone register you and transfer your student records there. The school has a mechanical and electrical program. Study there for a few years, and afterward, I'll arrange for you to work as an electrician at the power supply station. You need to remember what you're afraid of. Then maybe you won't cause trouble. Chen Yi was afraid of electricity. He froze in his chair. His jaw was taut like a bowstring on the verge of snapping, his entire body resembling a cold stone statue radiating murderous intent. At the other end of the dining table, Miao Jing and Wei Mingjin stopped moving their chopsticks, barely daring to breathe. Miao Jing was afraid to look up, but when she accidentally met Chen Yi's gaze, his deep, dark eyes collided with hers. A sharp, icy light suddenly erupted within them. Then he violently surged to his feet and flipped the table. Bowls, chopsticks, and dishes crashed to the floor. Chen Yi swung a chair at Chen Libin. Chen Libin's face turned pale as he dodged aside with his own chair, crashing into Wei Mingjin's shoulder. Mother and daughter screamed as they watched, wide-eyed, while father and son began fighting. Why don't you just die, you bastard? Wasn't driving my mom to her death enough for you? You scum. You lunatic. Chen Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his iron fists again and again. All these years, one day I'll kill you. You little beast, mongrel. Bastard. I gave birth to you and raised you. I'm your real father. You carry my surname, Chen. In this life, don't even think about. I'd rather raise dogs, cats, or beasts than raise you. The fight finally ended when neighbors gathered outside to watch, and several busybodies knocked on the door to intervene. The story of father and son becoming mortal enemies remained neighborhood gossip for a long time afterward. Covered in wounds, Chen Yi twisted his face coldly and kicked the door on his way out. After that, he never returned to this home again. Miao Jing entered 8th grade that summer. She was a good student, had few friends, and was introverted. She spent most of her days reading at home, but she was always somewhat afraid. Afraid of Chen Libin. Such a refined and gentle man. Someone who spoke logically and seemed so easygoing and mild-tempered, could display behavior completely at odds with that appearance. It was especially unsettling when he started drinking while sitting at the computer. With each drink, his face seemed to grow paler and more refined. Miao Jing didn't dare stay home alone with him. She always felt uneasy. Wei Mingjin knew how timid she was, and sometimes brought Miao Jing to her tea house. The tea house was located near the pedestrian street, a two-story establishment with quiet rooms for drinking tea and chatting, as well as rooms for board games. Miao Jing worked there part-time preparing fruit platters to earn some pocket money. But it didn't take long for Miao Jing to discover Wei Mingzhen's secret from various subtle clues. Every few days, a middle-aged man would come to the shop looking for Wei Mingzhen. The two would leave one after the other and later return together. When Miao Jing noticed, Wei Mingzhen wasn't particularly flustered. She simply admitted that the man was her lover and asked Miao Jing to keep it secret. It had been going on for some time. Ever since Wei Mingzhen and Chen Yi had begun arguing frequently and essentially living separate lives, she had met another man while playing mahjong. They exchanged glances, and Wei Mingzhen used her work outside the home as an opportunity to carry on a secret relationship with him. Miao Jing had always been somewhat emotionally numb and mature beyond her years, like a tightly sealed bottle that kept everyone at a distance. She had never developed a close mother-daughter bond with Wei Mingzhen, so when she learned the secret, she remained calm and composed. What if you get caught? If you don't tell anyone, who will find out? And even if they do, I'm not afraid. When discussing her current situation, Wei Mingzhen was clearly dissatisfied. She was 35 or 36 years old and still attractive, though certainly no longer as youthful as she once had been. Her relationship with Chen Yi was poor, and she always felt empty and unsettled inside. You're about to start 8th grade. Just 5 more years of school, and then you can go to university wherever you want. I'll be free then too. I've never had much money, and I don't want to keep living like this anymore. If I break up with Chen Yi and we move out of the Chen house, what do you think? Rent a place? Miao Jing nodded. We could. I'm just thinking out loud. You need to study, and I can't support both of us on my own. The money from the tea house is barely enough for my own expenses. Wei Mingzhen sighed. This friend of mine. He's a nice person, but his job is ordinary. He can't support 2 extra people either. In the end, they still couldn't break free financially. Miao Jing didn't spend much, but Chen Yi paid all her living expenses and school fees. Chen Yi didn't interfere in other matters. As long as Wei Mingzhen wasn't discovered, maintaining the current situation seemed acceptable for the time being. When school started in September, Miao Jing returned to register and heard that Chen Yi had gone to vocational school. Not only him, but his entire group of middle school friends had gone there as well. However, Bozai said Chen Yi had merely registered and never actually attended classes. Instead, he spent his time hanging around outside. After learning Wei Mingzhen's secret, Miao Jing realized she couldn't remain in this family forever. She had a premonition that something bad would eventually happen. People had an instinct for self-preservation, and she increasingly disliked the Chen family. During 7th grade, she had gone home every week. Now, she reduced those visits to once a month. Chen Yi would drink whenever he returned from a night shift. Someone had given Wei Mingzhen the idea of buying alcohol for him. She would place small wine cups beside his computer and pour him one drink after another, preferably until he was completely drunk, then ask him for money. There was no longer any hope of relying on Chen Yi. If she could endure the situation, she would eventually receive her share of Chen Yi's substantial savings. If she couldn't hold out that long, she could at least get as much money as possible. Chen Yi never came back. The single bed and miscellaneous belongings in the living room were thrown away. Miao Jing didn't see Chen Yi for an entire year. She could barely remember what he looked like and rarely thought about him. She was growing up as well. She became taller, started wearing tank tops, and grew graceful and delicate, becoming the secret crush of many boys in her class. Some things happened mysteriously, almost like wishes being granted, or as though an invisible spider thread were guiding someone forward. You never knew when you might stumble into that transparent web, only for fate to suddenly pounce and hurl you toward an unknown encounter. During English class, Miao Jing was called outside by her homeroom teacher. There had been a phone call from home saying that a family member had been in an accident. Miao Jing's heart skipped a beat. When she took the phone, she heard Wei Mingzhen's voice. There was an odd trace of lightness beneath her crying as she told Miao Jing that Chen Yi was in intensive care and asked her to come to the hospital. Miao Jing rushed to the hospital. There, she found Wei Mingzhen completely unharmed but looking haggard and tear-stained. Her slightly wrinkled eyes were unusually bright, as though she were suppressing something. Then Miao Jing saw Chen Libin lying in a hospital bed, connected to a ventilator with tubes attached to his body. He had fallen down the stairs. It was such a strange coincidence, though some might simply call it unfortunate luck. Chen Libin had always been unlucky. That evening, while Wei Mingjin was still out, Chen Libin had finished the half bottle of alcohol at home. He carelessly put on his shoes and went out, bought another bottle from the supermarket, and started climbing the stairs on his way back. He failed to watch his footing. He fell backward and rolled down the stairs, striking the back of his head. The neighbors found him unconscious and rushed him to the hospital. A spinal cord injury, respiratory failure, and a cerebral hemorrhage. He was admitted directly to the ICU. The Chen family didn't have many close relatives. Chen Libin had a brother who lived elsewhere, but the two rarely kept in touch. Now, the only people who could show concern for his condition were Wei Mingjin, old neighbors, colleagues and supervisors from work, and a handful of distant relatives. And, of course, Chen Yi. Chen Yi walked into the hospital and came down the long corridor. Miao Jing sat outside the ICU and felt that he seemed a little taller, as though his body blocked all the light behind him. His crew cut had grown slightly longer and had been dyed ash gray. He wore a black t-shirt beneath a printed shirt, with silver chains dangling from his neck. He was dressed entirely in a youthful hip-hop style. Chewing gum, he narrowed his eyes irritably, perhaps from staying up late. A heavy scent of tobacco followed in his wake. Miao Jing didn't recognize him. He seemed like a completely different person. Seeing her staring blankly, Chen Yi bent down slightly and lowered his head to examine her. His gloomy, cold gaze settled on her face. Miao Jing turned away and looked toward the ICU doors. He asked lazily, "What happened?" Wei Mingjin approached in tears and explained to Chen Yi what had happened that day. Then she asked him to go inside and see Chen Libin. It had already been 3 days, and he still hadn't regained consciousness. Chen Yi went inside. The tall, refined man lay there with a pale face and sunken eye sockets, helpless in the hospital bed and entirely at the mercy of others. Chen Yi stood there expressionlessly for several minutes. Then he came back out and dropped heavily into a chair, his face dark as he silently chewed his gum. This was his father. Wei Mingjin, Miao Jing, and everyone else had to take second place. Someone needed to remain outside the ICU every day, and naturally, that responsibility fell to Chen Yi. There were also the questions of what treatment would follow, whether Chen Libin would ever wake up, and how they would pay the ICU fees of 3,000 a day. These were all problems Chen Yi now had to consider. Wei Mingjin brought these matters up while crying. Chen Yi's deep gaze shifted toward her face, and he sneered. "Now you think I'm worth something." He was still a minor. Only 16 years old. "We're all family. Let's figure out how to get through this difficult time together." Wei Mingjin gently pushed Miao Jing forward. "He's the head of the family. We have to burn incense, pray, and find some way to wake him up." Chen Yi stayed to keep watch outside the ICU, while Miao Jing had her final exams over the next 2 days. After the exams, she came to keep him company. They sat at opposite ends of the long bench. Chen Yi took a new model phone from his pocket and played games, while Miao Jing held an English vocabulary book. A clear boundary seemed to divide them, and neither interfered with the other. Wei Mingjin ran around handling medical insurance, requesting leave from work, dealing with various other matters, and using Chen Libin's bank card and ID to withdraw money for the medical fees. Chen Libin remained in the ICU for 7 days without showing any signs of recovery. The family signed the papers to discontinue treatment. Both Wei Mingjin and Chen Yi signed. Chen Libin was transferred to a regular ward. Everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 9. Tu Li had a good impression of Miao Jing and treated her warmly. Regardless of the siblings' actual relationship, the fact that Miao Jing was allowed to live at Chen Yi's place meant he treated her somewhat differently. During the most passionate period of her relationship with Chen Yi, Tu Li had wanted to move in with him, but Chen Yi had flatly refused, saying women were troublesome and would disturb his peace. She had playfully pinched his arm and asked whether he just wanted to sleep with her and be done with it. Chen Yi said yes. Then he grabbed her, twisted her around, wrapped his muscular arms around her waist, and roughly threw her onto the bed. After that, she couldn't say anything more. She loved that lazy yet brutally reckless ferocity of his. Later, Tu Li no longer wanted to move in either. The neighbors were all long-time residents, and whenever they saw the couple coming and going, They openly gossiped and criticized them. Their unfiltered remarks often reached Tu Li's ears directly. Whenever she heard them, she became furious and asked Chen Yi to do something about it. Chen Yi didn't care at all. People's mouths belonged to them. Let them say whatever they wanted. It made no difference to him. Now that Miao Jing had returned, such an accomplished sister with what appeared to be a proper and dignified personality, Tu Li thought that if she could win Miao Jing over to her side, things might be easier to handle in the future. Although Miao Jing wasn't difficult to get along with, her reserved nature was obvious. She didn't particularly enjoy socializing. Whenever Tu Li invited her shopping, to parties, beauty salons, restaurants, or fitness outings, Miao Jing generally declined apologetically, saying she was busy. She had only recently started working and had many training sessions and technical documents to review. She was also gradually taking over more responsibilities, which meant increasing interaction with colleagues and supervisors. Still, Miao Jing did prove helpful. When Tu Li's gym planned to open a dance studio, Miao Jing helped prepare a promotional resume for her. Despite being an engineering graduate, she also knew how to edit videos and use Photoshop. Chen Yi coldly watched Tu Li's attempts to befriend Miao Jing, his brows slightly furrowed with a mixture of displeasure and restrained tolerance. After hearing Miao Jing decline another invitation over the phone, he rubbed his chin lazily, his expression blank. Stop bothering her so much in the future. It's just a meal. You didn't stop me from calling before. Tu Li pouted her red lips. She said she's working overtime at the company today and will be back late. She wanted you to know. After the new employee training ended, Miao Jing settled into a routine of working overtime almost every day. The factory was in a remote and isolated area. After work, she usually took a taxi home by herself. Sometimes, when it was very late, around 11 or midnight, taxi drivers didn't want to go all the way out there to pick up passengers, so she had no choice but to ask Chen Yi to come get her. Miao Jing wasn't particularly worried about safety when returning home late. She always used ride-hailing apps to book legitimate taxis, and Lu Jingxi, who often worked overtime with her, would deliberately speak to the driver and get his contact information after seeing her into the car. He would also chat with Miao Jing throughout the journey until she arrived home safely. After learning this, Chen Yi said nothing. If she didn't want to live at the company and preferred the inconvenience of commuting from home, that was her choice. He couldn't control her. That meal passed absent-mindedly. Afterward, Tu Li wanted to go shopping at the mall. Chen Yi gave her several thousand yuan, but refused to accompany her. It was already September, the students had returned to school, and the pool hall was busy. He needed to keep an eye on the place. Tu Li wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his face, her eyes seductive. I love you to death. How about I skip shopping and go with you to the pool hall instead? We can go home together tonight. Chen Yi slowly exhaled the last puff of smoke, crushed out his cigarette, and curled his lips into a wild, cold smile. He squeezed her buttocks hard. You get aroused just from getting money? Get lost. I get aroused even without money. Tu Li giggled and swayed her waist. She knew his cold attitude had probably lasted this long because he was still angry about that slap. Over the past several days, she had sweet-talked him countless times and finally managed to coax him around. Truthfully, men like sweet words too. Praise them to the heavens, smooth their feathers, and eventually they became obedient. Tu Li didn't ask Chen Yi to drive her. She took a taxi to the mall herself. Chen Yi played 2 games at the pool hall. In street-side pool halls like this one, Chinese 8-ball was more popular than snooker. Snooker took longer and demanded greater precision and steadiness. Chinese 8-ball was more entertaining. The techniques were flashier, games turned over faster, and trick shots could easily draw astonished reactions from spectators. Chen Yi could already clear the table off a single break in Chinese 8-ball, but over the past few years, he had mainly played snooker. Now, as he stood beside the pool table, a crowd of students gathered around him, packed so tightly that not even air seemed able to pass through. At 10 that night, Chen Yi left the pool hall. When he arrived downstairs and saw that the lights in his apartment were still off, he knew Miao Jing hadn't come back yet. He called her. The siblings exchanged only a few words before he turned the car around and drove toward the development zone. Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi walked out of the industrial park side by side. They gestured as they chatted, eventually stopping beneath a streetlight to continue their conversation. That day, Miao Jing wore fitted jeans, a white t-shirt, and canvas shoes. Although her frame was slender, her curves were distinct, delicate, yet seemingly small enough to fit within one's grasp. There was a faint smile in her eyes, and her expression was very gentle. She had a crystalline maidenly quality that perfectly complemented Lu Zhengxi's fresh, boyish appearance. Chen Yi smoked 2 cigarettes while waiting before Miao Jing finally said goodbye to Lu Zhengxi and walked over with light steps. The moment she got into the car, her expression returned to its usual tired indifference. "Didn't I say you didn't need to pick me up? I was on the way." He turned the steering wheel and rolled down both windows. At this hour, the heat of the day had completely faded, and the night breeze was cool and pleasant. The city's nightlife was only beginning to come alive. The development zone, however, was deserted. Its straight roads were broad and peaceful, and streetlights swept past one after another, creating a strangely exhilarating sensation. How much longer is this overtime going to last? Running around until midnight every day. His tone was extremely displeased. It was hard to tell whether he was irritated about having to drive back and forth late at night, or annoyed that she worked herself half to death for such a modest salary. "It's fine. The overtime used to be worse. We once worked until dawn for 2 straight months to meet project deadlines. This position also involves supplier management now, so I need to familiarize myself with everything quickly. It'll get easier later." She spoke lightly, entirely matter of fact. Chen Yi frowned and let out a heavy sigh. All graduates from prestigious universities. Some wear suits and high heels, walk into fancy office buildings carrying coffee, and casually make international phone calls. Others wear work clothes in workshops and walk 15,000 steps every day according to WeChat. Miao Jing rubbed her calves, looking neither entirely annoyed nor entirely amused. "I like it. What's it to you?" The atmosphere inside the car instantly turned cold. Neither of them spoke. Her big brother's face was dark and stern, the muscles along his jaw twitching. Right. She liked it. He had no say in the matter. "This car's engine is pretty noisy. Have you cleaned out the carbon deposits? Maybe the bearings are worn." Miao Jing had been looking out the window when she suddenly turned and said this. "Old car. Old problems." He remembered something. "Can automotive engineers fix cars? Want me to fix your car?" "No way." Miao Jing laughed, revealing her delicate white teeth, her voice rising playfully at the end and drawing out the last words. "Just that one teasing remark." Chen Yi smiled. His eyes looked like black gemstones, and both hands relaxed on the steering wheel. The wind rushing through the open windows was strong, blowing against both their faces. Miao Jing simply pulled out her hair tie, closed her eyes, leaned back in her seat, and enjoyed the cool breeze. A few dim yellow rays of light filtered into the car, quietly flowing across her porcelain-white face. Her smooth forehead was framed by fine wisps of hair, followed by delicate long brows, thick curled eyelashes, a small upturned nose and lips, and a refined chin. Between stretches of road noise, Chen Yi could hear her barely audible breathing, slow and peaceful. Without saying anything, he closed the windows and turned on the air conditioning. The car stopped downstairs. He remained seated for a while, then got out and smoked a cigarette by the roadside. After finishing it, he opened the passenger door and shook Miao Jing gently by the head, his hand brushing against her heavy, fallen hair, cool beneath his fingers. "Miao Jing, wake up. Go home to sleep." She opened her drowsy eyes, stretched, and got out of the car. Chen Yi's tall figure walked ahead, while she followed hazily behind him. Everyone learned about Miao Jing's return from Tuli. When Bozi heard about it, he went to ask Chen Yi. Chen Yi gave a faint and said she had returned for work. Bozi grinned broadly and rubbed his hands together. They should meet Miao Jing for a meal. Chen Yi didn't respond. Instead, he gave Bozi a cool look. "You're already married." "Ego." Bozi rubbed his nose. "That was so many years ago. My feelings for Miao Jing are purely friendly." Bozi's parents had divorced, and he had grown up with his grandmother, whose home was near Chen Yi's. He had known Miao Jing since childhood, and later they attended the same middle school. Although they hadn't spoken much, they saw each other occasionally and had a decent relationship. Miao Jing. Back then, Miao Jing had been very quiet, with eyes like clear frost. As she grew older, She became increasingly beautiful, well-proportioned, and graceful. Even the cheapest, most unfashionable clothes somehow looked dignified and ladylike on her. Back then, quite a few of Chen Yi's brothers had cast glances in her direction. Now, Bo Zi's grandmother had passed away. After getting married, he moved elsewhere and rarely returned to that declining apartment complex. Chen Yi didn't take the initiative to arrange reunions, but Bo Zi happened to have errands nearby and thought there was no harm in meeting his old neighbor for a chat. He sat with Miao Jing in a nearby dessert shop for a while. Miao Jing noticed the way he walked and asked in surprise, "What happened to your leg?" "Fighting. Got a steel bar stuck in it. Now I limp." Bo Zi smiled. "Ah, it's fine. I'm grateful I managed to stay out of prison." "When did that happen?" 5 or 6 years ago. Several groups got into a fight over territory. Quite a few people were arrested. Boss Zhang, the guy we followed, went in too. It happened during a crackdown, so they all got sentenced. We were lucky. Having a criminal record is where the real trouble starts. Miao Jing frowned, her gaze bright as snow. Was Chen Yi involved? Have you been with Chen Yi all these years? Bo Zi chuckled. Not really. After Boss Zhang went down, everyone lost their work. Ego went out on his own for more than 2 years before coming back. Later, he made some money and opened the pool hall, and I started working with him. Chen Yi had been a regular at pool halls since middle school. By the time he reached vocational high school, his skills were unmatched at school. Back then, he had made a living betting on pool games. The current pool hall had been open for 2 years. It operated from 10 in the morning until sometimes 1 or 2 after midnight. Chen Yi and Bo Zi ran it together, and fortunately, the income was decent. The profits were split roughly half and half. That was Chen Yi's way of looking after Bo Zi. The pool hall is on the street behind the vocational high school's back gate. Just keep walking and you'll find it. It's the weekend today, so the place should be pretty lively. Hearing Bo Zi say that made Miao Jing curious about the pool hall. The street behind the vocational school was an extremely lively old student district. A newly built college branch was nearby as well, bringing plenty of people into the area to have fun. Miao Jing spotted a white light box by the roadside with only 3 characters written on it. Pool Hall. A long staircase led downward, apparently toward a row of underground shops. Spotlights shone from above, while colorful neon lights danced along both sides of the stairs. Once she entered through a narrow, open glass door, the interior unexpectedly opened into a bright and spacious room. Several green pool tables were arranged throughout the long space. Mirrors covered the back wall, making the hall seem even brighter and larger. Along one side stood a long row of pink claw machines. The place was busy, with both male and female customers. 2 tall girls with brightly colored hair were especially eye-catching. They moved back and forth, helping rack balls, playing practice games, and chatting with customers. The seats at the bar were empty. Miao Jing stood at the entrance for a while, but everyone was absorbed in what they were doing. No one noticed her. Several girls were gathered around the claw machines, probably girlfriends of the boys playing pool. They already held a few small plush toys, but still had some tokens left. They called the owner over, complaining that the claw machines were too difficult. Chen Yi strode over from the pool tables on his long legs. His smile was lazy and unrestrained, dazzlingly bright. He grabbed a handful of tokens and raised his brows with an amused snort. Why not just admit your skills are terrible? Which one do you want? I'll get it for you. Guaranteed. This rabbit. This little bear is the cutest. Don't rush. One at a time. The girls crowded around him. Chen Yi focused on the glass window, adjusting the claw while joking with the girls beside him. Boss, how old are you? What's your zodiac sign? Are you trying to set me up or conduct a census? Do you have a girlfriend? The young girl deliberately stretched out the question coquettishly. Yes. Chen Yi mimicked her tone with a mischievous grin. The girls burst into giggles, covering their mouths. Really? What a pity. You're already taken. I was going to introduce someone to you. My roommate is really pretty. You two would look good together. How pretty? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow while focusing on the rabbit and quickly pressed the button. If she's pretty enough, I might consider switching. Boss, you're such a player. Your girlfriend would be heartbroken if she heard you. Then everyone should stay away from this scumbag. The claw machine lit up with colorful lights. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. Whose rabbit was this? Still want to say my claw machine is too hard? I ought to pull your pigtails. This one. This one too. Boss, I want this one. While cheerful giggles floated over from the claw machines, someone at the pool tables became impatient. Boss, a sweet voice called. When are you coming back? Coming right now. After finishing at the claw machines, Chen Yi returned to the pool tables and effortlessly resumed his role as instructor. How's the practice going? The pool hall's membership cards included lessons, and members could naturally choose their preferred instructor. Between the brightly smiling young beauties and the masculine young owner, the boys chose the beauties while the girls chose the owner. There was nothing strange about that. Chen Yi was teaching several college girls. He first explained the rules, then demonstrated foot placement, stance, bridge position, cue movement, and stroke. His rich voice delivered the instructions in steady, deep tones while the girls giggled. Chen Yi bit the tip of his tongue with a half smile and tapped the cue against his palm. Pay attention, or you'll get spanked. The girls laughed even harder. Then came the hands-on instruction, correcting their posture. The girl holding the cue looked nervous as Chen Yi stood behind her, adjusting her arms and stance. His tall frame bent over as he corrected her bridge and stroke. Relax your forearm. Keep your eyes on the target ball and feel the power of the shot. His handsome, striking features were close, and the intense scent of tobacco drifted around her. One tanned, firm arm provided steady support beside her. The man's posture and expression were completely professional, yet that very professionalism invited imagination. The girl's cheeks were already faintly pink when she struck the ball weakly. Looks like you didn't eat much for lunch. Chen Yi grinned roguishly. Hit it harder. By the time he had taught each of them, his voice had grown slightly hoarse. Chen Yi found an excuse to leave them practicing on their own and made a round of the hall before returning to the bar. Vivi called out to him. Chen Yi had hired several girls as part-time practice partners, and Vivi worked there most frequently. Igu, what are we having for dinner? Should I order Chongqing-style chicken pot? Vivi rested one hand on Chen Yi's shoulder, determined to cling tightly to this support. Maybe add some seafood barbecue too? Sure. Order whatever you want. Great. Is Bo Z coming tonight? Should I order some for him too? He's off today. Chen Yi suddenly felt like smoking and was about to step outside when Vivi lifted her chin. There's a beautiful woman sitting at the bar. She's been there for a while. I wonder whose girlfriend she is. She's beautiful, pure as ice and jade. Doesn't look like the kind of person who'd come somewhere like this. A young woman with gleaming straight black hair sat quietly at the bar. She wore a white silk blouse and a light purple skirt. Her features were unusually refined, like something from a summer poster, a retouched photograph, or a figure in a painting. Your eye for beautiful women is sharper than any man's. Chen Yi turned his head with a playful smile. Then his Adam's apple suddenly tightened. The smile froze on his face. He brushed Vivi's hand off his shoulder. Vivi's S-shaped figure abruptly lost its support, and she nearly fell flat on her face. Miao Jing watched Chen Yi stride toward her, cigarette pack clutched in his hand, his long legs moving with unusual urgency. He stopped in front of her and examined her with lowered brows. Then he took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. His hands went into his pockets, apparently searching for a lighter, but he forgot to pull them back out. Why did you come? His voice sounded rough and unclear. Bo Z said the pool hall was pretty nice, so I came to take a look. Miao Jing's tone was very calm. How long have you been here? Why didn't you say anything? An hour. I saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. He removed the cigarette from his mouth again and held it between his fingers, rubbing the filter absent-mindedly, sometimes gently, sometimes roughly. It's getting late. I should go. I'll take you home. No need. You're busy here. There are a lot of customers. Miao Jing. Miao Jing stood and walked outside. Chen Yi followed behind her. Vivi tried to say something, but neither of them heard. A taxi happened to be parked by the roadside. The moment Miao Jing waved, it came over. Chen Yi stared at her as she opened the car door. She turned back and smiled. Don't see me off. Go back inside. Chen Yi stood there with his hands on his hips and his shoulders slightly slumped. He slowly smoked as he watched the taxi disappear into the distance. Chen Yi didn't return home until 1 a.m. that night. Since Miao Jing had returned to Tung City, whenever the pool hall closed very late, Chen Yi usually stayed there overnight and returned home the following morning. Whatever he did, however he lived his life, whether he came home or not, Miao Jing never asked. She never cared. Chen Yi noticed that light was still coming from her room and gently knocked on the door. It didn't open. Miao Jing asked from inside, "What do you want? Why aren't you asleep yet?" "Going to sleep soon." Her voice was soft and weak. "You should rest early too." The next day was Sunday. Both siblings slept late. When Chen Yi asked what she had been busy with the previous night, Miao Jing said she had been working overtime. Her boss had suddenly sent her some component drawings, and she had worked on revising them until very late. After explaining, she went to look for food in the refrigerator. "I'll go downstairs and buy breakfast." "What do you want?" "No need." There was milk in the refrigerator and bananas and apples on the table. Miao Jing planned to make do with those. She poured the cold milk into a cup, sat down in a chair, and slowly drank it, looking almost like a still life painting. Chen Yi frowned again. He crossed his arms and lowered his eyes toward the wooden floor. "With all this overtime, you should just live in the company dormitory." His tone was flat. "It's convenient. Simpler. Miao Jing thought about it for a moment, nodded, and softly replied, "That's true. Then I won't interfere with you bringing different girls home in the middle of the night. Otherwise, you have to sleep somewhere else or stay in hotels, then come back in the morning to shower and change clothes. How troublesome. As your sister, I should be considerate enough to stay out of the way." Chen Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. His expression gradually changed, turning from pale to blue, then from blue back to pale. His eyes locked onto her, dark and hard as a winter night. He seemed about to say something, but his jaw tightened. His fingers trembled as they touched his lips, as though reaching for a cigarette that wasn't there. Finally, he forced out a few icy words. "Good that you understand." Miao Jing finished the last sip of milk and gave him a faint smile, as pure and sweet as the milk itself. The next workday morning, Chen Yi opened his door just in time to see Miao Jing leaving with a small suitcase. The front door closed with a thud. He shut his eyes and irritably gripped his forehead. His temples throbbed, and his breathing grew heavy. With a tense expression, he strode around the apartment. As he passed the dining table, he noticed a chair that wasn't properly aligned. He kicked it violently. The chair flew across the room and crashed into the balcony doorframe, where it fell pathetically onto its side. That night, Miao Jing didn't come home. Chapter 10. During his years at vocational high school, Chen Yi rarely went to school. He simply paid the tuition, attended classes for a few days each month, took the exams, and waited to receive his graduation certificate after 3 years. He knew a friend who repaired motorcycles, and there was an empty warehouse behind the repair shop where he could set up a bed and sleep. There were plenty of places for him to hang out: internet cafes, pool halls, taekwondo gyms, and arcades. News of Chen Li's accident reached the school first, then made its way through friends to Chen Yi several days later. By the time he reached the ICU and saw the man lying on the hospital bed, Chen Yi felt as though he had swallowed a dud shell. He had thought father and son would remain bitter enemies for the rest of their lives. But Chen Li had suddenly collapsed. His mother had committed suicide when he had just started elementary school. Although Chen Li appeared gentle and kind, in private he could be cruel and venomous. After his wife's death, however, his mouth became completely clean. From then on, father and son lived alone together and endured many bitter years. Whether they were truly father and son was hard to say. Chen Li had never taken him for a paternity test. Some people said Chen Yi looked like his mother, while others said certain features resembled his father, especially his eyes. Still others said he looked like neither parent at all. The boy was full of vitality and energy, nothing like his quiet, refined father. Now, none of that mattered anymore. The man was dying anyway. Everything would soon be settled, and all their grudges would come to an end. Chen Li remained unconscious. He was transferred to the respiratory care unit with a nasogastric tube and a ventilator. In the private room, family members had to provide round-the-clock care, and Chen Yi was the one who mainly kept watch. Wei Mingjin came whenever she was free, while Miao Jing, who was on summer break, was specifically responsible for delivering meals. Chen Yi refused to eat the boxed meals Miao Jing brought and wouldn't let her deliver food for him. He had plenty of friends who brought him changes of clothes, bought him razors and soap, and delivered late-night snacks. The only thing he ever asked Miao Jing to buy was cigarettes from the convenience store. Watching over a deathly still person day and night was depressing and gloomy, regardless of their relationship. Chen Yi constantly carried the acrid, bitter smell of tobacco. Hongtashin, 70 yuan a carton. Miao Jing held the money and looked at the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the pale blue stubble covering his chin. Cigarettes that cheap. Can you even smoke them? She asked weakly. Cheap. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. His smile was strange, and his voice was hoarse. Are you very rich? Miao Jing pressed her lips together, lowered her head, and turned to leave. 20 minutes later, she returned with the cigarettes. Chen Yi unwrapped the carton and asked her to watch the room for a while. He twisted his neck, then lazily dragged himself outside. When he returned, he washed his face in the bathroom and seemed more energetic. His gaze swept over Miao Jing. He hadn't seen her for a year, and the girl had grown 10 centimeters taller. She stood before him like a slender bamboo stalk. He didn't even need to deliberately lower his head. By merely dropping his gaze slightly, he could see her alert, tense little face. Where's your mom? At home preparing for the funeral? Tell her to come watch him for a couple of days. He smiled coldly. Or is she waiting for him to take his last breath before she comes? Miao Jing didn't dare speak. Over the past few days, Wei Mingjin had repeatedly told her to visit the hospital. Although Wei Mingjin hadn't gone to work at the tea house, she hadn't been idle either. She was either out running errands or rummaging through boxes at home, searching for things. Miao Jing knew that she had gone to the bank several times and had looked unwell afterward. One night, she had even secretly gone out and hadn't returned until after 4 in the morning. Miao Jing had plenty of wild thoughts of her own. After returning home, Miao Jing told Wei Mingjin that Chen Yi wanted her to help at the hospital. Wei Mingjin frowned slightly, but said nothing. She packed some clothes and went to the hospital, instructing Miao Jing to stay home and deliver meals on time. Chen Yi and Wei Mingjin crossed paths beside the hospital bed. Chen Libin still lay there stiffly. Wei Mingjin touched his withered hand as she cried. Chen Yi watched her with a gloomy gaze for a moment before lazily looking away. Yawning, he made room for her, left a phone number, and departed without saying when he would return. Wei Mingjin had never liked Chen Yi and would have preferred it if he never came back, but that wasn't possible either. Chen Libin lingered on the bed without showing any signs of improvement. Who knew what the outcome would be? Wei Mingjin was anxious and frustrated, hatred gnawing at her heart. What if Chen Libin eventually woke up? What if he became a vegetable? What then? Who would take care of him? Only Miao Jing remained at home. Burdened by her worries, she couldn't sleep well. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, she wandered through the living room in her strappy nightgown and accidentally caught sight of someone lying on the sofa in the dim light. Looking more closely, she saw 2 long legs dangling over the edge. Startled, her scalp tingled, and she screamed before retreating into her room. Chen Yi had climbed in through the window late at night and had only been asleep for a few hours when her high-pitched scream woke him. Irritated, he raised his head and bellowed, "What are you screaming about?" Hearing his voice, Miao Jing finally calmed down. Her heart still trembling, she lay stunned on her bed. More than an hour later, after changing her clothes, she came out of her room. Chen Yi was curled up on the sofa, looking at his phone. Seeing her numb expression, he mocked her coldly. Saw a ghost. He hadn't been back for a year. If not a ghost, then what else? No, she stood against the wall, keeping as far away from him as possible. Why did you come back? Chen Yi gave her a cool glance without answering. He ran a hand through his ash-gray hair, which stood up rebelliously, then got up and went into the bathroom. Water splashed loudly. When he came out, he brought a wave of cool air with him and tossed all the dirty clothes he had accumulated over the past few days into the washing machine. Miao Jing was cooking noodles in the kitchen. Through the kitchen window, she saw him sitting on the balcony smoking, half his body hanging out the window. She hesitantly poked her head out and asked if he wanted breakfast. Chen Yi flicked his cigarette but out the window, jumped down from the balcony, and answered with 2 words. Not eating. The old washing machine rumbled as Miao Jing sat at the table eating breakfast. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Chen Yi survey the house twice before striding directly into Wei Mingjin and Chen Libin's bedroom. She heard drawers being pulled open. Chen Yi was looking for something. Her heart pounded. Perhaps whatever he was looking for had already been taken by Wei Mingjin. Then Chen Yi turned on the desktop computer sitting on the desk. He sat down in front of it and began clicking away at the keyboard. At noon, When Miao Jing was about to leave to deliver lunch to Wei Mingjin, Chen Yi was still sitting at the computer. As she stepped through the door, he called out to her. He lazily walked over with a cigarette between his lips, wearing a floral shirt and jeans. His body seemed almost boneless as he leaned there, head lowered, repeatedly flicking the lighter as he tried to light his cigarette. As the smoke rose, he blew out the flame in a single breath. A wisp of scorching air brushed across her face as he lifted his eyes and stared directly at her. Don't tell your mom. Understand. Smoke drifted across her face. You know the consequences, right? I know. Miao Jing lowered her head submissively, clutching the lunchbox tightly. He smiled at her. Light danced in his eyes like floating shards of ice. His large hand poked her shoulder, pushing her out the door. When Miao Jing returned from the hospital, the house was empty, without a trace of anyone. The clothes had been taken out of the washing machine, and the only thing left behind was a cigarette, but in the trash can. Because they had signed a form refusing treatment in the ICU, the facilities in the regular ward were insufficient, and someone had to remain with the patient at all times. Wei Mingjin could only keep constant watch beside the bed, chatting on her phone while keeping an eye on Chun Li Bin and the 4 bags hanging on the wall. She also had to regularly change his urine bag and clean his body. Chen Yi hadn't slacked off in this regard. The doctor had said they needed to closely monitor the patient's condition and immediately press the call button if there were any changes in his breathing or any other abnormalities. The following night, Wei Mingjin vaguely heard a very faint groan from the hospital bed. She moved closer to listen, but heard nothing else. She carefully studied Chen Li Bin's waxy, dark complexion. He had been reduced to an emaciated shell of skin and bones. Wei Mingjin felt pity as she looked at him, though hatred still gleamed in her eyes. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, she seemed to hear movement from the bed again. Wei Mingjin nervously approached and bent close to Chen Li Bin's face to listen. There were scratching sounds, as though he were struggling, unwilling to give in. The man's eyeballs repeatedly rolled beneath his eyelids, as if he were desperately trying to open his eyes and wake up. His legs also twitched involuntarily, kicking against the bed and making noise. It happened 2 or 3 times throughout the night. Wei Mingjin stood frozen beside the bed, completely at a loss. She wanted to press the button to call a doctor, but in her panic, she hesitated. Cold sweat broke out across her body as she stared wide-eyed at Chun Li Bin on the bed. By the time sunlight finally entered the room, the man on the bed had returned to deathly stillness. Only when the 4 bag ran empty did Wei Mingjin remember to go to the nurse's station for a new drip. As she turned around, she was nearly frightened out of her wits. With a cry, she collapsed into a chair. Chen Yi was leaning lazily against the doorway with his arms folded. His dark eyes held a piercing, mocking smile. "Auntie, you've been standing there for so long. Is my father still alive?" Wei Mingjin's face turned ashen. "You? When did you get here?" "Just arrived." Chen Yi shrugged, his bright gaze seeming to carry some deeper meaning. "I was afraid my father wouldn't make it through the next few days, so I came early to fulfill my filial duties." That morning, when the doctors and nurses came to make their rounds and change the medication, they checked Chun Li Bin's condition and asked how the patient had been doing. Wei Mingjin said there had been no movement at all. The doctor sighed and shook his head. Later, Miao Jing also came to the hospital. She saw Chen Yi and Wei Mingjin sitting far apart in the room, both expressionless. Miao Jing carried a box of peeled fruit. She wore a white dress patterned with pale green, and her cheeks were flushed from the sun. The heat had softened her features as she divided the fruit between the 2 of them. "Mom, brother." The cool, sweet fruit was refreshing in their mouths. Miao Jing sat beside Wei Mingjin, who nervously held one of her hands as though trying to avoid Chen Yi's gaze. Chen Li Bin didn't last many more days. His coma worsened day by day. Respiratory failure, dilated pupils, cardiac arrest. The hospital officially pronounced him dead. Everything happened quickly after that, from the hospital to the funeral home, then from the funeral home to the cemetery. Wei Mingjin busily arranged everything: the hospital settlement, funeral arrangements, notifications to Chun Li Bin's work unit, and contacting relatives. Chen Yi and Miao Jing stayed with Chun Li Bin's body, following it from the hospital to the funeral home and finally to the burial, receiving the steady stream of mourners who came to pay their respects. Chen Yi wore mourning clothes and held the memorial photograph with his head lowered. His entire figure looked somber and gaunt. His features seemed deeply etched in dark ink, and combined with his distinctively dyed hair, he carried an air of cold, rebellious tenacity. With both parents dead, the Chen family was left with only a 16-year-old son and an unrelated mother and daughter pair. There was plenty of private speculation. How would this household continue? What would become of Chen Yi? After the funeral had been taken care of, Chen Yi returned home with Wei Mingjin and Miao Jing. Wei Mingjin had become the head of the household, and her manner was particularly gentle and soft whenever she received visitors. Chen Libin's belongings at home and at work still needed to be dealt with. Wei Mingjin carefully asked for Chen Yi's opinion. He showed no attachment to any of it. Everything was either thrown away or given away. He even gave the computer to someone else. As for how the family would live from then on, before Wei Mingjin could figure anything out, Chen Yi seemed to have changed his formerly wild and unrestrained ways. He stayed home every day, smoking and filling the house with a haze of smoke. Occasionally, he went out, but he would return through the window at night and sleep on the sofa. Chen Yi hadn't properly lived at home for several years, and the sudden addition of a young hoodlum made everyone uncomfortable. Wei Mingjin couldn't drive him away, but every morning she saw him sprawled brazenly across the sofa. She had a guilty conscience and didn't dare suggest giving Chen Yi a room, afraid that he would permanently settle in. Those pitch-black, ice-cold eyes of his would occasionally fall on her back, making her heart shudder. The family of three maintained a peaceful facade, but beneath the calm surface, undercurrents surged, concealing who knew how many ulterior motives. Miao Jing vaguely felt that the atmosphere in the household was like the eerie calm before a storm. One afternoon, Chen Yi returned from outside and saw the mother and daughter eating lunch at the dining table. He lazily pulled out a chair and sat down. Frivolously lighting a cigarette, he tilted his chin toward Wei Mingjin. "Has the money been transferred yet?" Miao Jing froze with her chopsticks in hand. She looked at her mother, then at Chen Yi. Wei Mingjin's expression stiffened. "What money?" "My father's insurance compensation and bereavement payment." Chen Yi counted on his fingers, his tone anything but polite. "It's been so long, and you haven't said a word?" Wei Mingjin had been busy dealing with those matters lately. The Power Bureau was such a good workplace. The compensation and insurance money amounted to a considerable sum. Wei Mingjin spoke through clenched teeth. Her face was ashen, and she hesitated for a long time. "This money, it hasn't been transferred yet. It's meant for your education and living expenses." Chen Yi smiled coldly. "How long were you married to my father?" "Not long, right? You couldn't have children before, and he kept putting off getting the marriage certificate. Wasn't the marriage only registered in the past year or two? Why did you get registered? Did you want to split the assets and leave? Now that he's dead, you're occupying the house. Are you planning to swallow up the money too?" His long fingers tapped against the dining table. His gaze was sinister, and his tone turned fierce. "I want those compensation payments." Then he grinned again. "You can have the other money. No one loses out." "What other money is there in this family?" Struck in a sore spot, Wei Mingjin's voice suddenly became sharp and shrill, her eyes filled with hatred. Chen Libin said the family had several $100,000 in savings and had made more than $1 million from stocks. All bullshit. Bullshit. That mongrel. The bank statements he showed me were all fake. Everything was lost, and whatever money remained was sent to those wild women online, thousands at a time. Whenever I asked him for money, he was so stingy. No, he wasn't stingy. He simply had no money. In private, Wei Mingjin had truly gone mad with hatred. She had checked every one of Chen Libin's accounts and turned everything upside down, but she couldn't find the 1 or 2 million in funds. She refused to believe it. She checked again and again, only to finally discover that all the balances on his cards added up to just tens of thousands. After deducting the hospital and funeral expenses, there was almost nothing left. Now, all she could count on were the death benefits and compensation worth several $100,000. She had spent 6 years with Chen Libin, washing his clothes, cooking his meals, and catering to his every whim, only to discover that he was a penniless man who had deceived her for 6 years with nothing but lies. He deserved to die from that fall. If she could have the house along with this money, Wei Mingjin might barely be able to swallow this bitter pill. How could she tolerate Chen Yi trying to snatch it away from her? What right did he have to fight her for it? Father and son had been bitter enemies. He was a bastard, not even Chen Libin's real son. What right did he have to this money? Wei Mingjin's complexion had deteriorated terribly, the muscles in her face twitching as she struggled to restrain herself. Miao Jing shrank into her chair with her head lowered, trying to make herself invisible. Chen Yi looked at the mother and daughter before him and suddenly burst out laughing. He clutched his stomach and laughed until tears came to his eyes. It was impossible to tell whether he was laughing at their stupidity or their pitiful situation. This is all the money that's left. A roguish, savage smile appeared on his young face. You keep the house. I'll take the money. The money hasn't been transferred yet. There's not even a shadow of it. Wei Mingjin shot to her feet. Her face flushed red, and her entire body trembled. This money is needed for education and living expenses. We still need to live. Then we'll wait for the money to arrive. But if you dare keep it all for yourself, or try to take the money and run. He stared at Wei Mingjin. His eyes were deep and fierce enough to devour someone. I'll dig up everything you've done and make your life interesting. What good could possibly come from opposing such a lawless young hoodlum? Wei Mingjin collapsed dizzily back into her chair. What would I run from? This is my home. Miao Jing still needs to go to school and take her exams. She needs to attend a key high school. Chen Yi's gaze flickered. Indeed, Miao Jing still needed her education. As long as he kept an eye on Miao Jing, where could this mother and daughter pair possibly run? Miao Jing's face was pale but calm. She silently endured the weight of both their gazes. What could she do? She could do nothing. Time drifted on until Miao Jing was about to begin 9th grade. Wei Mingjin told Miao Jing to register at school and stay in the dormitory. Chen Yi lounged on the sofa playing games. He heard the mother and daughter talking but didn't move a muscle, not even lifting an eyelid. The mother and daughter whispered privately. Wei Mingjin told Miao Jing to minimize her contact with Chen Yi, be careful at school, and go to her homeroom teacher if anything happened. Miao Jing asked about the compensation and insurance money, but Wei Mingjin revealed nothing. She only said she didn't want the house and would leave it to Chen Yi. She wanted the money, a large sum that added up to 70 or 80,000. Wei Mingjin didn't want Chen Yi to know. She was afraid he would become greedy and take all of it, and even more afraid that he might do something extreme for the money. Mom, this is Chen Yi's father's money. Miao Jing swallowed and frowned. Don't fight with Chen Yi. It was Chen Libin who deceived me. He said he had millions. He said that even if we divorced, I could get more than $1 million. Wei Mingjin gritted her teeth. Chen Yi isn't Chen Libin's son. If we give him this money, he'll waste it all gambling and squandering it. Chen Libin would jump out of his coffin in anger. Mom, don't take Chen Yi's side. I'm your mother. Who is he? Wei Mingjin had her own plans. During registration, she gave Miao Jing several thousand extra yuan and told her to hide it in the school dormitory. You never knew when it might be needed. That day, Wei Mingjin left early in the morning, saying she needed to go to the power bureau to ask for news. She left empty-handed, circled the city several times, and finally took a taxi to the train station. On the way, she called Miao Jing's homeroom teacher. Miao Jing answered the phone and heard her mother speaking in a lowered voice. In half an hour, a man would pick her up at the school gate. She was to go with him to the train station. The tickets had already been bought. The call abruptly ended. Miao Jing's mind went completely blank. Her heart leaped into her throat, and every step felt as though she were walking on clouds. Was Wei Mingjin planning to run away with her? Miao Jing walked outside in a daze and stood at the school gate for a while. Sure enough, a man was waiting there. She had seen him before. He had connections with Wei Mingjin. He immediately grabbed her and tried to pull her into a taxi. Miao Jing backed away, trembling. The man anxiously told her that her mother had already left Ting City by train and was waiting for them to meet her at the next station. Where are we going? Her face was pale, and cold sweat covered her forehead. Did you plan this? Get in the car first. Hurry, hurry. The train station isn't close. The man grabbed Miao Jing's arm and tried to pull her into the taxi. Completely at a loss, Miao Jing had taken only 2 steps forward when Bozi suddenly rushed over from the side and fiercely grabbed her. Miao Jing jumped in fright. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, she found herself being pulled back and forth between the 2 men. Then she heard Bozi shouting harshly. Help! Someone's kidnapping a student. Someone's kidnapping a student. Bozi's voice was particularly shrill. Help! Help! Call the police. 110. Quick, call the police. The security guards at the school gate heard the commotion and rushed outside. At the words, call the police, the man realized the situation had turned bad. He yelped, jumped into the taxi, and fled, abandoning Miao Jing. As the security guards gathered around them, Bo Zi released Miao Jing and grinned, saying it had only been a joke. After they had been questioned for a few moments, someone called out from nearby. Sister. Chen Yi strode toward them. Miao Jing's entire body went rigid as stone. She mechanically turned her head and fearfully met his handsome, smiling face. And those pitch-black, terrifyingly sinister eyes. Chapter 11. He had checked his phone 12 times. Chen Yi sat astride the chair like a conquering general, a cigarette dangling from his lips and his thick eyebrows furrowed, his manner naturally imperious. Perhaps when the call connected, he could offer an olive branch. He would pick her up after work, and they could renegotiate the living arrangements. He could move out and leave the apartment to her. After 2 rings, Miao Jing immediately hung up. Shortly afterward, a WeChat message arrived. She said she was in a meeting with her colleagues, that she could manage on her own, and told him not to worry about her and focus on his own business. A meeting this late at night. He stared at the line of text on his phone screen, his expression gradually turning cold. His tongue scraped against the inside of his cheek in disdain before his jaw clenched, his teeth grinding silently. Fine then. He settled comfortably back on the sofa, his long legs lazily propped on the coffee table. The smoke in his chest felt thick and stifling. He held it in until it began to hurt slightly, then exhaled, rich smoke swirling around and blurring his features. September in Ting City was still stiflingly hot. Chen Yi got up and went to the pool hall, playing sullenly by himself all night. When Bo Zi came over the next day, he found Chen Yi lying listlessly on the sofa. He had been like this frequently lately. When Bo Zi spoke to him, Chen Yi merely gave a non-committal grunt, shoved his hands into his pockets, and walked out distractedly. When he returned home, the place was naturally empty. Cigarette butts were piled like a mountain on the coffee table. In all the time since Miao Jing had returned, the siblings hadn't been close. Their chat history contained only a few conversations. All day, Miao Jing had sent him just one message, saying the milk in the refrigerator was about to expire and asking him to deal with it. Chen Yi called some people, looking for entertainment. Whether it was going to restaurants, KTV, or playing mahjong, plenty of people responded. Tu Li came too. They ordered a table full of good food and drinks, everyone chatting with flushed faces and spittle flying. Chen Yi smoked one cigarette after another. At the KTV, he remained just as unsociable. Tu Li played mahjong with Dimples and the others, occasionally catching glimpses of Chen Yi sunk into the sofa with a beer, watching music videos. Colored lights flowed across his deep features, giving him a depressed yet rakishly sensual air. After the gathering ended, Chen Yi called a substitute driver to take them home. Tu Li held onto his arm, observing his lazy, tipsy state as he turned to look out the window, his profile sharply defined. He held a lighter in his hand. Tu Li pried open his fingers. The silver lighter had been warmed by his body heat until it was scorching. She trembled at the heat, her body going soft as she slipped the lighter into his pocket, her fingers teasing him inside. No response. Chen Yi came back to his senses and turned to look at her. His brow furrowed, his dark gaze sweeping across her face before he impatiently pulled Tu Li's hand out. Go back to your own home. What's wrong with you? Tu Li smiled sweetly and breathed against his ear. Gone vegetarian? His gaze turned cold for a moment. Lowering his eyelids, he answered in a husky voice, not angry, merely impatient and completely unsympathetic. Get lost. What's wrong? She patiently tried to please him, her voice coy and sweet. What's on your mind? Let me help you work it out. Shut your mouth. Tu Li silently cast him a coquettish glance, then lowered her head and picked at her manicure. Recently, Chen Yi had been constantly impatient, seemingly preoccupied. Although he had never been particularly warm toward her before, he had at least had his playful, unrestrained moments. She had never seen him so gloomy. Even if the sky were falling, he could lazily hold it up, shoulders squared and back straight. She had a vague intuition about what was happening, but no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure out the details. They each returned to their own homes, with Tu Li secretly nursing her anger. Eventually, she messaged Miao Jing. Miao Jing said she wasn't home, that she was on a business trip, and that she didn't know what was going on. Early the next morning, Chen Yi went to Miao Jing's workplace, intending to meet her face-to-face. Some things were better said in person. Besides, what about all her belongings at home? If she was living at the company, he could help bring them over. He called several times, but Miao Jing didn't answer. The factory complex didn't casually allow visitors inside. The security guard accepted a pack of cigarettes from Chen Yi and helped him make an internal call to inquire. No one answered Miao Jing's extension. She probably wasn't at her desk. The guard asked around and told him engineer Miao wasn't at the company. She had gone on a business trip. Gone on a business trip? Chen Yi put his hands on his hips and frowned. When did she leave? She hasn't been here for the past few days. Chen Yi froze. His expression was bewildered and rather unfriendly. All right, thanks for your help. It had been a wasted trip. As he drove back, there wasn't another car in sight along a long stretch of road through the development zone. The road was empty, and there was always a bit of wildness in people's bones. The car suddenly sped up, light and free, as a curse flew out the window. Damn girl, tell her to leave, and she actually leaves? That wouldn't be Miao Jing. This girl had a cunning streak in her bones, taking advantage of his absence to break in and live there. Did she understand what it meant to usurp someone's home? Miao Jing had indeed gone on a business trip. She had accompanied her supervisor to inspect equipment at a supplier's facility. She also had several car body stamping parts with her, and because she had to struggle with a 30-kilogram aviation case, she had brought Lu Zhengxi along on the trip. Their destination was an industrial city in the north, and the schedule was tight. Her supervisor was eager to train his subordinates and handed the project over to Miao Jing. During the day, she followed the project manager and the supplier's engineers into the workshop and onto the operating platform. Northern business culture revolved around drinking, so there were dinner engagements every evening. After returning to the hotel, she still had to write reports. Lu Zhengxi had less experience than Miao Jing, so he assisted with her work. The two of them stayed busy until 1 or 2 in the morning before finally resting. After only a few days on the business trip, practically every engineer they encountered actively added Miao Jing on WeChat. A female engineer was already rare enough, let alone one who was beautiful and professionally competent. She seemed almost unbelievably perfect. At the dinner table, Miao Jing was the only woman. She was pleasing to the eye no matter how one looked at her. The project manager formally promoted his company's engineers to Miao Jing, saying that after the project was delivered, they could provide on-site technical support. Settling down in Teng City wasn't out of the question either. Miao Jing's supervisor, surnamed Tan, helped refuse drinks on her behalf. Red-faced and anxious, he said they shouldn't let their treasures fall into outsiders' hands. Their department had only one female engineer, so she had to be treasured. No matter how envious anyone else was, they couldn't have her. Miao Jing had entered the industry because she liked this kind of working atmosphere, not because she enjoyed special treatment. The people around her were all engineers in technical positions. Most of their conversations revolved around work and projects, without all the intrigue and power struggles found in business settings. After the social obligations ended, she returned to the hotel and continued working. Upon entering her room, the first thing she did was call Chen Yi after noticing his calls from earlier that morning. Hey. His voice over the phone was hoarse, almost electric. Miao Jing's fingers tapped across the computer keyboard. Her phone sat to one side with the speaker on, and her voice was cool and clear. Did you need something? Nothing much. The call seemed about to end. Then, after a moment of silence, the man's lazy voice sounded again. Where did you go for your business trip? Jean City. When are you coming back? I'll be home Friday. She said home. Chen Yi fell silent for a moment before his distant voice came through. Didn't you say you'd never come back in this lifetime? Why are you coming back? Miao Jing's tone was as light as clouds. Didn't you also tell me to get lost? To get completely lost? So why did you come looking for me at work? He let out a derisive laugh, his tone casual. Aren't you going to move your things out of your room? I'll throw them away sooner or later. You said the same thing when I was at university. Did you throw them away? Silence. Chen Yi rubbed his face and pressed his lips together without speaking. Silence settled between them again before Miao Jing asked, Where are you? Pool hall. I'm watching the place tonight. Is that so? It's pretty quiet on your end. The corner of Miao Jing's mouth curved upward. Chen Yi asked in return, how lively did you think it would be? Before she could answer, someone knocked on the hotel room door. Miao Jing got up and put on her jacket. Hang up. My colleague is here. We have some business to deal with. What business so late? Dissatisfaction seeped into his voice. Man or woman? Lu Jingxi. We're talking about work. The person knocking was indeed Lu Jingxi. He stood outside the hotel room with a laptop bag, smiling. Engineer Miao, did you see the email? I saw it. I found the drawings too. There are several positioning holes that need to be modified. Let's quickly revise the drawings and send them to the supplier so they can modify the mold. Miao Jing turned to gather her things. Wait a moment. I'll get my computer. There's a small reception room downstairs in the hotel. Shall we go there? Sure. Lu Jingxi waved his phone. I saw you only ate a few bites at dinner. Jean City's barbecue is famous. The lamb skewers and grilled lamb chops are highly rated. Should I order some late-night snacks and have them delivered to the hotel? Sure. Miao Jing smiled. We think alike. I was thinking about getting some snacks too. Do you drink coffee? How about I buy us 2 cups? Wouldn't beer go better with barbecue? Lu Jingxi's thick eyebrows relaxed as he smiled. Coffee is fine too. What kind of coffee do you like, Engineer Miao? Then you must like beer and iced coffee. Lu Jingxi stood outside the hotel room, chatting with Miao Jing. Miao Jing picked up her computer and phone from the table, only to discover that the call timer was still counting upward, second by second. She raised an eyebrow, ended the call, stuffed her phone into her laptop bag, closed the door, and walked away with Lu Jingxi. Chen Yi remained indifferent. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket and sat at the bar with a frown. Recently, Miao Jing had grown closest to Lu Jingxi. The two had been assigned to the same small group and were responsible for designing the same car body component. At work, Miao Jing looked after Lu Jingxi. They worked overtime together and spent a considerable amount of time in each other's company. During breaks, they would occasionally chat. Lu Jingxi learned that Miao Jing was also from Z province and that their hometowns weren't far apart. Later, he discovered that she hadn't returned home for many years and that her memories of home had grown hazy. He occasionally gave her snacks from their hometown, sometimes awakening Miao Jing's childhood memories. She would also tell him about Ting City's customs and cuisine, and whenever he went out on errands, she sometimes offered him advice. The two got along easily and comfortably, and their conversations flowed naturally. Lu Jingxi was attentive and considerate toward her, maintaining a normal good relationship between colleagues without crossing any boundaries. Miao Jing had plenty of choices. The company had numerous single young men, giving her no shortage of options. The newly hired female headlight design engineer downstairs even had the entire department promising to help her find a boyfriend. With Miao Jing's outstanding looks and professional abilities, a large group of ambitious young men watched her eagerly. However, her beauty was cold and aloof, while her work was strictly professional and meticulous. She never joked or fooled around with people, and those who weren't familiar with her didn't dare approach her easily. Even though Lu Jingxi had feelings for her, he didn't dare express them directly. Taking advantage of this business trip, the two occasionally chatted about personal matters during their journey. Miao Jing asked whether he had ever dated anyone. Lu Jingxi replied somewhat melancholically, I had a girlfriend at university, but she accepted a job in another city. There were some other reasons too, so we broke up amicably. That's a little like one of my previous relationships, Miao Jing said with a smile. Their similar experiences gave them something new to talk about. Lu Jingxi took the opportunity to ask about her love life, and Miao Jing spoke frankly, describing it in only a few words, simple and open. Engineer Miao, you don't look like someone who dates. Is that so? Miao Jing smiled. Do I look like someone from a nunnery? That's not what I meant. I mean, you're very special. He racked his brain for the right words. Lu Jingxi wanted to say that she looked like the kind of woman who would have persistent suitors trailing behind her while she walked ahead, proudly ignoring them all. Miao Jing changed the subject. So, is there anyone you like or are pursuing right now? I'm not pursuing anyone else. As for someone I like. Lu Jingxi looked at her and smiled. He scratched his head in embarrassment, hesitating before continuing. What about you, Engineer Miao? The atmosphere subtly shifted. Miao Jing smiled brilliantly and sighed. I don't have anyone either. I probably won't date again. A moment of melancholy passed through Lu Jingxi's heart. However, she thought for a moment, her clear, tranquil eyes resting on Lu Jingxi. Could you help me with something? What is it? Just ask, Engineer Miao. If you don't mind, could you be my next boyfriend? Miao Jing's expression was gentle, and her voice was soft. Of course, it doesn't have to be real, and it won't be for long. Just 2 or 3 months. A single question mark. Lu Jingxi's heart suddenly jumped. He blinked hard, completely dumbfounded. Engineer Miao Yu. Miao Jing leisurely explained. Someone at home is seriously ill. It would be nice to give them some good news to make them happy. Silence. She smiled apologetically. This request is a little abrupt. If I've made you uncomfortable, then I apologize. Pretend I never said anything. When Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi returned to Tung City on Friday, he took her home. The two carried their suitcases upstairs, but before Miao Jing could take out her key, the door opened from inside. Chen Yi leaned against the doorframe, chewing gum. His long legs blocked the way as he silently observed the two of them. Miao Jing frowned ever so slightly. After glancing at him, she graciously invited Lu Jingxi inside. Jingxi, come in and sit for a while. Then she introduced them. My brother, Chen Yi. My colleague from the company, Lu Jingxi. Hello. Hello. The two men clasped hands in a ceremonial handshake, but Lu Jingxi felt that Chen Yi's grip was a little too heavy, a little too tight, squeezing with deliberate force. After Miao Jing had been away for a week, the home had become messy again. She invited Lu Jingxi to sit in a chair, found a cup, and poured him some water. After apologizing with a smile for the state of the apartment, she went to her room to change, leaving Chen Yi and Lu Jingxi alone in the living room. Lu Jingxi quietly observed Chen Yi, his gaze carrying a somewhat probing yet ambiguous meaning. How was the business trip? Chen Yi's posture wasn't particularly polite, and his tone was indifferent. You two in the same department? Very smooth. Lu Jingxi then introduced himself, explaining that he and Miao Jing were both from Z province, that their hometowns were close, that they had studied the same major at university, and that they now worked in the same department and group, responsible for the same car body component. Chen Yi's handsome face was full of smiles. No wonder you two work overtime together. He offered him a cigarette. Smoke? Thanks, brother. I don't smoke. They had barely exchanged a few words when Miao Jing came out of her room. She had changed into an elegant dress, and her lipstick was a somewhat bright shade. When she met Lu Jingxi's gaze, her starry eyes brightened slightly. She lowered her head with a smile and tucked her long hair behind her ear before inviting Lu Jingxi out to eat. Shall we have hot pot? Lu Jingxi naturally agreed. Miao Jing picked up her bag and prepared to leave. Lu Jingxi followed her, hesitantly glancing toward Chen Yi. Brother Chen Yi, aren't you coming? My brother has lots of friends and social obligations. He doesn't eat with me. Miao Jing didn't look back, but there was a smile in her voice. Just the two of us are fine. You two go ahead and eat. I have plans tonight. Chen Yi shrugged indifferently. The two left Chen Yi behind. He turned on the television, his eyes fixed on some incomprehensible drama series as he lazily settled into the sofa to smoke. But he couldn't finish the cigarette. A spark flickered at his fingertips. An hour and a half later, Miao Jing returned alone from dinner. Smelling the smoke-filled room, she frowned and asked Chen Yi why he was still there. Not going to the pool hall today. Chen Yi gave a faint grunt, turned off the television, and took his cigarette out to the balcony. Miao Jing returned to her room. She came out shortly afterward, changed into a loose t-shirt and pants, carrying dirty clothes to toss into the washing machine on the balcony. Each of them occupied a corner of the balcony. With her back to him, Miao Jing asked, Do you have any outer clothes that need washing? Dark colors. I don't have enough pieces for a load. Yeah, he answered lazily. Then he reached down and lifted his t-shirt. Crossing his hands, he grabbed the hem and pulled it upward, revealing a glimpse of his narrow waist above his gray drawstring athletic pants, followed by his flat, hard abdomen, compact muscles, and sculpted chest. Honey-colored skin, collarbone, Adam's apple, neck. The black t-shirt flew through the air with a whoosh and landed directly over Miao Jing's head. Her vision went dark. The shirt was still warm from his body and rich with the scent of sweat and tobacco, mingled with the smell of skin and a faint trace of soap. Miao Jing's heart wavered. The hand holding the detergent container wavered as well. She clearly felt detergent spilling onto her fingers. Chen Yi. Her voice trembled like rippling, surging lake water. The shirt completely covered her head, wrapping around her hair and shoulders. Miao Jing heard his low, hoarse, frivolous laugh. Then came the sound of footsteps approaching. They stopped directly behind her. Her back seemed to feel the heavy pressure of his presence, scorching body heat crossing the tiny distance between them. He reached out, his hand brushing past her shoulder, and roughly yanked the t-shirt from her head. The fabric slid down beneath his pull, messing up her hair and scattering it across her face. His elbow bumped her shoulder, hard bone pressing against her. She remained silent, waiting for the last bit of fabric to slide past her cheek. Finally, her vision cleared. The shirt hung from his hand. His knuckled fingers opened, letting it drop into the washing machine. Miao Jing's face burned. Her entire body was rigid. Behind her, she could sense his grin, that dazzling, unrestrained bad boy smile, silently blooming in the dim night, mingling with autumn's lingering heat, vibrant and steaming hot. All right, you can wash it now. He turned and walked back inside, softly whistling. Chapter 12. The man fled, leaving Miao Jing trapped between Chen Yi and Bo Zai. At that time, Chen Yi's methods were still too inexperienced, and his heart was still too soft. Afraid that Wei Mingjin would run off with the money, he had people secretly keep watch on the mother and daughter. He didn't care how reckless Wei Mingjin was, as long as they kept a close eye on Miao Jing. She spent all day at school, surrounded by countless watchful eyes. If she made any suspicious move, catching her would be far too easy. When Wei Mingjin took a roundabout route toward the train station, Chen Yi immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed to the school. He arrived just in time to see the man who had come to pick up Miao Jing flee. Putting on an innocent expression, Chen Yi casually draped an arm over Miao Jing's shoulders and suppressed his emotions as he dealt with the school security guards. He knew everything about Miao Jing, her class number, grades, homeroom teacher, home address, and family relationships. That was how he managed to take the dazed Miao Jing away. A heavy black motorcycle appeared out of nowhere. Chen Yi's face was ashen as he ordered Miao Jing to get on. She shrank back in fear, staring blankly at his extremely grim expression, with no idea where he was taking her. The helmet knocked against her head, making her wince in pain. Behave and get on. Miao Jing was forced onto the motorcycle. As it roared away, her trembling hands clutched his clothes. Her eardrums thundered as the motorcycle seemed to race forward madly, finally stopping at the train station. Chen Yi had brought her there to find Wei Mingjin and chase after the man. Gripping Miao Jing by her school uniform, he searched through the ticket hall, waiting room, and platforms, repeatedly calling Wei Mingjin. Her daughter was in his hands, but the phone was turned off. They couldn't find anyone anywhere. Perhaps Wei Mingjin really had taken the earliest train, just as the man had said. The man himself had also disappeared. Chen Yi's expression grew colder and colder, and his tone toward Miao Jing became increasingly fierce. Where's your mom? Where did she go? I don't know. You don't know? His eyes turned savage as he gripped her fragile shoulders and shouted. You don't know how she arranged for someone to pick you up? Tell me, where did she go? No matter how Chen Yi threatened or intimidated her, Miao Jing only shook her head and said she didn't know. Her palm-sized face was as pale as paper, her lips dry and withered, while her dark eyes looked lost and confused. She stumbled along behind him, frightened and bewildered. She truly didn't know. Unable to find anyone at the train station, they returned home. Chen Yi's iron-like grip dragged her upstairs. Miao Jing collapsed onto the sofa, trembling as she watched Chen Yi rage like an angry lion. His expression was so cold it hardly seemed human, as though he might pounce on her at any moment and tear out her throat. Chen Yi maintained that icy expression and forced himself to remain patient as he questioned Miao Jing over and over. How much money had Wei Mingjin taken? What did that man do? How had the mother and daughter planned this? How had they coordinated and arranged everything? Miao Jing's face was numb as she curled herself into a ball. Her lips trembled, but only 4 words came out. I don't know. Say I don't know one more time. Chen Yi's eyes turned red, veins bulging at his temples as he raised his clenched fist. Miao Jing let out a sharp cry. Her shoulders tensed, and she abruptly closed her eyes. Her long black eyelashes trembled against her cheeks, making her look pitiful and utterly fragile. You don't know? He sneered coldly and threw the phone at her. Call your mom back. If she doesn't come back, you. Chen Yi suddenly leaned in close. His sharp features filled her vision, his eyes gleaming like knives with a bloodthirsty chill. His tone was sinister and harsh. I'll kill you. She trembled and bit her lip, lowering her head. Tears glistened in her eyes, threatening to fall, but she stubbornly held them back. Chen Yi watched her like a tiger eyeing its prey. Miao Jing didn't dare defy him. She called dozens of times, but Wei Mingzhen's phone remained turned off. Chen Yi made her send text messages until her fingers ached, yet there was still no response. Chen Yi ransacked everything. He carefully searched through all of Wei Mingzhen's belongings. All the family's bank books, bank cards, and documents were gone. Every one of Wei Mingzhen's certificates and personal records had completely disappeared. She had left Chen Yi with nothing but a pile of useless papers belonging to Chen Libin. A departure without warning. Preparations made in advance. It was impossible to tell whether this had been Wei Mingzhen's idea or whether someone else had guided her. Chen Yi sat in a chair and let out a long breath. He bent deeply forward, elbows resting on his legs, and shoved both hands into his hair, numbly stroking his fluffy head. Miao Jing sat in the living room, staring blankly. The tears in her eyes had dried, leaving only a shallow glimmer at the bottom. It caught the final faint glow of sunset before fading into a deep, hopeless darkness. Wei Mingzhen didn't answer messages or calls. The next day, Chen Yi bought Miao Jing a new phone with an unfamiliar number. They called Wei Mingzhen again, but the phone was still off. Miao Jing sent text messages saying that she was Miao Jing, truly Miao Jing. She mentioned things from their hometown and memories from when she was little, begging her mother to answer the phone. Finally, a landline number lit up the screen. After what felt like forever, both Miao Jing and Chen Yi's frozen gazes shifted. Chen Yi gestured for her to answer and put the call on speaker. It was Wei Mingzhen, calling from a public phone booth. Mom. Miao Jing's voice barely held back a sob. Why didn't you want to come with us? Whether from nervousness or something else, Wei Mingzhen didn't seem to notice Miao Jing's condition. Her tone was anxious and uneasy. I called ahead and arranged everything. I told you to just go with that person, didn't I? Why wouldn't you get in the taxi? You even said you'd call 110 and get the police. Miao Jing, what's wrong with you? Do you want to stay in Ting City? How could you stay there alone? Who knew how that man had explained everything to Wei Mingzhen? Miao Jing froze. Chen Yi stared straight at her and made a choking gesture, his lips moving silently, telling her to speak the way he wanted. Mom, I didn't. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. Mom, where are you? Where are you? Wei Mingzhen asked cautiously. Are you at school or somewhere else? Chen Yi. Has Chen Yi given you any trouble? I'm at home. Chen Yi went out to buy something. I'm alone at home. He hasn't troubled me. We get along well. Mom, where are you? When will you come back to get me? Wei Mingzhen only said she wasn't in Ting City. Mom, come back. Please come back soon. Chen Yi hasn't troubled me. Please come home soon. Miao Jing carefully watched the person sitting in front of her and quickly added, Brother treats me very well. Don't worry about me. Chen Yi suddenly frowned. I have some things to take care of. Once I'm done, I'll come back. Miao Jing, take care of yourself for now and go back to school. Let me think. I'll contact you again in a few days. The call had come suddenly and ended just as abruptly. Miao Jing remained dazed and lost. Chen Yi kept his face taut. He seemed as though he wanted to say something, but in the end, he simply sprawled back on the sofa and closed his eyes, his eyeballs slowly moving beneath his thin eyelids. After 2 days, both of them had finally accepted reality. Wei Mingzhen was gone. There was no telling when she would return. Neither of them left the house. Chen Yi smoked and played games without restraint. They ate only takeout. Mostly Chen Yi ate, throwing some leftovers to Miao Jing so she could fill her stomach enough not to starve. Apart from going to the bathroom, she wasn't allowed to move beyond his line of sight. Miao Jing could only sleep on the sofa. After several nights, whether because of the heavy cigarette smoke or because she had been frightened, exhausted, and mentally worn down, she developed a fever. She had always been healthy growing up and rarely got sick. This fever came suddenly. Her entire body burned as she listlessly closed her eyes and slept. When Chen Yi ate, she didn't move at all. She remained curled up on the sofa with her back to him. Occasionally, She got up to drink some water, then lay back down and went to sleep again. She endured like this while Chen Yi occasionally glanced at her. He saw her curled up on the sofa, hiding beneath her disheveled black hair, her eye sockets sunken. It didn't look like she was pretending. She was genuinely sick. But Miao Jing didn't make a sound, and Chen Yi was in a terrible mood. So he ignored her and continued eating, drinking, and entertaining himself. Miao Jing hadn't eaten all day. As Chen Yi passed through the living room, he noticed that she had changed sleeping positions. Her slender limbs were sprawled awkwardly, hanging off the edge of the sofa. Her face was pressed into the cushions, her delicate features tightly scrunched. He walked over and looked at her twice. She didn't react. He walked away and deliberately made some noise on the coffee table. Miao Jing still didn't respond. She merely exhaled faintly and unconsciously curled one arm over her burning face. Chen Yi impatiently reached out and briefly touched her forehead. He hesitated, then withdrew his hand. Miao Jing. Miao Jing opened her eyes and looked at him dazedly for a moment. Then she curled herself into a ball, squeezed into the corner of the sofa, closed her eyes, and continued sleeping. Her thin shoulders rose and fell slightly. Her breathing was weak, heavy, and uneven, sometimes long, sometimes short. Such a pain in the ass. Chen Yi frowned in disgust. He went to a nearby pharmacy, bought some fever medicine, threw it onto the coffee table, and kicked the sofa. Miao Jing. Miao Jing let out a weak groan. Her dry lips were stuck together. They moved slightly, but she couldn't even part them. Chen Yi stood with his hands on his hips. Seeing that she still wasn't moving, he roughly yanked her upright from the sofa. Get up. Are you mute or something? Can't you speak? She was dragged upright in a daze. Her fingers were soft and cold, but her cheeks burned like fire. Miao Jing was completely limp, without an ounce of strength. She frowned slightly, eyes half open and silent, as he pushed her back onto the sofa. Chen Yi handed her a bottle of mineral water and some pills, his face grim. Take the medicine. Stop playing dead. She swallowed all the pills and gulped down most of the bottle of water. A little color returned to her lips, and her pale, weak face regained a trace of life. Chen Yi looked at her and sneered coldly. Why act pitiful? What good does acting pitiful do? If Wei Mingjin doesn't come back, no one will care even if you die. Miao Jing's eyes were reddened from the fever and filled with bloodshot veins. She blinked slowly. As the medicine began to work, she fell asleep again. When she woke up, she felt somewhat better, but still lay half dead on the sofa. Chen Yi approached with a dark expression and threw a takeout container of porridge in front of her. He spoke abruptly in a cold voice. Consider us even now. He was referring to several years earlier, when Chen Libin had beaten him and left him lying in bed. That night, Miao Jing had brought him a cup of water and a bowl of egg custard. Today, they were even. The two stayed home for exactly 1 week. Wei Mingjin's phone remained off. Or rather, it had become completely unreachable. The number had been deactivated. There were no more calls to Miao Jing either. In front of Miao Jing, Chen Yi called various thug-like friends, sending people throughout the city to search for Wei Mingjin and the man. That man had once been in business. Later, he began making quick money through questionable means. This time, he had truly run away. All of his family's assets had been sold. When people questioned his parents and relatives about his whereabouts, no one could contact him. The two had planned everything in advance. They had taken Chen Libin's money and fled. When Miao Jing heard the news, her face had already become numb and rigid. She didn't shed a single tear. She didn't cry. She thought about nothing except returning to school. She was in 9th grade now, and the coursework was demanding. She didn't want to remain at home, watching Chen Yi's vicious, gloomy gaze sweep over her again and again. Chen Yi sneered. Go back to school? What dream are you having? Miao Jing hugged her knees. Her quiet eyes silently watched him as she softly spoke. Teacher Li. He's my math teacher. He mentioned you before. Teacher Li had been Chen Yi's middle school homeroom teacher for 3 years. He had cleaned up many of Chen Yi's messes. He had continued teaching 9th grade and was now also the math teacher for Miao Jing's class. Miao Jing had heard him mention Chen Yi from the podium. He had once taught a brilliantly intelligent student, he said, someone whose one day in class was worth an entire week for everyone else. Unfortunately, because of family circumstances, that student had ultimately failed to stay on the right path. Chen Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He froze for a long moment. Finally, he stood before her with stiff shoulders and a cold expression. Get lost. He had people specifically watch her at school. He didn't believe Wei Mingzhen would simply abandon Miao Jing like this. Every weekend, he dragged Miao Jing out and questioned her about any news from Wei Mingzhen. For an entire month, Miao Jing remained at school without taking a single step elsewhere. She contacted no one. No one came to see her. There was no news at all. 2 months later, Chen Yi's patience finally ran out. Money was certainly good. Squandering Chen Libin's money would have felt great. But if Chen Libin hadn't died, Chen Yi never would have counted on receiving it anyway. If the money was gone, then it was gone. In this life, he no longer had any connection to Chen Libin. You really got yourself a good mother. She just abandoned you like this? Didn't even bother asking about you once. Chen Yi looked at the increasingly thin and quiet Miao Jing with a cruel smile. A burden dragged around and casually thrown away. Well, what could be more important than money? Running off with some man to live it up. How wonderful. His smile deepened. You'd better remember this clearly. It's Wei Mingzhen who doesn't want you. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Yi. Miao Jing pressed her lips tightly together and turned her head away. Her eyes remained wide open, deep and dark. Get lost. From now on, go wherever you want and do whatever you want. Chen Yi shrugged, making his final decision. You and me, we don't know each other. He stopped caring. This mother and daughter had nothing to do with him anymore. Chen Yi ignored Miao Jing, and the people who had been watching her at school disappeared as well. Miao Jing secretly tried calling Wei Mingzhen, but the number truly had been deactivated. She couldn't contact her at all. She had no idea where Wei Mingzhen was or how she was doing. Fortunately, when school started, Wei Mingzhen had left Miao Jing an extra 3,000 yuan. When she left the money, it had probably been meant for emergencies, in case Miao Jing ever needed it. Miao Jing relied on that money to cover school fees, food, and living expenses. Life dragged on until December, when she had very little money left. Wei Mingzhen finally contacted her once. She did so through Miao Jing's homeroom teacher, leaving behind a landline number for Miao Jing to call. When Miao Jing finally got through and heard Wei Mingzhen's voice, tears rolled down her cheeks. Mom, why haven't you contacted me all this time? I've had things going on here too. I've been too busy to handle everything. Wei Mingzhen's voice was unclear over the line. Besides, you had money, you could take care of yourself, and Chen Yi wouldn't do anything to you, so I was still at ease. Wei Mingzhen believed that Miao Jing and Chen Yi's relationship couldn't be too bad. They had lived in the same home since childhood and had never caused any serious conflicts. She still remembered the year when Miao Jing had asked Chen Yi for living expenses. Although Chen Yi had been distant toward Miao Jing, his attitude hadn't been particularly bad. Besides, Miao Jing was gentle and timid by nature. She knew nothing. She had done nothing wrong. Wei Mingzhen had never truly considered how a 14 or 15-year-old girl was supposed to cope and survive in such a situation. Perhaps she had thought about it. But those worries had been subconsciously ignored and diluted, just like Miao Jing's living conditions all these years. Brushed aside, left to fate, Miao Jing swallowed heavily, bit the inside of her lip, and forced back the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Wei Mingzhen asked how things were with Chen Yi. She had been worried sick over the past few months, afraid Chen Yi would seek revenge or call the police. Because of that, she had hidden her whereabouts thoroughly, not daring to let anything slip. Miao Jing told her everything she knew. She had been at school the entire time. She hadn't seen Chen Yi again. She hadn't heard a single thing about him. Only then did Wei Mingzhen finally relax completely. Do you still have money? I still have 800 yuan. Wei Mingzhen named a coastal city. She said she and the man were doing business in a small town there. She told Miao Jing to buy a train ticket and take a certain train to join them. But what about my studies? Can I go to school? Miao Jing's voice was faint. Mom, I have the high school entrance exam in half a year. Is there somewhere I can study? That question stumped Wei Mingzhen. She was living in an industrial town filled with small workshops and factories, where most residents were workers. The town didn't seem to have a middle school, and she hadn't asked anything about transferring into a local school. There's no school here. Why don't you come over first, and we'll figure it out? Wei Mingzhen frowned and thought for a moment, then changed her mind. Or you could go back to our hometown to study. Doesn't the town have a middle school? You can stay with your aunt. I remember your uncle has a relative who's a teacher, so studying shouldn't be a problem. I'll talk to your aunt. During all their years in Tung City, mother and daughter had never returned to their hometown. Wei Mingjin only occasionally called home to keep in touch with relatives. Miao Jing's gaze went empty. She had completely calmed down. A burden was a burden. She had been one as a child. She was still one as she grew older. Where could she go? Should she go to a completely unfamiliar place and live with two adults who had run away with money? Or should she return to her hometown and once again endure a life dependent on other people? She could have attended the best high school in Ting City. All she wanted was to live the normal life of a middle school student. She didn't want to be alone at school, constantly inventing excuses to avoid questions from classmates and teachers. I understand. Miao Jing spoke calmly into the phone. Let's wait until the end of the semester. Final exams are coming up. When the semester ended, the school closed for winter break and sealed the campus. Everyone had to leave. Miao Jing still hadn't decided where to go. She truly had nowhere to go. After wandering outside the school for several days, she spent her first trembling night in an internet cafe. The cafe manager saw her hugging her school bag and sitting quietly in a corner. She didn't look like a rebellious student. She looked more like an obedient girl who had run away from home. He came over several times to ask what was wrong and told her to go home early. Miao Jing wandered aimlessly through the streets with her backpack. Finally, under the cover of darkness, she returned home. She still had the key. She stood downstairs and looked up for a very long time. The windows were dark. No one was home. She quietly went upstairs and opened the door without making a sound. Miao Jing turned on a single light. The house was a complete mess. The belongings from Wei Mingjin and Chun Libin's room had been piled in a corner of the living room. Dust covered the dining table. The refrigerator still contained meat and vegetables bought before Wei Mingjin left. Cigarette butts littered the coffee table, along with unfinished bottles of mineral water. The blanket on the sofa. Chen Yi hadn't been home for who knew how long. Miao Jing returned to her room. Chen Yi hadn't cleared it out. Perhaps he hadn't gotten around to it. Or perhaps he simply couldn't be bothered. The kitchen still contained rice, noodles, and various seasonings Wei Mingjin had left behind. Whether expired or not, Miao Jing cleaned and organized everything. She had lived extremely frugally at school that semester, spending every penny with care. She hadn't eaten a proper, filling meal in a long time. Miao Jing lived at home anxiously and quietly for 4 or 5 days. Chen Yi never returned. Chen Yi rarely came home. Sometimes he stayed at school. Sometimes he was out with friends. Sometimes he spent his time playing games in internet cafes. When he finally returned home one day, he happened to find Miao Jing sweeping the floor. She heard movement behind her. Her entire body stiffened. She gripped the broom tightly and didn't dare move. Chen Yi stared at that thin back, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. You. Turn around. Miao Jing slowly turned. Her panicked eyes met Chen Yi's genuinely incredulous expression, as though he had seen a goddamn ghost. Why the fuck are you here? He stood with his hands on his hips and shouted at her, burning with anger. What the fuck? Are you sick or something? Miao Jing tightly gripped the broom in both hands, making herself as small as possible. She pressed her lips together and said nothing. Chen Yi strode toward her angrily, grabbed her sleeve, and threw her outside. Get lost. Get far away. Tears welled in her dark eyes. Her rims turned red as she looked at him, stubborn yet fragile. Chen Yi's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and slammed the door shut with a thunderous bang. The iron door closed heavily in front of her. Dust fell from the doorframe onto Miao Jing's head. It settled on her curled eyelashes before the air current blew it into her eyes. She fiercely endured the itching sensation. She bit her lips tightly as large tears fell one after another. They soaked into her clothes. They struck the back of her hand, scalding hot at first, then ice cold, like the winter air. Miao Jing sat outside the door all night. By morning, she was frozen until her hands and feet were numb and her entire body was cold. The next day, Chen Yi opened the door to leave. Seeing that figure still sitting on the doorstep, his mind buzzed. His vision darkened. Then his anger exploded. His voice was rough with rage. Why the fuck haven't you left yet? What are you doing here? What does this place have to do with you? The person's gone, the money's gone, and you still have the nerve to come back. He had thrown her out while she was still wearing slippers. She had nothing with her. Where could she possibly go? Miao Jing opened her swollen, reddened eyes and raised a hand to wipe the tear tracks from her face. Her throat was too choked to speak. Chen Yi's expression was grim as he stepped down the stairs and reached out to throw her away again. Then he heard Miao Jing let out a sharp, miserable cry. She stumbled, clutching Chen Yi's clothes, before collapsing weakly onto the steps. "My legs, they're numb." Her voice was dry and hoarse as she lay on the steps, gasping. "It hurts so much." Chen Yi frowned deeply and picked her up. She was as light as a feather. "Sitting here all night without leaving? Are you fucking asking for it?" He went back inside and threw out her school bag. Then he spoke viciously. "Get far away. You should know I'm being nice to you." Miao Jing lowered her head against her chest and hugged her school bag. She changed into her canvas shoes, then limped down the stairs while holding the railing. The iron railing was rusty and dirty. Her slender white hands became covered in black dust and cobwebs. The narrow strip of cheek visible beneath her hair was sallow and dry. Only her delicate, swan-like neck still revealed a trace of girlish innocence and refinement. Chen Yi coldly watched her descend. Eventually, all he could see through the gaps in the stairs was one hand stubbornly gripping the railing. After finishing a cigarette, he finally walked downstairs. He caught up with that lone, delicate figure and grabbed her. Seeing the glistening tears in her frightened eyes, he ground his teeth hatefully and cursed. Then he threw her onto the motorcycle and took her to the train station. Miao Jing clutched his clothes as they fluttered in the cold wind. "Do you have any money?" Chen Yi stuffed 500 yuan into her dirty hands. His tone was cold and fierce. "Go back to your hometown. Find your mother. Just go." She stood there dazed, watching him turn away. He put on his helmet, swung one long leg over the motorcycle, and started it. His black-clad figure merged with the machine, sharp-edged and cutting through the wind. Miao Jing remained at the train station for a long time. News and weather reports from various regions scrolled across the television screens, providing travel updates to passengers. She stood looking upward. It was snowing again in her hometown. Cold air had moved south, bringing days of low temperatures, rain, snow, and ice coating the trees. Very cold. Very, very cold. She thought about her aunt's family, whom she hadn't seen in so many years. Those memories from childhood were sparse, yet deeply rooted. She turned away from the large screen and went to a nearby convenience store to call Wei Mingxian. She dialed again and again. For some reason, the call wouldn't go through. She waited at the train station for a long time, trying the number every few hours. She waited from one day into the next. Still, no one answered. Miao Jing left the train station and took buses around Tung City. At 8 years old, she had nervously followed her mother to this city, wearing a pretty dress and carrying beautiful hopes for the future. She had believed everything would be different here. She had believed she could grow up differently. Yet in the end, it was still the same silent, bitter suffering. Miao Jing got off at one stop. She went to the market and bought some ingredients. Then she carried them into an old residential complex and climbed to the second floor. She knocked 3 times. Someone opened the door, lazily holding a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw her, his black pupils contracted. His expression became surprised and irritated, as though he had seen a ghost. "Brother." Before he could speak, she held the ingredients in both hands. Her clear, beautiful eyes boldly met his. Her voice was gentle. "It's almost noon. Can I make you lunch?" Chen Yi was utterly stunned. He was so baffled that he didn't know whether to laugh from anger or amusement. He blocked the doorway, refusing to let her inside. Miao Jing shrank her body and slipped beneath his arm like a fish, carrying the ingredients into the kitchen. "Miao Jing." He turned and followed her. "You are sick, aren't you?" "I have nowhere to go. I'll leave when school starts." She efficiently began organizing the kitchen, her fragile yet straight back facing him. "Wait until I graduate from middle school. Just a few more months. I'll get lost after I graduate. I can help you wash clothes, cook, and clean." He leaned against the kitchen doorway, finding her both pitiful and ridiculous. Did he need to keep a burden around just to handle such minor chores? Miao Jing focused on washing vegetables and cooking. Chen Yi watched her. His urge to drive her out suddenly faded. He said coldly, "I won't take care of you. Expect me to support you? Not a chance. You don't need to." Miao Jing's voice was muffled, and just like that, she settled in. With Miao Jing there, the house naturally became clean and tidy. But Chen Yi rarely came home. He was usually out, and only occasionally returned to stay for a day or two. With things having reached this point between them, they had very little to say to each other. Miao Jing usually stayed in her room studying and doing homework. On Chinese New Year's Eve, Chen Yi came home early, and the two of them ate New Year's Eve dinner together. Then Chen Yi went out to play cards and didn't return until the third day of the new year. When Chen Yi said he wouldn't take care of her, he meant it. After the new year, school resumed. Miao Jing registered and paid the miscellaneous school fees, leaving herself with only 280 yuan. It wasn't enough to cover the dormitory and food expenses. So Miao Jing chose to commute. She moved everything out of the dormitory and back home, traveling to school every day. There was still some rice, noodles, and other daily necessities left at home. She used them very sparingly, stretching them for as long as possible. After school started, Chen Yi came home even less often. He didn't like staying at home. Returning once a month was already considered frequent. With Miao Jing there, he came back even less. What was there to come home for? Wouldn't seeing that stubborn, irritating thing only make him more irritated? She managed like this for 2 or 3 months. No one knew exactly how. Eventually, all the food at home was gone. The refrigerator was empty. Miao Jing started searching around the house. She took everything Wei Mingjin had left behind to the recycling station. She sold old books, empty bottles, and cans. Every day, she ate plain boiled noodles. Then one day, Chen Yi came out of an internet cafe and accidentally caught sight of a figure beside the road. The person wore loose clothes and a cap pulled low over her head. A large backpack hung from her shoulders. As she walked, she casually picked up discarded mineral water bottles, crushed them, and stuffed them into the backpack. It was an entertainment street, crowded with people eating, drinking, and playing. There were also many elderly people collecting mineral water bottles. Chen Yi stared at the figure. Then he strode over and lifted her cap. Sure enough, Miao Jing's sweaty, startled face appeared beneath it. Her face wasn't even as large as his palm. The moment she saw Chen Yi, embarrassment flooded her expression. Her face flushed from pink to bright red. She snatched her cap back from his hand, turned away, and quickly walked off. At that time, smartphones still weren't widely used, and computers were mostly found in internet cafes and some households. Miao Jing hadn't learned any other ways to make money. She was quiet and shy by nature. At school, boys admired her as an ice beauty. She truly couldn't bring herself to talk about her circumstances. Sometimes, she bought pretty hair clips and stationery from wholesale markets, then sold them to girls in her class under the excuse that she was merely helping someone. When she had nothing else to do, she collected mineral water bottles and took them to the recycling station. Each bottle was worth 1 jiao. She could earn several yuan a day. It was the easiest way she knew to make money. Chen Yi followed her home. When he entered, he saw that the kitchen and refrigerator were empty except for some loose noodles and a few vegetables. Half a candle stood on the table. He frowned and pressed the light switch on the wall. Nothing happened. Where's the electricity? No electricity. Miao Jing's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. The power's been cut off. She had no money to pay the electricity bill. She could only manage to keep up with the water bill. Living like a primitive person? Chen Yi looked at her mockingly. Where's your mom? Ran away with hundreds of thousands and didn't send you any money. Miao Jing pressed her lips together and slowly shook her head. Somehow, that phone number had become unreachable as well. She had completely lost contact with Wei Mingjin. Chen Yi let out a long, derisive laugh. She had grown thin. There was barely any flesh left on her bones. Her skin looked dull and lifeless. Chen Yi looked at her fragile appearance and crossed his arms. Making money by collecting water bottles? Are you hungry? Miao Jing tucked her head into her collar. All he could see through her messy hair was one snow-white ear, the round earlobe flushed bright red. Life isn't easy alone, is it? Waiting for charity. His voice remained mocking. Don't count on me. It's none of my business, even if you starve to death. I'm not. She bit her lip. Chen Yi's half-smiling gaze swept over her again and again. Finally, he let out a slow breath and tugged her sleeve. Come on. I'll teach you how to make money. Chen Yi took Miao Jing to a small supermarket. He casually pushed her inside and toward the food shelves, his tall figure looming behind her. Which ones do you like? Take them yourself. She looked up at him in surprise. A large, mischievous grin spread across his face. He leaned close to her ear. I'll block the security camera for you. Move quietly and slip them into your clothes. When someone's paying at the counter, just walk out confidently. His grin widened. Learn this trick, and you'll never go hungry in your life. A package of cookies appeared from somewhere. The young man's voice was playful. Cream-filled cookies. Worth at least 100 water bottles. Don't you want to eat them? The cookies were silently pushed beneath her clothes. Miao Jing's heart pounded wildly. Sweat broke out across her forehead. Her eyes reddened with shame. She stiffly pushed the cookies away. Then she stumbled stiffly out of the store, walking beneath the blazing sun with cold hands and feet. Footsteps quickly caught up behind her. So principled. You'd rather starve than eat. I'd rather starve. She gritted her teeth, her voice calm. I'd rather starve than steal. Chen Yi threw his head back and laughed. His strong arm draped over her shoulders as he teased her leisurely. Fine. Not bad. Then I'll watch you starve and see how many days you last. Then he dragged her somewhere else. It was an area filled with bright lights and gaudy signs. Chen Yi pointed ahead. See that? It's a bar. There are plenty of beer girls inside. If you can sell even one drink in there, you'll have enough money to eat and drink without worry. You could even buy pretty clothes. Miao Jing shook off his hand. Biting her lip, she turned and ran. Miao Jing. Miao Jing. Her thin legs moved quickly. She wanted to get far away from him. Far away from this bastard. There was movement behind her. Chen Yi quickly caught up. Taking 2 steps where anyone else would take 3, he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her back. Miao Jing's entire body shuddered. She let out a sharp cry, pinched his hand, and burst into tears. I won't go. I won't go? I'd rather die than go. Why are you crying? It's not time for you to cry yet. He wore a mischievous smile as he dragged her along. Come on. I'll take you somewhere good. My secret base. Chen Yi put her on the motorcycle, seating her in front of him. Then he took her to a desolate place. An abandoned factory. Beneath the towering chimneys of the ruined factory, weeds grew wildly. Chen Yi gripped Miao Jing's fragile wrist and pushed her up onto a high platform. He climbed after her and led her through the empty, abandoned halls, all thick with dust. Finally, they crawled through a hidden opening. Inside was a tall vertical iron ladder leading upward into unknown darkness. Climb up. Chen Yi urged her forward. Miao Jing trembled. Her face lost all color, and she immediately turned her head away. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. He grinned playfully. If you don't climb, I'll have to hold you and carry you up. I'm scared. What's there to be scared of? Just climb slowly. Chen Yi struck the ladder. The crisp metallic sound echoed through the empty darkness. I'll be behind you. If you fall, you'll just land on my face. Miao Jing was forced to climb. Using both hands and feet, she slowly made her way upward until she finally reached the top. Dizzy, it opened into another empty workshop. The floor was covered with disordered machinery so old and dirty that its original color could no longer be seen. Chen Yi climbed up after her. Facing the empty factory, he suddenly shouted. The echo drifted to the farthest corners before slowly returning to them. Isn't it exciting? His face was full of enthusiasm. I haven't been here in several years. Miao Jing's expression remained wooden. She had absolutely no idea what any of this was supposed to mean. What's the point of collecting water bottles? He dragged some cables from the floor. The stuff here is worth money. These are scrap machines. The factory shut down, and no one manages this place anymore. People have already taken some of it, but there's still a little left. He pointed around. These big iron balls, the stripped copper wire, aluminum alloy. If you can carry it, you could sell it for 100 yuan. Miao Jing's heart pounded. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat and black dust. She asked woodenly, You brought me here to steal this? This is collecting. Collecting scrap. Chen Yi corrected her with righteous confidence. Isn't it better than your water bottles? Miao Jing let out a long sigh of relief. Covering her head, she dropped heavily to the ground. Chapter 13. To attract customers, the pool hall held friendly competitions every month. The first prize money accumulated over time. Anyone who could defeat the owner would take home 10,000 yuan. Every tournament drew a large crowd, keeping Chen Yi busy from beginning to end. Although they lived under the same roof, Chen Yi and Miao Jing hadn't spoken for several days. At night, Miao Jing would vaguely hear movement from next door, the sound of a door opening or footsteps at 11, 12, or even later. When she left for work the next morning, Chen Yi's door would still be closed. Only the clothes in the washing machine and the shoes scattered near the entrance indicated that someone was home. During Miao Jing's previous business trip, she had specially brought back a gift for Tu Li to thank her for the lipstick. She had originally planned to deliver it to the gym, but Tu Li said she would come pick it up herself, choosing one of her days off to visit Miao Jing. The gift was a bottle of Dior perfume, along with some northern specialties such as beef jerky. Tu Li accepted them with a bright smile and chatted with Miao Jing about her experiences on the business trip. A supplier had also given Miao Jing a decent bottle of wine. She casually asked whether Tu Li drank alcohol. If she liked it, she could help finish it. Why not save it for Chen Yi? He drinks too. I hadn't thought of saving it for him, Miao Jing said with a smile. If you like it, take it. I don't drink, and I don't know anyone else who does. Then I won't be polite. Tu Li winked and rested her chin on one hand. I like everything you gave me. No need to be polite. By the way, is the pool hall competition over? Has your brother been busy with something else? What time does he usually come home? I don't know. Miao Jing knew nothing about Chen Yi's whereabouts or activities. She shook her head. You can ask him directly. Tu Li hadn't bothered Chen Yi for several days, knowing he would be irritable during the competition. She had hoped to get some information from Miao Jing, but after hearing her answer, she laughed. You two are strange. You live together, but you seem like strangers. Neither of you knows anything about the other. I've never asked, and we rarely talk about those things. Miao Jing understood what she meant and spoke softly. I'm busy with work, and he has plenty going on too. We don't spend much time together. Are you two on bad terms? Remembering how Chen Yi's friends had described things, Tu Li studied her with bright eyes. You both seem so cold toward each other. I've never heard Chen Yi mention you, and you never mention him either. It's like you're two unrelated people. Were you always like this? At the mention of the past, Miao Jing lifted her thick eyelashes, revealing clear, transparent eyes. Do you think we have a bad relationship? Not particularly good either. I feel like you have high standards. Do you not like your brother? His temper is terrible. He's always wearing a cold face and throwing tantrums. Someone like you, with such a proper personality, educated and reasonable, seems completely different from him. It's fine. Miao Jing didn't continue along that line of conversation. I rarely have anything to argue with him about. Tu Li shrugged. Miao Jing asked, do you find his temper difficult to handle? Isn't he just like some grandmaster? Tu Li lazily played with her hair and sighed. It's quite annoying. But you've been together for a while. Tu Li smiled. Among the men she knew, those richer than Chen Yi weren't as handsome. Those more handsome weren't as generous. Those with better tempers weren't as charismatic. And those who desperately loved her weren't as capable. Wasn't that simply how things were between men and women? Oh right. Since you've given me so many things, let me treat you to a meal. Are you free this weekend? Miao Jing hesitated. I might have other plans this weekend. A friend invited me to go bowling. Man or woman? Tu Li's eyes lit up. A man. A colleague from work. Single. Miao Jing nodded. Something's going on. Tu Li clicked her tongue in admiration. Miao Jing, you move pretty fast. It's nothing special. We've been in contact for a while. We went on the business trip together and talked a lot. Miao Jing's eyes brightened slightly. I'll introduce you sometime. Sure. Lu Jingxi graciously accepted Miao Jing's proposal. Regardless of whether the romance was real, their relationship was genuinely good. Miao Jing was willing to date him and spend time alone together. Lu Jingxi invited her bowling, and Miao Jing treated him to dinner. It was perfect for rewarding themselves after their recent stretch of exhausting overtime. It wasn't until Tu Li called that Chen Yi learned she had met with Miao Jing. The wine and beef jerky. He hadn't seen any trace of them at home. Then there was this business with Lu Jingxi in the bowling alley. Chen Yi finished a cigarette and heard Tu Li ask whether he wanted to go shopping and eat out over the weekend. His eyebrows lowered. Sure. Why not? That weekend, Chen Yi saw that Miao Jing had already dressed up. She wore a light-colored polo shirt, a white sports skirt, and socks that wrapped around her calves. Her figure was slender, her waist so thin that two hands could almost encircle it. Her legs were straight and proportionate, like white porcelain. Paired with a baseball cap and long ponytail, she looked youthful and beautiful. Chen Yi walked past her, his voice cold and disdainful. How old are you this year, dressing like that? Miao Jing held her cup of milk and looked down, smoothing her skirt. Is it strange? This was my tennis competition uniform at university. I even appeared in the school magazine wearing this outfit. Chen Yi snorted. She had only been 19 that year. 4 or 5 years had passed, and although the outfit might make her look slightly younger, it still fit her perfectly well. There was no full-length mirror at home, so Miao Jing examined herself in the bathroom mirror. She saw Chen Yi leaning against the doorway with a towel over one shoulder, his arms crossed impatiently. Get out. By the time Chen Yi finished showering and came out, no one was home. A white napkin stained with lipstick had been crumpled on the table. The dishes hadn't been cleared. A cold carton of milk sat there, half of it left for him. Chen Yi frowned. Eventually, he leaned against the corner of the table, tore open the milk carton, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. Then he lazily lowered his sword-like eyebrows and carried the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen. With autumn approaching, the weather had cooled, making it suitable for outdoor activities. The bowling alley wasn't empty. When Lu Jingxi saw Miao Jing, amazement involuntarily appeared in his eyes. He especially hadn't expected her to be so good at bowling. Miao Jing said her previous boyfriend had liked it, so she had learned a little. There was always a certain sense of contradiction about Miao Jing. Many qualities seemed as though they shouldn't belong to her. An engineering student. An engineer. Sunny and athletic. Frank and straightforward in love. Yet all of those qualities quietly blended together within her, constantly making people see her in a new light. The mall was crowded as well. Tu Li had friends working at one of the counters. She went over to chat and selected several things without rushing to pay. Chen Yi had some business to discuss with Hua Chong, so he told her to browse on her own and said he would come back to pay later. Tu Li loved his commanding tone. At least Big Brother was generous when it came to paying. Her friends envied her luck and wondered how she had managed to find such a handsome and generous boyfriend. Chen Yi eventually came over wearing a white shirt and black trousers, paired with polished leather shoes that gave him a somewhat dandyish appearance. He was already tall and broad-shouldered, and his physique made the shirt look crisp and proper. With his sleeves rolled up, he didn't resemble the refined, casually elegant type. Instead, he looked like an unrestrained embodiment of masculine appeal. Tu Li's eyes brightened. She coquettishly kissed his cheek and laughed with her friends. Finally got him here. Her friends were envious to the point of jealousy. They watched Tu Li cling to the man as the two walked away, whispering among themselves. Seeing their expressions, Tu Li proudly raised her eyebrows. After shopping at several stores, Chen Yi glanced at the bill when it was time to pay. He could afford it, but that didn't mean he had to contribute selflessly. Some of the shopping bags contained clothes Tu Li had bought for her parents and brother. Chen Yi made her pay for those herself. Tu Li chose the restaurant. It was a Japanese place. Just as they sat down, they heard voices coming from the next table and turned their heads in surprise. Unexpectedly, Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi were there as well. It wasn't really much of a coincidence. Miao Jing had previously asked Tu Li for restaurant recommendations in the city, and Tu Li had listed several names. This place was the closest to the pool hall and was particularly suitable for young couples on dates. Their lunch became a meal for 4. It was Tu Li's first time meeting Lu Jingxi. She smiled as she studied him, making Lu Jingxi shyly rub his nose. Looks like a little brother. Miao Jing immediately defended Lu Jingxi, lightly resting one hand on his arm. Not a little brother. He's my boyfriend. She said it very calmly. But in the end, the corners of her eyes and mouth couldn't help curving upward into a knowing smile. Chen Yi stood silently in front of her. Miao Jing then introduced Tu Li. My brother's girlfriend, Tu Li, sisterly. Sisterly, brother Yi, hello. Congratulations. You two are well matched. Thank you. Very good. Chen Yi's gaze was deep as he looked the two of them over. Finally, the corner of his mouth lifted. He patted Lu Jingxi on the shoulder, his tone carrying faint pressure. Just call me Chen Yi. I wouldn't dare. I'll still call you Brother Yi. The meal was particularly lively. Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi talked about their relationship. Tu Li discussed current popular topics and joked that the 4 of them could form a mahjong table in the future. Only Chen Yi spoke very little, occasionally giving a faint grunt in response. Miao Jing noticed his white shirt. Her gaze lingered on him a couple of times before turning away and softly settling on Lu Jingxi again. After lunch, Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi's date was supposed to end. but Tu Li suggested that the four of them go watch a movie together. She and Chen Yi had never gone to a movie theater together. Their dates were always spent at the pool hall, around a mahjong table, or in an arcade. Going with four people would be more fun. No one objected. Everyone nodded as Tu Li scrolled through her phone. There's a popular family movie with really high ratings. It's funny but also tear-jerking, and it stars a comedy actor who's been really popular lately. Shall we watch that one? Lu Jingxi liked the movie too. But Miao Jing and Chen Yi both reacted indifferently and asked if there were any other choices. The other movies have longer waiting times. This one has the most showings. In the end, Tu Li bought 4 movie tickets. The theater was full, so their seats weren't together. Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi sat near the front. Chen Yi and Tu Li were several rows behind them. The four separated to find their seats. The lights were extremely dim, so Lu Jingxi held Miao Jing's hand and guided her step by step toward their seats. Miao Jing's skirt was short, and the velvet seats didn't look particularly clean. Lu Jingxi happened to have a light jacket. He smiled as he handed it to her. Coming in handy. Thank you. He really was a thoughtful guy. The movie was indeed very good. There were loving but scattered parents, mischievous and unlucky children, and endless mishaps throughout the journey. Thunderous bursts of laughter repeatedly erupted around them. Miao Jing kept her eyes open and stared at the screen. When the scene reached the point where the family embraced and cried together, she gestured to Lu Jingxi that she was going to the bathroom. Then she felt her way through the dark theater and left. She went to the bathroom to get some air. As she turned to leave, a crisp snap of fingers echoed through the dim corridor. Miao Jing turned her head. Someone stood in the smoking area at the far end of the hallway. One hand was tucked into his pocket. Pale gray light from the narrow window fell across his white shirt. He narrowed his eyes slightly and lifted his chin, smoke rolling through his throat as though he were wrapped in mist. Miao Jing had no intention of returning to the theater. She walked straight over and stopped in front of him. Why did you come out? Didn't want to watch. Want to find somewhere to sit and wait for them to come out. Wait until I finish this cigarette. Okay. How's the new boyfriend? Do you like him? I like him. She tugged lightly at Lu Jingxi's jacket, which she was wearing. He's very gentle and attentive. That's good. Chen Yi lazily lowered his eyes. After exhaling the smoke from his throat, he extended his arm toward her. His rolled-up sleeve revealed a section of tanned forearm, blue veins standing out beneath the thin skin. His long fingers still held half a cigarette. He pointed it toward her. His voice was muffled. Want a drag? I don't smoke. I know. He smiled tiredly. It's not like you've never smoked before. The movie wasn't good, right? Miao Jing's eyelashes fluttered. She took the cigarette from his hand. Holding it the way he did, she awkwardly took a drag. The harsh smoke choked her, making her frown slightly. A burning sensation spread through her eyes. She thoroughly exhaled the smoke, then held the cigarette out toward him. Chen Yi leaned slightly forward and took it back. He took 2 drags. Then he stubbed it out in the ashtray. Let's go. The two walked away side by side. Behind them, the cigarette but remained in the ashtray, bearing a faint trace of lipstick. Chapter 14. With Lu Jingxi in her life, Miao Jing's weekends became much more varied. During that business trip to Jing City, Miao Jing had only given him a brief explanation. Boyfriend, 2 or 3 months. Family member seriously ill. Lu Jingxi had nodded and accepted it the next day. Compared with the vague advances from other male colleagues that had never gone anywhere, he already had the advantage of proximity. Miao Jing smiled, her dimples showing as she held out her hand to Lu Jingxi. She had never thought he would refuse. As for a more detailed explanation, she merely gave him a charming smile. You'll understand gradually. They didn't make any grand announcement. After reaching their rough agreement, they settled into an ambiguous, almost friends sort of relationship. From the company's 8 a.m. morning meetings to overtime at 10 p.m., they were always on the same side. Combined with their private outings on weekends, Lu Jingxi found Miao Jing comfortable to be around, both professionally and personally. She maintained a cool distance while remaining easygoing and unpretentious. She was serious and dedicated, yet knew how to care for others. She could be firm and assertive, but she also knew when to yield gently. She didn't talk much. Lu Jingxi rarely heard her mention her personal affairs. He only knew that she had followed her mother when her mother remarried in Ting City, that Chen Yi was the son from the newly formed family, and that after her stepfather died, her mother married again. Miao Jing had then returned to Tung City after graduating from university. It was a complicated story, told in only a few words. Miao Jing spoke of it lightly, and before Lu Jingxi could fully digest everything, she had already returned to discussing work, her tone serious. Check with the process department. Is the welding and assembly of these sheet metal parts feasible? If we have to send everything back after issuing the mold opening order, the mess afterward won't be easy to clean up. She was cool and beautiful, serious and hardworking at her job. Everyone in the department looked after her to some extent, but Miao Jing was genuinely outstanding, even far surpassing her male colleagues. Lu Jingxi was captivated and completely followed her pace. Because they had gone for dinner and a movie after bowling that day, Lu Jingxi had also added Tu Li and Chen Yi on WeChat. He knew Chen Yi ran a pool hall, and Tu Li had laughed about getting everyone together again, saying the pool hall had mahjong tables and would be perfect for the four of them. While Miao Jing went out on dates during the weekends, Tu Li naturally urged Chen Yi to go out as well. Her feminine intuition told her something was strange about Chen Yi. The strange thing was that ever since Chen Yi had gone to Yunnan during summer vacation, 3 months had passed without them sleeping together. Moreover, he had become much more settled recently. He rarely went out eating and drinking with his questionable friends, and he rarely took the initiative with her anymore. Whenever she called, he was always practicing at the pool hall. Tu Li had even asked Bo Zai about what had been happening there lately and whether Chen Yi had gotten involved with another woman. Bo Zai said Chen Yi had recently been going straight home after closing the shop. He rarely flirted with girls and seemed perfectly normal. She wanted to stay overnight, but Chen Yi wasn't interested. She wanted to spend the night at his place, but Chen Yi refused with a dark expression. Tu Li thought he was still bothered by what had happened in front of Miao Jing last time. Laughing, she told him that Miao Jing was an adult, so what did it matter? They could always get a hotel room instead. He coldly flicked away his cigarette and said he knew she wasn't short of other men, so she should find someone else. They had first met at a bar. Tu Li had assumed Chen Yi was just a player and thought they were only having fun. She hadn't expected Chen Yi to directly give her the status of his girlfriend. Naturally, Tu Li had held on tightly, and their relationship had continued until now. But after hearing Chen Yi say something like that, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, suspicion and uncertainty filling her heart. Tu Li had also indirectly asked Miao Jing about Chen Yi's situation, but Miao Jing seemed unwilling to discuss the subject and merely replied politely, "I don't know. Perhaps you can ask Chen Yi directly." Lu Jingxi and Miao Jing had plenty of activities together: board games, sports, hiking, running, and sometimes simply working overtime at the company or going to the test track. Whenever Tu Li learned that they were going out on a date, she would find Chen Yi and bring him along. Chen Yi always looked somewhat reluctant. He refused twice, but eventually came along anyway. His attitude toward Lu Jingxi was cool, neither particularly friendly nor hostile, with a hint of laziness. Whenever the four of them were together, he stood there like a door god, wearing an arrogant, world-weary expression. He would cross his legs and play games off to the side, or simply disappear altogether. The atmosphere was probably best when they went karting. Men naturally had an enthusiasm for cars, and with two automotive engineers present, Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi quickly gathered together to discuss the cart's chassis, steering, suspension, and tires. From there, the conversation shifted to work, workshop emergencies, and technical project documents. Tu Li and Chen Yi did their own thing, competing against each other on the track. The rumbling engines roaring past became background noise to the conversation. During a pause, Miao Jing looked up, her gentle gaze sweeping toward the track. Lu Jingxi followed her line of sight and saw Chen Yi drifting around a corner. Brother Yi's driving is pretty cool. It has a strong rally feel, and his control is very stable. He must drive like this often, right? Miao Jing didn't know about recently, but she remembered how he had been in the past. He used to race motorcycles. He was very skilled at all this. Really? Lu Jingxi smiled. Brother Yi is quite impressive. Sister Li says he's very good at pool too. Miao Jing asked, "Do you play pool?" "A little. You should compete with them sometime." When Tu Li came off the track to rest, Lu Jingxi eagerly took her place. The track practically turned into a rally race. Lu Jingxi wasn't slow either, following behind Chen Yi as they darted left and right. Miao Jing and Tu Li sat in the rest area. Tu Li took out her foundation to touch up her makeup while watching Chen Yi for a while. He had already gone into full Fast and Furious mode, sending dust billowing across the track. At the height of her excitement, she turned and asked Miao Jing, "Don't you think Chen Yi is cool?" No, Miao Jing's voice was flat and unimpressed. "He's just pretending to be cool." Tu Li giggled. "You're good at taking him down a peg." Miao Jing smiled. "He has too many pegs to take down." Later, when Chen Yi and Lu Jingxi came off the track and removed their helmets, both were drenched in sweat. Chen Yi had thoroughly enjoyed himself. His crew cut was soaked through, and his t-shirt clung to his body, clearly outlining his bones and muscles. Soaked in sweat, he looked both handsome and sexy. After the four of them had dinner, Chen Yi drove Lu Jingxi and Tu Li home. Miao Jing sat in the back seat, scrolling through her phone. She looked up and asked him, "During those years, did you still race?" Chen Yi gripped the steering wheel. "Didn't you forbid it? So you never did it again?" "I'm not 17 forever. I'm not that interested in risking my life for the thrill anymore." His tone was casual. "Some money isn't worth earning. Playing pool is enough to make a living. All your cleverness goes into things like this," Miao Jing said slowly. "You're certainly living quite well." His dark eyes burned. "What else should I do? Be like you and Lu Jingxi? Go to university and become engineers?" "I didn't mean that." Miao Jing lowered her eyes and continued replying to messages on her phone. Chen Yi glanced at her through the rearview mirror, shrugged, and drove home. Since they had talked about pool last time, Lu Jingxi became genuinely curious about Chen Yi's pool hall and found time to visit with Miao Jing. When Chen Yi heard they were coming, he naturally wanted to be a good host and specially reserved a table for Lu Jingxi. Lu Jingxi had occasionally visited pool clubs with friends at university, but he hadn't played much, so his skills were average. Chen Yi lazily played along with him, deliberately going easy on him so the game would last longer. Miao Jing and Bozai sat at the bar chatting. The pool hall had only 8 pool tables, along with 2 or 3 mahjong tables. Spending per customer also depended on soft drinks, cigarettes, and fruit platters. Daily revenue ranged from 1,000 to 1,500, while Bozai's monthly salary was 8,000, actually the same as Miao Jing's. However, there were slow seasons during the winter and summer breaks. After doing the math, Miao Jing asked whether Chen Yi had any other sources of income. Bozai chuckled. "Brother, you won't let me say?" She didn't ask any further. Her gaze swept across the row of pink claw machines. There were no girls in the shop today, so the machines stood quiet. Bozai noticed Miao Jing glancing over several times and handed her a large bucket of game tokens, telling her to play. Miao Jing took the tokens over to the claw machines. Since the tokens were free, she didn't care about the cost and simply went after whichever plush toy she liked best. Her success rate was very low. "How long have you been playing?" "You've only gotten these 2. Chen Yi had gone to the bar for some water and asked as he passed her. "Jingxi likes turtles. I'm trying to get that one for him." Her eyes remained fixed on the glass case. "It's buried inside, and the angle isn't good for grabbing it. Want me to try?" "No." She refused without hesitation. Chen Yi made a sound of acknowledgement and returned to the pool table. In truth, Chen Yi's pool skills had far exceeded Lu Jingxi's expectations. Although Lu Jingxi wasn't an expert, he knew the basics and had watched competitions before. Chen Yi's control over both power and the ball was extremely precise. Lu Jingxi guessed that his skills had to be the best in the district. The pool players watching nearby laughed and told him to guess higher. The first place prize for the pool hall's monthly friendly competition had been hanging there since the place opened. No one had ever managed to claim it. Even coaches from other pool clubs who had won first place in university pool championships had never beaten Chen Yi. Pool produced masters from among ordinary people. Perhaps even a street vendor selling grilled noodles could shock everyone with their skill. The wall separating professional and amateur players wasn't that thick. Chen Yi had never entered any competitions, but he had played against national-level players and had never lost in Ting City. After finishing with the claw machine, Miao Jing came over and stood beside the pool table to watch. Chen Yi was already teaching Lu Jingxi, demonstrating aiming techniques and striking rhythm. He started with short, straight shots, moved on to small-angle shots, and finally cleared the table in a single turn. Lu Jingxi suddenly understood. Eagerly, he began another round and practiced what he had learned. He became so absorbed that he nearly forgot Miao Jing was standing beside him. She didn't know how to play pool. She had only watched others play and handle the cue before, but she had never actually tried it herself in all these years. There had been several opportunities for her to stand at a pool table during university, yet she had never thought about playing, much less asking someone to teach her. Miao Jing, want to try? Lu Jingxi raised his eyebrows, smiling brightly. I'm not good enough to play with Brother Yi. How about the two of us beginners play a round? Chen Yi held his cue out to Miao Jing and raised an eyebrow. Want to try? I'll teach you. Miao Jing thought for a moment, took the cue, chalked the tip, and followed his demonstration. She wore simple, flowing wide-leg pants and a silk shirt, looking elegant and graceful, like flowers reflected upon still water. Now, she rolled her sleeves up to her elbows, revealing arms as delicate as white porcelain. She bent over the pool table, turning at the waist. Her simple clothes outlined the graceful curves of her body. She formed a bridge with her hand and tried sliding the cue through it. Is this right? The wall mirror reflected her entire figure, clear and bright, leaving almost nowhere to hide. The pool hall wasn't empty. Quite a few men were sitting or standing nearby, watching. Lu Jingxi was on the opposite side of the table, measuring the angles of his shots. Chen Yi stood beside her, his broad frame blocking her slender body. His gaze slid toward the mirror. His prominent atoms apple-bobbed, and his sword-like eyebrows lowered at the corners, his dark eyes unfathomable. Expressionless, he reached out. His fingertips supported the sharp bone of her elbow, their scorching warmth lingering against her smooth skin. Straighten your arm. His fingers slid from her elbow to her shoulder. He pressed down with 2 fingers, his voice low and deep. Don't twist your shoulders. Keep them level. He corrected her posture and taught her how to hold the cue and strike the ball. His tall body naturally bent over her, his hands braced on either side, leaving her enough room to move. Their breaths and scents were close enough to mingle, their breathing brushing past each other's ears. She could feel his body close behind her, broad and solid, his presence heavy and oppressive, almost isolating her from everyone else in the room. She turned her head slightly. Beyond the noisy crowd, her autumn water-like eyes curved alluringly as a soft, gentle laugh escaped her throat. Do you teach other girls to play pool like this? Her warm breath spilled across his neck, and Chen Yi's ears reddened slightly. His atoms apple-bobbed heavily, his jaw taut and hard as he pressed down on her wrist and whispered hoarsely, Relax your wrist. Chapter 15. It was normal social interaction. The time, place, people around them, noise, and space all provided more than enough cover. Fleeting touches fell like raindrops, fingers briefly brushing shoulders, waists, and arms. Warmth and sensation silently seeped through clothing. Only ultraviolet light could have revealed the complete fingerprints left behind. Voices and breaths seemed absorbed through the pores, the masculine scent of tobacco mingling with an elegant, delicate fragrance. It was like a fine black thread trembling as it wound from skin into muscle, slipping into the blood vessels, and following the aorta back to the heart. Needles seemed strung along that thread, unexpectedly pricking at the heart valves, leaving behind a faint, inescapable ache and itch. Chen Yi quickly composed himself. His expression became stern and proper, his eyes serious and formal, his voice sinking low as he desperately ignored the graceful waist and flawless porcelain skin, those beautiful eyes and delicately raised chin. He focused on instructing her how to read the ball, aim, and apply force. They talked and laughed, swinging their cues and moving back and forth. The surrounding noise and everything else gradually faded into an empty background. Only that fine black thread remained, winding around them again and again. Why did no one notice anything strange? The colors and traces were so obvious, wrapping around them right beneath everyone's eyes like an airtight cocoon, brazen and unrestrained. Miao Jing released the cue and apologetically shook her head at Lu Jingxi before retreating to a chair to rest. Chen Yi turned and disappeared outside. He stood sullenly by the roadside, exhaling cigarette smoke. Several young girls glanced at him with flickering eyes. His thick brows relaxed slightly, and one corner of his mouth curled into a bad boy smile, making the girls shyly look away. When he returned to the pool hall, the table was empty. Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi had already left. Bozai said they had gone out carrying 2 plush toys and planned to browse the nearby food street, so they wouldn't be coming back. Chen Yi gave a sound of acknowledgement and leaned back in his chair to rest. He listened as Bozai talked about Lu Jingxi, describing him as a polite and upright young man with big eyes and thick brows, well matched with Miao Jing. Chen Yi stared rigidly at the ceiling. Then Bozai mentioned Sister Li's call. Finding his chatter irritating, Chen Yi sent Bozai home and stayed alone in the shop, enjoying the peace and quiet. That night, Chen Yi didn't go home. He stayed at the pool hall to practice. By chance, he received a call saying a snooker master had arrived and would be staying in the neighboring city for several days. Chen Yi didn't hesitate. Early the next morning, he drove out of the city. The club was luxuriously decorated. None of the people who had come today were ordinary. They were ranked players, all with achievements and reputations of their own. The club owner knew Chen Yi as well. Although Chen Yi never participated in open competitions, his skill at the table couldn't be underestimated. The owner had once tried to recruit him as a player, but without success. A large crowd gathered around the table. Chen Yi watched without saying much. Eventually, he picked up a cue and stepped forward to play, his posture exceptionally handsome. Combined with his young, attractive face beneath the lights, he almost looked like someone who was there merely for show. Then he struck one powerful shot. The entire room fell silent. His skill was already comparable to that of a first or second-tier professional player. Tu Li couldn't find him for several days. She asked Miao Jing, but Miao Jing didn't know either. Chen Yi had only sent a message saying he would be gone for 2 days. Tu Li then asked Bozai and finally learned that Chen Yi had gone to another city to play pool. She had previously worked as a cashier at the pool hall and knew that it made around 200,000 in profit each year. Chen Yi split half with Bozai, leaving more than 100,000 in his own pocket. Chen Yi spent money freely. Whenever he went out eating and drinking with his questionable friends, he was always the one paying. Sometimes, he also made quick money by playing pool for stakes. Miao Jing asked Bozai, "How much do they usually bet per game?" "Sometimes a few thousand. Sometimes 10,000 per game." "Brother, he knows his limits. He won't go too far." "Does he play often?" "Not really. He doesn't let students gamble on pool here either. After all, we're close to the schools, and inspections are strict." Hearing this, Miao Jing didn't comment. Chen Yi had been playing in small pool rooms since middle school, starting with games worth 10 or 20 yuan. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to it. By the time Chen Yi returned after being away for a week, the weather had turned cooler. He wore black clothes, black pants, and camouflage boots. Somehow, he had acquired a gold chain around his neck, with the jade pendant hanging from it. He gave off the unmistakable air of a worldly big brother and had returned to his carefree, lazy state. Miao Jing noticed the gold chain around his neck and asked whether it was real. Chen Yi tossed the chain in his hand, feeling its weight, and raised his eyebrows proudly. "I won it from a club owner. What do you think? Real or fake?" She didn't ask how his games had gone, but judging by the way he was calling his friends and inviting them out for karaoke and a sauna, the results couldn't have been too disappointing. After ending his call, he turned and saw her unfocused, autumn water-like eyes. He strode over on his long legs, sat in front of her, and hung up on his friends before asking, "How have things been at home these past few days?" "Pretty good." She sat on the sofa folding clothes. "Do you want some cake?" "What cake?" "It was Jungxi's birthday. We bought a birthday cake, but didn't finish it, so I brought the rest home. It's in the fridge." "Oh, someone else's leftover birthday cake," and she was asking whether he wanted any. "No." The mention of Lu Jingxi reminded Chen Yi of something else. He propped up his chin and narrowed his eyes slightly, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Things going well with Lu Jingxi?" "Very well." Miao Jing lowered her eyes submissively. Remembering something, she spoke softly. "The weather's getting cold, so catching the early bus is becoming difficult. Jingxi often has to travel back and forth to the city center too, which isn't very convenient. I'm thinking about moving into the company dormitory. Can I keep my room here? Maybe I'll come back and stay for a day or two on weekends." He lowered his eyes, thick black lashes concealing them. Then he abruptly stood and strode away. "Whatever you want. Are you going out? Need something?" Perfect timing. She carried the folded clothes into her room. "Let me change first." Give me a ride. I have a date today, and I'll be back late tonight. If you get home early, fix the washing machine pipe. It's leaking a little. Silence. Miao Jing touched the pearl earrings on her ears as she emerged from her room. Her long hair was loosely pinned up with a clip, several strands falling against her swan-like neck. Her light blue shirt dress reached her calves. They seemed like the most ordinary clothes imaginable, yet on her, they carried a crystalline coolness, a beautiful but never garish elegance that no one could touch. It was as though no one could catch even the hem of her dress as she slipped away. She had arranged to meet Lu Jingxi at a restaurant. Chen Yi dropped her off, turned the car around, and drove away. She watched the Cadillac disappear into the distance, then called Chen Yi again. His voice carried a trace of impatience. What is it? They hadn't exchanged a single word in the car, yet he answered the call almost immediately. There's an umbrella in the back seat. Want me to bring it back to you? No, I'm just letting you know. It belongs to Sister Li, so return it to her. Chen Yi drove around the city center, picking up De Yong and his girlfriend along the way. Then he waited for Tu Li to come downstairs before finally picking up Dai Mao. That evening, they went to a club that combined dining, sauna, mahjong, and karaoke. Chen Yi seemed to be in a good mood. His face was full of smiles, his spirits high. After dinner, everyone gathered around the mahjong table. Chen Yi played a couple of rounds, with Tu Li sitting beside him, helping him count his chips and discard tiles. He won quite a bit. Finally, they went to karaoke and ordered several cases of drinks. Everyone played games and even pulled the thick gold chain from Chen Yi's neck to examine it on the spot. He drank until his face turned pale. Reclining lazily on the sofa, his bright, star-like eyes gazed upward as he leisurely smoked another cigarette. Tu Li had her arms around his neck, leaving bright red lipstick marks on his skin. Meanwhile, Miao Jing waited for Lu Jingxi to arrive. After meeting, they found somewhere to eat. Recently, Miao Jing had been assigned a component design project. The drawings had already been issued, so the subsequent design work and test certification needed to begin. That was what Miao Jing discussed with Lu Jingxi. After dinner, she simply followed him back to the company and spent another 2 hours working overtime on technical documents. When it was time to leave, Lu Jingxi came in from outside and told her it was raining. Miao Jing got up, and the two left the office together. The autumn rain fell heavily, carrying a chill with it. Wind swept through her hair and fluttered the hem of her dress, making her delicate beauty seem particularly vulnerable. It's too late. Let me take you home. Lu Jingxi held the umbrella over her and took out a set of car keys. The company cars are all available. I borrowed one, so I can give you a ride. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Miao Jing didn't refuse his kindness. You don't need to work overtime with me. I think it's good. I've learned a lot by following Engineer Miao. You should still have your own private time. Don't learn from me. I might be a little extreme. Engineer Miao, you're the most hardworking girl I've ever met. Have you always been like this? Is that really something worth mentioning? Miao Jing smiled. Hard work is the easiest talent to acquire, and it's also the simplest way to escape from life. Or rather, to escape from your troubles. Engineer Miao, do you have many troubles? Miao Jing smiled brightly. I'm simply very interested in the choices life offers. They talked about work, the future, and the industry, eventually moving on to their families. Lu Jingxi tentatively asked, that person you mentioned, the one who was seriously ill, was it Chen Yi? Does he look like it? Lu Jingxi shrugged, somewhat confused. When they arrived home, Lu Jingxi and Miao Jing got out of the car beneath the same umbrella. She carefully held up the hem of her dress. Unexpectedly, another car was parked beside the street. Tu Li, wearing a leopard print miniskirt, was supporting Chen Yi as they returned as well. The four of them came face to face downstairs. Chen Yi had drunk quite a lot, but he wasn't completely drunk. The bright gold chain around his neck was gone. He leaned lazily against Tu Li, his entire presence dark and cold. His eyes were hard and gloomy, making his sharply defined face look as pale as jade beneath the rainy night, radiating an unrestrained wildness. The two umbrellas converged. Chen Yi and Miao Jing each looked up. Their gazes met through the fine rain. For a moment, neither moved. Then they silently looked away. What a coincidence. You're back. The rain was falling heavily now, soaking their trouser legs. The four went upstairs one after another. Miao Jing boiled water, and made tea to help Chen Yi sober up, and everyone drank something warm. As soon as the teapot was set down, the atmosphere in the house suddenly became lively. Tu Li and Lu Jingxi chatted about the interesting things that had happened that evening, including how everyone had completely divided up Chen Yi's thick gold chain. Tu Li's clear laughter filled the room. With the rain coming down so heavily and Chen Yi having guests tonight, Tu Li naturally intended to stay over. It was getting late. Lu Jingxi seemed somewhat awkward and hesitated about leaving, but Miao Jing stopped him. The rain is so heavy. It isn't safe for you to drive back either. Why don't you stay? As soon as she spoke, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on her clear face. Chen Yi's expression shifted slightly, his meaningful gaze suddenly freezing. Lu Jingxi's face reddened. He stood somewhat stiffly and scratched his head. Tu Li broke the awkward silence with a joke. The only thing this house is missing is a mahjong table. Otherwise, we could play several rounds tonight. Everyone, take a look. Is there a deck of cards somewhere in the house? Lu Jingxi followed Miao Jing into her room. The door gently closed but remained unlocked, leaving a narrow gap through which faint sounds could still be heard. Tu Li kept glancing over with laughter in her eyes. She curled seductively against Chen Yi and picked up the ends of her hair, teasing his expressionless face with them. His brows drew tighter, yet he made no move. His eyes remained lowered as he took one deep drag after another from his cigarette. Why aren't you saying anything? Tu Li pouted her red lips and fluttered her flirtatious eyes. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Should I shower first?" He half closed his eyes and exhaled a cloud of smoke. The corner of his lips curled coldly, which she took as an answer. Tu Li happily went into the bathroom. She even borrowed makeup remover and face cream from Miao Jing before entering Chen Yi's room. She found him reclining lazily against the headboard, legs stretched out as he smoked. Tu Li giggled, her long hair brushing Chen Yi's shoulders. Tonight was interesting. Miao Jing took 2 cups and a carton of milk into her room and even asked whether I wanted some. Who drinks milk at a time like this? She wrapped both arms around Chen Yi's shoulders and kissed him closely, her voice seductive. Aren't you going to shower? There might be a queue for the bathroom later. Chen Yi's eyes were cold and hard as he flicked the lighter and lit another cigarette. His voice was hoarse and frivolous. What's the rush? Why not let them shower first? Tu Li sensually pinched his hard chest, then suddenly made a surprised sound, her eyes flickering with interest. Is that a sound from next door? It was an old house. The 2 rooms were side by side, their doors next to each other, and the soundproofing wasn't very good. What's that sound? Why the screaming? Tu Li covered her lips and giggled. I didn't expect Miao Jing, looking so refined and delicate, to be so uninhibited. Why don't you 2 men compete and see who's better? Otherwise, just listening like this is so. A cold and vicious gloom crossed his face, but he forced himself to remain calm. His temple throbbed. His pupils were dark, streaked with red. His neck stiffened as he smoked faster and faster, his movements becoming increasingly chaotic. Finally, his brows twisted with ferocity as he abruptly picked up Tu Li. Get dressed. What's wrong? Tu Li didn't understand. Chen Yi swung his long legs off the bed and strode toward the door, every footstep carrying murderous anger. He opened the door and pounded on the neighboring room. Chapter 16. Chen Yi was familiar with this place. He stripped copper wire from the cables and directed Miao Jing to help. There were roller bearings in the discarded machines, and she could take as many as she could carry. Miao Jing went from terrified to completely lost, her mind seeming to shut down before rebooting. She watched Chen Yi squat with his back to her, his movements practiced, his fingers nimble, and his expression calm and focused. Slowly, she edged closer, touching the machinery covered in black oil and grime, and prying loose any parts they could take and sell. Finally, the 2 emerged filthy. Chen Yi had wrapped his jacket around a large bundle of items, which he carried over his shoulder. He led Miao Jing through the abandoned factory, weaving left and right. She followed him in bewilderment, her hands covered in black oil. They left, got on the motorcycle, and went to a scrap yard, where they sold everything for 130 yuan. Chen Yi took the crumpled bills and grinned at Miao Jing, his dark eyes full of pride and arrogance. Let's go. He took her to eat. After all that exertion, Miao Jing was starving. Her stomach felt hollow, and stars danced before her eyes. She followed Chen Yi into a small roadside restaurant, where he spent 40 yuan on 2 meat dishes, stir-fried pork and braised chicken, along with a large bucket of rice. The aroma was so intense that it made her eyes sting. Chen Yi gave her the remaining few dozen yuan. Completely filthy, he sat lazily as though he had no bones, watching Miao Jing's tightly pressed lips. Then he received a phone call and told her he had to leave, telling her to eat by herself. It was a meal Miao Jing would never forget. No matter what delicacies she ate afterward, nothing could surpass the taste of that humble restaurant. Her hair was disheveled, her face smudged with 2 streaks of dirt, and her eyes were extraordinarily peaceful and clear. She walked for a long time, feeling her full stomach gradually settle, before finally heading home. The lights were on at home, and the TV screen glowed. Chen Yi had showered and was sprawled across the bed in his room, asleep. The old air conditioner hummed, and the electric fan blew over him. Miao Jing silently went to shower. Seeing his dirty clothes set aside, she washed both his clothes and hers clean. As she passed the refrigerator, she heard the strange hum of it restarting. She opened it and found it packed with eggs and milk. Her heart contracted slightly. After that, Chen Yi would come back from time to time and take her to various places. They went to food factories that had designated days for disposing of scraps or defective products. Much of the food was still edible and could be bought for very little money. They went to the suburbs, where there were reservoirs and farmland, and where many fishermen would give away fish. Vegetables from the villages were very cheap too. Fish could be kept alive in buckets for a long time, and duck meat was cheaper than chicken. As long as they found a way, there was always meat to eat. Most often, they went to all kinds of scrap yards. Those years saw a great deal of demolition in Tung City, with construction sites and empty buildings everywhere. Chen Yi usually took her out at dusk on weekends. There were easier ways to make money, but Miao Jing was busy with classes every day and was too shy to be seen. She preferred this, the two of them silently traversing abandoned residential buildings, chaotic demolition sites, and deserted factories, bringing back whatever they could exchange for money. Chen Yi didn't say much, but he would teach her the tricks. Always open wallets and drawers. There might be valuable things the owners had forgotten. Miao Jing did find several dozen yuan in loose change inside worn wallets, along with abandoned photos and all kinds of stories. Don't come to these places alone. There are vagrants, thugs, all sorts of people here. He held a long steel bar. If any of them sees you and targets you. He turned back to warn her seriously, his gaze cold and sharp. You know what they would do, right? Miao Jing, wrapped in a dusty coat and wearing cotton gloves and a mask, nodded calmly. Find the most valuable things. Copper wire, motors, electronic chips, used goods that can still be used and sold. Watch your step carefully. If you get pierced by a nail, hit by something, or accidentally fall, you might not survive. Chen Yi had sharp eyes, a quick mind, and great strength. He could always find something different. Miao Jing only had to obediently follow him and help. Was this what you used to do? She asked softly as she followed behind him. Did you often come to places like this? He bent down to twist some wire into a sack. The lines of his brow and jaw were handsome, and his voice was quite calm. In elementary and middle school, yeah? I was always hungry back then. I wanted food. Miao Jing suddenly remembered. She had forgotten what kind of life he had led back then. She only remembered that he didn't go home, played outside all day, and no one at home managed him or cared whether he had eaten. She followed Chen Yi through the abandoned building. Everything ahead was dirty, abandoned, and broken to pieces. She followed his footprints, dragging a huge sack. She was just as dirty and dusty as he was. Their shadows cast across the ground were black and lonely. She remembered that the night sky back then seemed thin, and everything ahead was always gray and dark. For some reason, there was always a crescent moon hanging in some dark, quiet corner. She never caught sight of a bright, clear full moon. Listening to the lonely wind echoing through the empty space, the sporadic barking of distant dogs, and Chen Yi's rising and falling whistles, she looked at his tall figure ahead, then at herself. She felt as though they were two wild dogs wandering through the wilderness with drooping tails, stumbling along in search of food, searching for vitality and scattered moments of joy amid the loneliness and desolation. Miao Jing didn't spend much money. Her only monthly expenses were daily necessities, food, and miscellaneous school fees, none of which amounted to much. She kept all the money they made from selling scrap, and it was more than enough for her to live on. Chen Yi still rarely came home and didn't eat the food she made. Because she had no money, Miao Jing rarely socialized with her classmates. She avoided unnecessary expenses and didn't want them to see her circumstances or predicament. She was naturally quiet, and although there were many class activities during this final year of middle school, Miao Jing participated in none of them. She remained aloof and solitary, isolated from the rest of the class. Living alone cost very little. Every morning when she left, she would take a lunchbox to school. At night, she ate some eggs and bread crusts. After evening self-study, she cooked herself a late-night snack, showered, and went to sleep. The days passed like this. Was she afraid of living alone? After Wei Mingjin left, Miao Jing had been terrified of the future for a while. But later, she wasn't afraid of anything anymore. Things were already like this. What was there left to fear? But the neighbors' whispers grew increasingly intense. Chen Libin was dead. The Chen house was so quiet. Wei Mingjin had disappeared after only a few months, and there were vague rumors that she had run off with a man. Then Chen Yi vanished too. The house seemed empty, but later, people saw Miao Jing still coming and going, while Chen Yi occasionally showed his face. What was going on? Had Wei Mingjin abandoned her daughter? People kept approaching Miao Jing, asking about Wei Mingjin's whereabouts. They saw how poorly she was dressed and asked about the Chen family's money, then asked about Chen Yi. Miao Jing kept her mouth tightly shut and didn't answer a word. Seeing her like this only made the rumors spread more wildly. Rumors appeared from somewhere claiming that Chen Libin had several million in savings, along with death benefits and insurance money. Where had all that money gone? Had Wei Mingjin taken it? Or had the family divided it? Only a teenage girl lived in the house now. Was there still money inside? People began targeting Miao Jing. They would warmly chat with her, bring gifts to the door, offer to take care of her, and try to come inside and look around. Some worthless loafers nearby would directly block her path. Someone was always knocking on the door at night, peering through the crack. Chen Yi climbed through the window to get home and found that the balcony window wouldn't open. It had been locked tightly, with wooden strips wedged into the gaps. He went around beneath the bedroom window, procured directly up to it, and banged on Miao Jing's window. The light inside slowly came on, but there was still no movement. Chen Yi cursed as he dropped back down and began throwing pebbles at her window. Half an hour later, the curtain was carefully pulled back, revealing Miao Jing's face, pale with fear and on the verge of tears. When she saw that it was Chen Yi, she finally relaxed completely. Chen Yi entered the house, suppressing his anger. He saw that she had blocked every window, scattered nails underneath them, propped every door shut, and even rigged the main door like a trap. His brows furrowed. Putting his hands on his hips, he cursed at her. "What the fuck are you doing?" Tears glistened in Miao Jing's eyes as she pointed toward the front door, where someone had drawn a row of marks in black pen. Chen Yi's expression instantly darkened. His thick brows furrowed, his face fierce. When did this happen? She told him about everything that had been happening lately. People harassing her. People knocking on the door at night. Cigarette butts left by the entrance. The group of people seeking her out was appearing more and more frequently, and their harassment was becoming increasingly intense. "Tomorrow, you're coming out with me." A cold smile hung on his face. "Brave enough to mess with me. Pretty gutsy." The next day, Chen Yi came straight out of his room wielding a gleaming, sharp knife and dragged the wide-eyed Miao Jing outside. They went door to door. Chen Yi knocked directly with the knife. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was thunderously loud. A fierce smile appeared on his handsome face, but his tone was exceptionally polite. "Auntie, I heard you're very interested in our family's affairs. I happen to be home today. Would you like to come over for a visit?" The people inside were already scared witless by his demeanor, trembling too badly to speak. Chen Yi stroked the silver blade and leaned lazily against the door, his gaze gloomy. "Don't you think my knife is quite sharp? The police station's number is pretty easy to remember, right? I've lived in this area since childhood. Uncle, you even looked after me when I was little. I'm quite familiar with your household too. We should keep in touch more often." After visiting the houses one by one, he finally stood majestically among the crowd downstairs. They were all old neighbors who had watched Chen Yi grow up. They watched him grin as he stroked his knife, one hand resting on the wooden-faced Miao Jing's shoulder, while he asked everyone to help spread the word. If anyone dared to inquire about his family's affairs or dared to target his family members, he guaranteed they would get their wish and profit fully. Then he called over a dozen people to fight. They were all sorts of delinquent youths with dyed hair and strange appearances, cigarettes dangling from their mouths as they rode motorcycles, forming a dark mass. They tracked people down one by one in internet cafes, game rooms, and mahjong parlors. Every thug who had shown his face to Miao Jing was severely beaten. After that, everything became completely peaceful. Everyone who saw the siblings took a detour, not daring to say even half a word in front of them. Chen Yi also gave Miao Jing a tiny fruit knife. He placed it in her hand and taught her 2 self-defense moves. Miao Jing shook her head repeatedly, backing away with tears in her eyes. I don't want to. He rolled his eyes. Take it. Put it under your pillow for protection. Miao Jing tremblingly accepted it, tears clinging to her eyelashes. Thank you. Chen Yi smoked silently. He glanced at her twice, then lowered his eyes and tapped off the ash before slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. I'll come back and stay a few days each week. He threw some money at her. Buy more groceries for the house. Get some food and supplies. There will always be times when they're needed. Miao Jing took the money and pressed her lips together. Very softly, she asked, what do you like to eat? I'll go buy it. He smiled broadly, his smile brilliant and wild. Chapter 17. Tu Li vaguely felt that something wasn't right. There was an inexplicable strangeness she couldn't describe. Something was wrong with Chen Yi. He had completely changed since Miao Jing came back. Chen Yi and Miao Jing didn't act like siblings. Anyone could see that their relationship was quite distant. They weren't even as close as Chen Yi was with his friends. They were actually completely unrelated people, yet they lived under the same roof. Late at night, there had been movement next door. Chen Yi called Miao Jing out, and they stood talking on the balcony behind closed doors. Tu Li couldn't guess what they were discussing, but from their few exchanges in the living room, their tones and attitudes toward each other, Tu Li could hear and see everything through the crack in the door. When did Lu Jingxi leave? Why did he leave so suddenly? She had already undressed, only to be forced to put her clothes back on and go home. It had been quite an awkward scene. Tu Li's high heels nearly stabbed holes into the ground as she smiled coldly, mocking Chen Yi and asking whether he was a real man or had some hidden ailment. His expression was even colder than hers as he impatiently snapped. Why don't you find someone better? What's your type? I'll call right now and have them sent to your bed. Rich, handsome, or just never goes soft. Chen Yi. Tu Li's face flickered between red and green. I've been completely devoted to you, doing everything to please you, always available whenever you call. I've never wronged you. What do you mean by saying this? I don't mean anything. You haven't wronged me, and I haven't wronged you. Did I not pay enough, or did I not satisfy you enough? The bastard spoke brazenly, his expression cold and hard. That should be enough. Tu Li silently clenched her teeth, her face covered in frost. Chen Yi parked his car beside the residential building, his tone arrogant and disdainful. Let's just end it here. We can part on good terms. You won't have trouble finding someone better, and I'm fucking tired of it. Can't get it up for you anymore. Those words cut too deeply. Tu Li smiled coldly and sneered. Are you a eunuch? Can't even perform anymore. Yeah, I'm a eunuch. So what? Chen Yi ran his tongue along his teeth, his expression frivolous. I'm letting you go early, giving you an out. Isn't that good? She had already removed her makeup. Her face was pale and translucent, and even her bright red lips had faded to white. At Chen Yi's words, her eyes first reddened around the rims. She held her chin high without saying a word, forcing herself to maintain some measure of dignity. Then she wrenched open the car door and got out. Her retreating figure was enchanting and graceful as her heels clicked against the ground on the way home. Chen Yi lazily leaned against the car window and finished his cigarette. Finally, he threw the butt down before turning back. Miao Jing's door was tightly shut, and everything was completely quiet. She was probably already asleep. He wearily rubbed his face and sat in the living room, frowning until midnight before returning to his room. The next morning, when he got up, Miao Jing hadn't left yet. She stood beside the dining table in an elegant, professional suit, taking small bites of a rice ball. Seeing Chen Yi standing in the doorway, She asked whether he could drive her to the company. Personnel from headquarters were visiting today, and she had a PPT presentation. It was raining outside, and catching the shuttle in high heels would be inconvenient. He coldly grunted in agreement, then went to the bathroom to wash up. Catching a glimpse of Miao Jing standing nearby waiting for him, he went back to his room with a toothbrush in his mouth, stripping off his t-shirt as he walked and casually tossing it onto the sofa. He came out bare-chested before changing into a black hoodie. The hem slid down over smooth, taut muscles, his shoulder bones forming sharp angles. Standing before Miao Jing with an impatient, defiant air, he said gruffly, "Let's go." It was still early. The autumn rain fell lightly, and there weren't many cars on the road. The car sped along quickly. Miao Jing asked him to slow down, but Chen Yi didn't respond. He lowered his eyes and couldn't be bothered to talk to her. "The weather's bad. Please slow down a bit." "So much nonsense. Why don't you just take a taxi?" His tone was cold. "It's my car. I know what I'm doing. If you want to ride, just sit quietly." Miao Jing pressed her cherry lips together and finally fell silent. Her curved lashes fluttered lightly as she turned to look out the window. When they arrived at the company, Miao Jing had barely gotten out and straightened up. She hadn't even had time to open her umbrella before the black Cadillac disappeared in a cloud of dust without pausing for even a moment, splashing a few drops of water onto the hem of her skirt. Chen Yi was angry. The atmosphere at home cooled along with the cold air. It wasn't quite freezing, but it was chilly enough to require an extra light jacket. Chen Yi wasn't in a good mood. He sat at home with a sour expression, sprawled out with his legs spread as he played games and smoked. When Miao Jing came home from work and saw him there, she asked what he wanted for dinner. Without looking up, he said, "Can you make dragon liver and phoenix marrow?" "No, I can't," Miao Jing replied calmly. "I don't know how." "Oh, really?" He curled his lip, his eyes fixed on his phone. "I fucking thought you could do anything." He simply wanted to needle people. Miao Jing ignored his cold words. She cooked 2 bowls of noodles and called Chen Yi over to eat. He came over leisurely, letting out a cold sneer as his eyelids lifted with exceptional indifference. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating, his temples pulsing as he ate. Who knew how much anger he was suppressing? Later, when Miao Jing asked him to fix the washing machine's water pipe, he flatly refused and told her to do it herself. "You're so capable, and you studied engineering. Is fixing a washing machine too hard? I'm busy. Stop fucking bothering me. Get lost." His voice was full of suppressed irritation. Miao Jing silently walked away. She took the clothes from the laundry basket in the bathroom, all of them his, and threw them at his head one by one. Her tone was cold. "If you're so capable, wash your own clothes." Miao Jing. Chen Yi closed his eyes, restraining his anger. He pulled the clothes off his shoulder and clenched his jaw as he glared fiercely at her. "Are you tired of living?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" She smiled slightly, standing with her hands on her hips while still maintaining her elegant and extraordinary bearing. The corners of her eyes tilted upward. "What can you do to me?" Did she think he couldn't handle her? His brows furrowed tightly, his gaze sweeping over her delicate figure. Then his eyelids suddenly lowered. He abruptly stood, strode out the door, and slammed it shut behind him. He headed to the pool hall. Tu Li had been cooped up at home for several days without hearing any news. She called Chen Yi and asked whether he wanted to break up. On his end, mahjong tiles clattered noisily as he impatiently said yes and hung up immediately. Everyone at the mahjong table was a friend. Hearing this, they all gathered around, grinning. "Brother Yi breaking up? Got a problem with that?" Chen Yi raised his eyebrows with a lewd smile. "Any objections? Sister Li is so beautiful and has such a great figure. You're really willing to give that up? What's there to give up? Beautiful women are everywhere. When has Brother Yi ever lacked women? Women throw themselves at him. Sister Li was your longest relationship, right? We all thought she'd tie Brother Yi down. Thought we'd see you two get married. Seems a shame to break up like this. Brother Yi, Sister Li really cared about you. Brother Yi, I have a goddaughter who's quite pretty too. Interested? I can bring her out to meet you sometime. All of you get lost." Chen Yi smiled with a cigarette between his lips. "When did I ever talk about marriage? I've never had any hope for that in this life. Just getting by is enough." Tu Li lay disheveled at home, thinking and thinking before finally calling Miao Jing. Her thoughts had gone through 18 twists and turns. She wanted to ask whether Miao Jing knew if Chen Yi had other women, what the two of them had talked about on the balcony, and about things from their past. Miao Jing was buried in revising blueprints and didn't like having vague conversations with people. Sisterly, there are some things I don't know. As for the rest, you can ask Chen Yi directly. After all, your relationship with him is more direct. She hung up. Only then did Tu Li notice Miao Jing's cold aloofness. She lived with Chen Yi, yet she didn't even know about his daily comings and goings, or who he contacted. Did she truly not know? Or was she simply too lazy to care and unwilling to tell her? Tu Li finally called Bozai. He spent the most time with Chen Yi. Although he was tight-lipped, he was still honest and helpful. She might be able to get some information from him. Bozai had also heard about Chen Yi breaking up with Tu Li and knew she was upset, but he hadn't seen any other women around Chen Yi. When Tu Li asked about Miao Jing, Bozai recalled that their relationship wasn't particularly good. However, they had lived together for 3 years, with Chen Yi paying Miao Jing's tuition and living expenses. No adults? Just the two of them living together? Tu Li twirled her hair tie around her finger. What about Miao Jing's mother? When did she leave? Why didn't she take Miao Jing with her? The matter of Wei Mingjin absconding with the money was something Chen Yi didn't want people mentioning. Bozai hemmed and hawed, unwilling to explain clearly. I'm not too sure either. Anyway, Miao Jing stayed in Tung City. Brother Yi usually lived elsewhere and only came home on weekends. I know they spent holidays and festivals together. Brother Yi used to always talk about driving Miao Jing away. He was always impatient whenever they called each other. Later, when Miao Jing graduated from high school and got into a really good university, she never came back and never contacted us again. I only found out she'd returned to Ting City when you asked me. Tu Li hung up, feeling quite puzzled. She contacted Chen Yi again, her tone sweet and coy. Are you free? I want to come to your place and get my things back. Chen Yi was playing pool and answered distractedly. Sure. Come over tomorrow. For this meeting, Tu Li got eyelash extensions and dyed her hair, then applied flawless, glamorous makeup. With her dance background, her figure was curvaceous and alluring. She changed into a tight-fitting bodycon dress, remembering that Chen Yi had indeed liked this style before. After making herself stunningly beautiful, she took a taxi to Chen Yi's home. Chen Yi had been at the pool hall the previous night and hadn't been awake for long. When he opened the door and saw Tu Li, he lazily stepped aside to let her in. Where's Miao Jing? Out dating Lu Jingxi. He and Miao Jing were still cold toward each other. Miao Jing ignored him completely, going about her normal work life and dating after work. They hadn't properly spoken for several days. The washing machine's water pipe remained broken, with no one fixing it. Miao Jing had given up and hadn't tidied the house for days, while Chen Yi was too lazy to do anything. After so many years apart, they had grown accustomed to living like this. Suddenly coming together, changing their living habits, and then changing them back again, everything felt completely wrong. Tu Li smiled brightly, lifted the food container in her hand, and placed it on the table. It's almost 11. Have you eaten yet? I packed some food, all things you like. Want to try? Chen Yi stretched out his long legs and lounged casually in the chair, his black eyes glancing sideways at her. Those gloomy eyes seemed to see straight through her thoughts. Get your things yourself. He was lazy and listless, as though he had no bones. Let's part on good terms. Neither of us owes the other anything, and we never explicitly said where this was going. I've spent plenty of money on you these past 2 years. That should be enough compensation. Tu Li's mouth twitched slightly, but she finally smoothed her expression into a sweet smile. I haven't said anything. Why are you so eager to cut ties? She giggled as she handed him a pair of chopsticks. Have some food first. There's no rush. I brought alcohol too. Want some? Chen Yi lazily curled his lips, revealing a slightly cold smile. What? A farewell meal, isn't it? Parting on good terms, right? They started eating. Chen Yi stopped after 2 bites. Tu Li got up to fetch a bowl from the kitchen, her dress brushing past him. A bowl of oil-splashed beef spilled across the table, splattering oil onto Chen Yi's clothes. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Tu Li giggled. Go change your clothes. Take your things and leave. I need to go open the pool hall later. I won't see you out. Chen Yi threw down his chopsticks and got up to shower and change. When he came out of the bathroom, the dining table had already been cleaned. Walking toward the bedroom, he saw someone rummaging through the wardrobe, a slender figure in a light-colored long dress. Seeing him, Her eyes brightened as she smiled. Does it look good? Chen Yi's eyes contracted slightly. Rose-colored lips. Pearl earrings. Hair loosely pinned up. The flowing glance she cast over her shoulder. The long dress wrapped around her figure, subtly revealing both its fullness and slenderness. It was one of Miao Jing's regular dresses that had been hanging on the balcony. The material was silky and light, with an airy cut. Tu Li spread out the skirt and blinked at him. Does it look good? My clothes got dirty too, so I borrowed Miao Jing's dress. His thick eyebrows furrowed as he stared heavily at her without saying anything. Tu Li laughed softly and swayed her waist as she approached. Her perfume was rich, and her enchanting figure pressed against his back. Her voice was seductive. Chen Yi. Her chin slid against him, rubbing lightly and creating a ticklish sensation. Her laughter was alluring to the bone. This dress doesn't look like much when it's hanging up, but it looks quite good when worn. It's especially tight around the waist and chest. Miao Jing is so thin, with hardly any flesh in these areas. I'm not wearing anything underneath. It's so confining. Chen Yi's eyes closed slightly, his Adam's apple rolling. Delicate hands touched him. Isn't this quite spirited? She took his hand and placed it against her curves. See? Isn't Miao Jing's dress quite narrow? Her red lips brushed his ear. It's been so long, and it's not like we haven't done it before. Let me help you release some heat. Chen Yi opened his eyes. His gaze was heavy, and his face was slightly flushed. Suddenly, he threw off her hand. Tu Li used the momentum to pull him down onto the bed. The dress was thin, soft, and slippery, making the scene enchanting. Messy hair covered the woman's charming features, leaving only parted red lips and the faint glimpse of a pink tongue. He looked only once at that half-hidden, extraordinarily coquettish face. His breathing instantly grew rough. His body became taut as a bow. Delicate arms wrapped around his neck as he fell heavily onto the bed. Passionate kisses followed. Sweat broke out across Chen Yi's back. Tu Li tugged at his clothes, and the click of his belt sounded. Tu Li reached into the drawer for protection and moved to help him put it on. Chen Yi's body suddenly stiffened. Sweat burst from his scalp as he pushed the person in his arms away and stumbled back a step. His face was red, yet weighed down by dejection. He stared at the woman on the bed, her dress half lifted, his eyes flashing white as he spoke hoarsely. Get out. Tu Li's face turned ashen. She bit her lip and rolled her eyes toward the ceiling. His chest heaved violently, his eardrums pounding. Take off the dress. Tu Li stripped in front of him and changed back into her own clothes. Her voice was slightly cold and full of mockery. Chen Yi, what exactly is your relationship with Miao Jing? It can't be ordinary, right? Getting this hard, yet living like a monk ever since she came back. Chen Yi's eyes instantly turned gloomy. He stared coldly at Tu Li without speaking, then directly twisted her around and threw her out the door. Chapter 18. Miao Jing went to a barbecue with her colleagues at the suburban family home of a local co-worker. With its small courtyard, yellow dog, vegetable garden, and melon patch, the atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Lu Jingxi transformed into a master at the grill, while Miao Jing sat nearby preparing skewers. Miao Jing never blended into social gatherings as naturally as other people. She lacked their easygoing manner and cheerful sociability, and it was at moments like these that her aloofness became most apparent. She was difficult to empathize with. From her appearance and demeanor alone, no one could fathom what she had experienced or what she was thinking. She always maintained a somewhat mysterious air of detachment. After a full day of festivities, Lu Jingxi drove Miao Jing home. Noticing a hint of melancholy and faint worry in her clear eyes, he showed her the group photo they had taken that day. Even sitting beside the smoky barbecue grill, she remained the most graceful and beautiful person there, wearing a slight smile that seemed neither cheerful nor indifferent. Are you going back home for Spring Festival this year? I remember you mentioned that your mother lives in your hometown, Lu Jingxi said, sincerely inviting her. If you're going back, we could drive together. You, me, and another colleague from the workshop. Spring Festival was still several months away. Miao Jing smiled and shook her head. I probably won't go back. Will you stay in Teng City for the holiday? Lu Jingxi asked. When was the last time you went home? The first year after I started working. She rested her chin on her hand. I had a business trip to Province C, and it was on the way, so I went back to take a look. I couldn't remember many of the places anymore. Even Wei Mingzhen's face had become blurry in her memory. She had calmly called out, "Mom," while Wei Mingzhen burst into tears, overwhelmed by countless emotions she wanted to express. Miao Jing had stayed for a while, shared a meal with her, and then left. "Engineer Miao, where did you spend Spring Festival in previous years?" "Working overtime on projects at the company. One year, I went to my ex-boyfriend's home. New Year customs vary by region. Some places have a wonderful festival atmosphere." They continued chatting about regional Spring Festival customs until Miao Jing reached her destination. She said goodbye to Lu Jingxi. It was already late, and everyone was tired after the long day. He still had colleagues to drive back to the company, so Miao Jing didn't ask him to stay in the city. When she opened the door upstairs, there was a faint smell of smoke in the apartment. Chen Yi was home, sitting in his room with his legs crossed as he played games. After spending the entire day around charcoal smoke, Miao Jing went straight to her room to change clothes and organize her things before washing her hair and showering. When she walked onto the balcony, her steps slowed. In the corner stood a brand-new drum washing machine. The old one was nowhere to be seen. Her expression softened as she tossed her clothes into the washing machine and then gathered the dry clothes from the balcony. She draped a light blue dress over her arm. Her expression faltered, and her delicate brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. The dress was slightly damp. Game sound effects thundered from the room, while Miao Jing sat quietly on the sofa folding clothes. She carried her own stack back to her room, leaving Chen Yi's pile on the sofa as usual for him to collect himself. When Chen Yi finished gaming and passed by to collect his clothes, his movements suddenly froze. Miao Jing had silently thrown that dress into the nearby trash bin. "Aren't you going to ask me why I don't want it?" She sat at the dining table eating, her back to him, yet it was almost as though she had eyes in the back of her head as she casually tossed out the question. Chen Yi swallowed. His tall frame tensed, his shoulders rising as he moistened his dry lips. The dress was washed again, but rather carelessly. There's still some perfume on it, and the seam around the waist has been stretched. Miao Jing pushed back her chair and walked into the kitchen, her voice cool. "Chen Yi, did Tuli look pretty in my dress?" His fingers touched his lips, the lingering scent of tobacco strong as he feigned composure. "Her clothes got dirty. She just borrowed it for a while. I asked if she looked pretty. Did she look good? I'll buy you a new one." Chen Yi stuffed his hands into his pockets and hunched slightly as he stood lazily in the kitchen doorway. "You can buy it yourself, or I can buy it for you. Whatever you prefer." "No need. It's just a dress. It wasn't worth much." She turned around, wearing a smile as clear as the wind and bright as the moon. "Talking about compensation makes us sound like strangers. How could I accept that when I've lived here for months without paying any rent? We should calculate the rent. I've already arranged to move into the company dormitory this weekend, so you two can have some privacy." Silence. His thick brows furrowed deeply as he stared at her with dark eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing. "This weekend?" "Yes. I've already applied for a dormitory room. This way, it'll be more convenient for Jingxi and me too." Miao Jing went back to her room, took out an old bank card, and placed it on the dining table in front of him. Her fair fingers tapped the surface of the card as she spoke calmly. "I'll transfer the rent to this card. Do you still remember this card and its password? You keep it. This bank card." Chen Yi's expression immediately darkened. Extreme impatience appeared in his eyes as he pressed his lips together irritably. "Miao Jing, what exactly are you doing?" "Nothing. I've already told you." A hint of impatience entered Miao Jing's voice as well. "The weather is getting cold, commuting is inconvenient, and I work overtime a lot. Living at the company will be more convenient. You can drive my car to work." His tone was harsh. "If you were going to move, why didn't you just live at the company from the beginning? Why bother moving back and forth? I didn't know before, but now I do." Miao Jing's lips curled upward, her eyes delicate but cold as she spoke. "If you really can't wait, I can move tonight, so I don't interfere with your interests. Whatever you want." His eyes flashed sharply as he affected an indifferent attitude, then slammed the front door hard enough to shake dust loose. Miao Jing really did return to her room and pack, gathering her commonly worn clothes and daily necessities into her suitcase. Before leaving, she called Chen Yi to explain that she'd left the key in its original place, had prepaid some of the utilities, and would return later for the larger belongings she couldn't move right now. On Chen Yi's end, there was background noise, and he could faintly hear a man's voice near her. He impatiently hung up the phone. His thick brows furrowed, his expression grew increasingly dark, and his entire aura became colder as he cursed under his breath. Women were fucking annoying. Ever since Miao Jing returned to Tung City, he hadn't had a single comfortable day. There was always some endless stream of trivial trouble. His hand trembled around the pool cue. When the people around him laughed at his mistake, Chen Yi simply threw the cue onto the pool table with a bang. His head buzzing, he went to a friend's boxing gym and unleashed a barrage of blows against a punching bag. Then he climbed into the ring and fought until his smooth, full chest gleamed with sweat. Finally, the gym owner knocked him to the ground with a kick. Chen Yi lay there panting heavily, drenched in sweat, until someone pulled him back to his feet. "What's wrong with you today?" Every punch was nothing but brute force. "Lost at pool. Not happy." Someone laughed. "You can lose at pool. I've lost plenty of games." Chen Yi shook his water bottle as he drank, his expression gloomy. "Haven't got much left by now either." The technical department's dormitories were slightly better than those of the workshop department. They typically had two-person rooms with private bathrooms, similar to standard hotel rooms. Female employees stayed on the upper floors, while male employees lived below. Because the rooms weren't very large and had limited storage space, many employees chose to rent apartments outside. Cases like Miao Jing's, moving from home into the company dormitory, were rare. Her roommate was a female engineer from the procurement center whom she'd met several times before and got along with well. Although they lived on different floors, Miao Jing was now close to Lu Jingxi, and he was naturally happy about her moving into the dormitory. From any perspective, interacting with Miao Jing was always pleasant. The company had an activity center with a yoga room and gym. After work, people could play badminton or ping pong together. The union did a good job in this regard. Since most of the employees were young, it organized various sporting activities. Miao Jing was able to work less overtime. Her friends would drag her along to watch games at the courts, which was better than staying in the office drawing blueprints. Everyone knew she and Lu Jingxi were close. They knew there had to be something between them, even though the two hadn't made anything public. Many people at the company wanted to pursue Miao Jing, but Lu Jingxi blocked them all. After quietly moving back to the company, Miao Jing lived peacefully for a week. Lu Jingxi spent more time with her and came to understand her social habits and daily routine more fully. However, he hadn't expected to receive a call from Tu Li asking whether he knew what was going on between Miao Jing and Chen Yi. Chen Yi completely ignored Tu Li, while she was too proud and too hurt to resort to desperately pursuing him or humbling herself to reconcile. She could accept Chen Yi cheating on her or transferring his affections to another woman. But if that woman was Miao Jing, it felt like swallowing flies. They lived under the same roof. They might already have been sleeping together at night, while maintaining appearances during the day, intimate and private, while pretending otherwise. That seemed far too hypocritical and disgusting. When Tu Li questioned him, Lu Jingxi was stunned. He was playing badminton on the court, with Miao Jing nearby. Finding an excuse to step away, he listened as Tu Li told him over the phone that there was something unusual between Chen Yi and Miao Jing. Of course, Tu Li didn't mention wearing Miao Jing's dress to seduce Chen Yi. She merely said that the two exchanged meaningful glances, then asked Lu Jingxi whether he'd noticed anything strange about his girlfriend. But meaningful glances weren't tangible evidence. Lu Jingxi truthfully told her that Miao Jing had moved back into the company dormitory. Since he and Miao Jing came and went together and lived in the same dormitory building, he hadn't seen Chen Yi recently, nor had he seen Miao Jing maintain any contact with him. If anything had seemed strange before, it was only Miao Jing's unusual indifference toward Chen Yi. She was so indifferent that whenever anyone asked about him, she knew almost nothing. Otherwise, there had been no signs of anything unusual. Unable to find any evidence from Lu Jingxi, Tu Li hung up dejectedly. She had wanted to confront Miao Jing directly and have it out with her, but on what grounds? Aside from Chen Yi's behavior, she hadn't found any substantial evidence that something improper was happening between the two. Miao Jing had even moved back into the dormitory instead of continuing to live with Chen Yi, which seemed completely contrary to that idea. After the call ended, Lu Jingxi stood silently pondering for a long time, his phone still in his hand. Tu Li didn't know that his status as Miao Jing's boyfriend existed in name only, and she'd forgotten to ask why. On that rainy day, he had entered Miao Jing's room only to leave again later. What's wrong? Miao Jing noticed his hesitant return and slightly gloomy expression. Are you all right? Tu Li just called me. She said Chen Yi broke up with her. Lu Jingxi carefully studied her expression and touched his nose. She asked if I knew about it. I said I didn't. He cautiously asked, seems like it happened a few days ago. Did you know about this, Engineer Miao? Oh. Miao Jing held her badminton racket, her expression completely calm, as though she'd merely heard a piece of casual gossip that didn't cause even the slightest ripple. Her tone was sincere and gentle. I didn't know either. Chen Yi never told me, and Tu Li hasn't contacted me. They continued playing and chatting with their colleagues as usual until the lights went out. Miao Jing remained composed and steady, showing no signs of distraction or anything unusual. Everyone made plans to eat hot pot together on their next day off, and Miao Jing nodded in agreement. Lu Jingxi parted from her at the dormitory entrance, watching her graceful figure disappear upstairs. He couldn't figure her out at all, and his inability to understand her only made him more curious. Miao Jing had lived at the company for nearly a month without returning home. She had only packed some seasonal clothes and necessities, leaving behind her off-season clothes and larger belongings. Because of overtime and various activities, she hadn't gone back to retrieve them. Of course, she hadn't contacted Chen Yi either. Not a single call or message. While she didn't contact Chen Yi, he was perfectly happy living carefree, even more relaxed and cheerful without Tu Li. He spent his days hanging around pool halls and various entertainment venues, returning home late at night only to shower and sleep, as free as could be. He received a call from Miao Jing during the late autumn cold wave. Although Teng City wasn't particularly cold, the nights carried a chill, and it was raining. Miao Jing called to ask whether Chen Yi could bring her silk duvet and several items from her wardrobe, since she no longer had a key to the house and couldn't get away that day. Her voice over the phone was soft and cool, with a slight nasal tone. Chen Yi chewed gum as he spoke lazily. I'm busy during the day. If you can wait until this evening, I'll find time to go back. Thank you. Miao Jing used her professional courtesy. I appreciate your help. Please call me when you arrive. Chen Yi bit down on his gum, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He dragged it out until 8 that evening before lazily coming over. Miao Jing waited beside the road in the complex, holding a black umbrella. She wore a white knit top and a light green dress that revealed her slender, porcelain white neck and ankles. Over it, she wore a long, thin knitted coat. The night wind caught its hem and swept it beyond the umbrella's protection, where the raindrops dampened it. It swayed silently, seeming both light and heavy. Her entire being resembled a pure and serene night-blooming flower, surrounded by a faint halo, silently blossoming in the dim, rainy night. A black Cadillac stopped beside the road. The window rolled down, and she met Chen Yi's gloomy, indifferent eyes. You're here. Miao Jing nodded. Thank you for the trouble. Chen Yi's face was numb and cold. The things are in the trunk. He opened the car door and stepped out. He was still dressed in his tough, dark style, wearing short boots and a long windbreaker. The hem of his coat fluttered in the wind, his features sharp and fiercely handsome as he walked through the rain. Miao Jing turned her umbrella, and the two moved toward the trunk. She held the umbrella high above his head. Water droplets splashed from the raised trunk lid and landed on his brow. One crystalline droplet trembled there before slowly sliding down his forehead. Men really couldn't be trusted. Chen Yi had brought a small box, apparently having swept everything from her desk into it, but several things were still missing. There's still the hairdryer, the box of power cords, and a thermos. Did you forget? Miao Jing pushed her damp hair behind her ear and looked down to check. This isn't the right duvet either. The size doesn't match. He crossed his arms impatiently, putting on an arrogant attitude. Don't be picky. Why don't you go home and get them yourself? Miao Jing frowned slightly and glanced at him. Then I'll go back for a bit. Chen Yi gave an indifferent sneer and pressed down on the trunk with his hand. It closed with a bang. Whatever you want. They got into the car. Miao Jing placed her umbrella beside her feet. The car started, the windshield wipers sweeping away thin streams of rain. The rainy night was dim, and the streetlights were hazy and dark. The car moved very slowly. Neither of them spoke. The interior was quiet and stuffy, with only the sound of the engine breaking the silence. Chen Yi cracked open the window and lit a cigarette while driving. As tobacco smoke filled the car, Miao Jing bit her lower lip and frowned deeply, holding herself back from speaking. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. Smoking while driving interferes with safe driving. 2 points deducted and a 200 yuan fine. If there's an accident, harming yourself is one thing, but harming someone else would be truly evil. Someone else? There isn't even a shadow on the road at this godforsaken hour. He lazily flicked his ash. You mean yourself? I'm afraid of being poisoned by secondhand smoke, Miao Jing replied calmly. You can die however you want. No one would care. But don't drag other people down with you. No one wants to keep you company. Chen Yi gave a cold laugh. You're so vicious. Do other people know that? Do they know how harsh your words can be? Miao Jing lifted her chin slightly, her eyes reflecting the passing streetlights. Whether I'm harsh or vicious depends on who it's directed at. Some people deserve it, and some don't. Being harsh and vicious has its uses. A few years away, saw the world, learned some things, learned how to put on an act. Chen Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled as he mocked her. Not bad, Miao Jing. You've made something of yourself. Certainly more than you have, Miao Jing retorted coldly. You'd better keep living like this forever. Carefree, doing whatever you please, until you rot in the ground. You don't seem to be doing that well yourself. Forget everything else. I thought you'd be high and mighty, brilliantly successful, and snag some impressive man. But in the end, you're just slaving away doing overtime like everyone else and settling for a simpleton like Lu Jingxi. He smiled maliciously. Can't even earn half of what I make. I wasted all those years raising you. What a fucking waste. His tongue angrily scraped across his back teeth. His eyes were fierce, though he was smiling. If only there were such a thing as regret medicine in this world. Miao Jing's lips curved into a slight smile. You're quite proud of yourself. Isn't it good to see firsthand how I live? Doesn't it prove you've been right all along? You keep living however you please, and I'll live according to my plans. We'll see who has the last laugh. Chen Yi laughed at her provocation, grinning again and again. Well, isn't that just, fuck it all? Miao Jing sat properly upright, her brows and lashes still, her eyes fixed straight ahead. Her tone was light. What are you angry about? It's not like you haven't fucked before. The air suddenly froze. For a long while, everything around them seemed magnified and slowed. The fine raindrops against the windshield, the confused flickering of the lights, the howl of the night wind and the sound of car engines, the suppressed breathing of the person beside her, and his frozen, sharp, young, handsome profile. They had tacitly agreed never to mention it, but neither of them had forgotten. The fingers resting on the windowsill twitched. The burning cigarette silently fell from his hand and dropped into a roadside puddle, releasing one final wisp of smoke before fading into nothing. Chen Yi blinked slowly. His tough, tense face twitched. The corners of his mouth moved as he swallowed a surge of agitation, pressed his lips together, and maintained a stern expression without speaking. After a long while, he finally couldn't hold himself back. His fingers trembled against the steering wheel. So that's it. You came back to get fucked. He gave her a cynical smirk. Well, you'll have to wait in line. Girls are queuing up to climb into my bed. You mean me and Lu Jingxi? That's none of your business. The company dormitory is quite convenient. Miao Jing's expression remained proper and calm as she sharply retorted. You should be careful about catching diseases. I have a medical checkup voucher. I'll give it to you. Better to get checked and treated early. Don't harm yourself and other people. The man blinked hard, his chest tightening as he pressed his lips together without speaking. His face was as dark as miasma, furious at her words. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The car suddenly surged forward, roaring down the empty road. Miao Jing's body jerked backward, caught off guard by the sudden acceleration. She gripped the seat belt and sat silently, her expression cold. The steering wheel suddenly turned. The car swerved toward the roadside. Chen Yi slammed on the brakes, the tires releasing a long, piercing screech. Miao Jing's body lurched forward, but before the seat belt could pull her back, the person beside her moved with lightning speed. There was a soft click as the seat belt released. She was roughly yanked sideways in the passenger seat. That dark, fierce face loomed menacingly over her, his large hand pinning her firmly in place. Before Miao Jing could catch her breath, outside the window, the rain suddenly intensified into a downpour, and the night wind was cold. In the dim light, she saw a pair of deep, bright eyes that were both cold and frenzied. The man's lips suddenly descended onto her face, wet and burning hot, moving desperately as though he were starving and dying of thirst. The heat was so intense that her breath froze. Her cold hands and feet curled tightly. Her heart felt as though it had been pierced by 1,000 needles, twitching and spasming slightly as she tightly clutched the hem of her dress. Chapter 19. Chen Yi was in his second year of vocational school and attended classes only once or twice a week. He spent the rest of his time in internet cafes, arcades, pool halls, or racing motorcycles late at night. Having lacked proper guidance since childhood, he had always been wild about such things, performing stunts even on a bicycle. His motorcycle had been gradually assembled from a scrap frame, upgraded piece by piece with parts he had won from others. Miao Jing was in her final year of middle school, with only 2 months left before the high school entrance exam. She studied diligently and ranked among the top students in her graduating class, consistently placing within the school's top 10. Her photo hung permanently on the honor board, though she was rather introverted. Every day, she went about alone in her school uniform, attending classes during the day, evening self-study at night, and returning home to cook for herself. It was a simple and quiet middle school life. Their 2-bedroom apartment was neither particularly large nor particularly small. The possessions left behind by Chun Li Bin and Wei Mingjin gradually disappeared. Even the lingering, gentle presence of Chen Yi's mother that Miao Jing had first sensed upon entering the home had silently faded with time. Only traces of the 2 growing children's lives remained, making the apartment feel empty, simple, and worn. Chen Yi would appear without warning. Sometimes he knocked on her window late at night to get inside. Sometimes she discovered him in the next room early in the morning. Sometimes he raced past on his motorcycle while she walked home from evening self-study, or suddenly burst through the door during mealtimes. Living together wasn't particularly inconvenient. They had shared a room as children, neither of them had bad habits, and both spoke very little. Each stayed busy with their own affairs in their respective rooms, only coming together at mealtimes. The only thing Miao Jing particularly noticed was Chun Yi's enormous appetite. He ate at least twice as much as she did. The milk in the refrigerator and the rice in the container disappeared at an alarming rate. She remembered Chun Li Bin's slim, refined build, but Chun Yi was broad-shouldered and wide-backed, his presence imposing and intimidating. After meals, Chun Yi would leave some money for food on the table. It was never very much. Sometimes 30 or 40 yuan, sometimes 1 or 200, usually depending on his current financial situation. The money might come from winning at pool, 10 or 20 yuan at a time, or from motorcycle racing prizes. From his phone conversations, Miao Jing knew he belonged to a group that gathered on the mountain roads in the suburbs at night to race, with prizes usually worth several thousand yuan. However, most of that money went toward upgrading his motorcycle and treating his brothers to entertainment. What remained was just enough for Miao Jing to buy some decent food. Those middle school years, when Miao Jing lived at home, were when she ate the best. She would usually buy factory seconds or food nearing its expiration date to get by, but every so often, she could enjoy a full meal of meat. She learned to cook braised beef, lamb, and seafood, her cooking skills progressing from novice to proficient. Chen Yi wasn't picky about taste. No matter how badly she cooked something, he calmly finished whatever she made. There was a washing machine on the balcony, and unless something was particularly troublesome, their clothes were generally thrown in together. The first time Miao Jing gathered the courage to stop Chen Yi was when she saw him about to toss his underwear and socks in with everything else. She stood in front of the washing machine with a red face, stammering and struggling to get the words out. Chen Yi stood there with dripping hair and his hands on his hips, snickering at how particular she was. Then he returned to the bathroom and washed them by hand with detergent. He had done every kind of household chore since childhood. After Chun Yi's knife-wielding incident intimidated the neighbors, his reputation spread throughout the residential area, and no one dared approach them casually. The siblings were also too aloof to socialize with anyone. People simply waited to see how things would turn out. 2 minors living without parental supervision, especially with Chun Yi's temperament as a headstrong 16-year-old, would surely end up in trouble with the law sooner or later. Everyone kept their distance to avoid getting dragged into it. The days passed quietly until 2 days before the entrance exam, when Chen Yi suddenly came home. Because of the hot weather, Miao Jing had been studying at home. She was somewhat nervous and too busy to cook properly, so she'd made noodles for them several days in a row. Chen Yi bought some prepared dishes, watermelon, and fruit. As they sat at the table, he suddenly dropped a large chicken leg into her bowl, splashing hot noodle soup onto her startled face and into her eyes. As she blinked back tears, Chen Yi silently pushed half a box of braised beef toward her. Eat. When Miao Jing finished washing the dishes, half a watermelon remained on the table with a spoon stuck into it, standing bare. Chen Yi had taken the other half to his room. The exam venue was at their school. Miao Jing planned to take the bus in the morning and return home after the afternoon exam. She would eat lunch at school and rest there during the break. She carried a canvas bag she'd won in a competition, checked her stationery and admission ticket, and packed an apple. Chen Yi lazily opened his door to use the bathroom. As Miao Jing stepped through the front door, he called out through a mouthful of toothpaste. "Wait for me." Chen Yi splashed cold water on his face and smoothed his buzz cut. "I'll take you there." "Okay." They rode his motorcycle. Miao Jing wore a helmet and carefully held only the edge of his shirt. The motorcycle roared to life as Chen Yi planted his long legs on the ground and turned his head to speak. "Hold on tight. If you fall off, we're going straight to the hospital." The motorcycle shot forward. The sudden inertia threw Miao Jing's body forward until her face pressed against his back. His broad shoulders carried the sharp scent of tobacco, healthy and vigorous, but not unpleasant. Perhaps because of the speed, she felt slightly dizzy, as though she were floating. This time, Miao Jing didn't struggle to sit upright. She rested lightly against his back, her hands gripping the corners of his t-shirt, her eyes slightly closed as she quietly and nervously felt the strong wind against her face and listened to the noise rushing past her ears. There was a slight, vague happiness. Chen Yi dropped her off at school and sped away. Miao Jing followed the crowd through the school gates, looking back once at his dark figure on the motorcycle. The exam went smoothly. That afternoon, when she walked out of the examination room, the school gates were surrounded by layer upon layer of parents waiting to pick up their children. Miao Jing walked slowly with her head lowered. Then she suddenly heard a sharp blast from a horn. Looking up, she unexpectedly saw a tall young figure beyond the crowd. Chen Yi lounged on a gleaming motorcycle, a cigarette held between his fingers. His dark eyes seemed to contain a trace of amusement as he watched her lazily. Her eyes suddenly brightened. She hurried toward him and stopped in front of the motorcycle, completely unaware of the radiant smile on her face or the joy in her steps, both melting into the dry afternoon wind beneath the bright, burning sun. Chen Yi's expression remained neutral, his tone casual. "How'd it go?" "Pretty good. Let's go." As soon as the exam was over, Chen Yi disappeared again without a word. The results came out in early July. Miao Jing ranked within the school's top 10 and the city's top 100. Tung City had a provincial key high school, and with her score, her admission was guaranteed. It was something worth celebrating. Chen Yi saw the bright red acceptance letter too. Lounging in his chair with his legs crossed on a stool, he calmly asked, "When are you planning to leave?" Miao Jing's smile faded. She blinked, her hands resting on her knees, her lips pressed tightly together. They had agreed before. She would leave after finishing middle school. She had lived in this home for so long, and Chen Yi hadn't pursued the matter of Wei Mingzhen or made things difficult for her. Miao Jing had no reason to stay, but Wei Mingzhen's phone still couldn't be reached. Should she go directly to the address Wei Mingzhen had given her? Or should she follow Wei Mingzhen's suggestion and return to their hometown in Province Z to continue her studies while living with her aunt's family? "I'll buy you a train ticket back home." Chen Yi drew his legs back and lowered his eyes as he slowly instructed her. "Pack your things. I'll take you to the station." Miao Jing softly murmured, and returned to her room to pack. There really wasn't much. A few worn clothes, some daily necessities, several extracurricular books, her acceptance letter, and her personal records. It didn't even fill a suitcase. A backpack was enough. Chen Yi really did buy her a train ticket to Province Z. He took her to the station and walked her all the way to the security checkpoint. Standing tall in front of her, he thought for a moment before pulling a stack of money from his pocket. Take it. No need. Miao Jing shook her head and drew back her hands. I still have some money. It's enough. He put the money back into his pocket and pushed her lightly by the shoulder. Then go. Goodbye. Miao Jing didn't look at him as she softly said farewell. Thank you, Chen Yi. Goodbye. Go on. He raised his hand as though he intended to pat her head, but stopped before touching her. Then he turned on his heel and strode away, waving twice behind him as he quickly left the waiting room. Miao Jing watched his departing figure. Silently, she withdrew her gaze before sitting down in a chair, bewildered, to wait for the train. If possible, she wished she were already 18. An adult who could be independent, do whatever she wanted, go wherever she pleased, and have wings, or at least a direction. But she was 15, only 3 years away from 18. Why couldn't she manage now? People came and went around her, stopping and moving on. Perhaps it was fate, but the train was delayed. The electronic board showed a 3-hour delay. Miao Jing sat there for a very long time before mechanically standing, walking to the refund window, and then leaving the station. Someone was quietly waiting beside the flower beds outside. Long-legged and broad-shouldered, with a buzz cut, Chen Yi leaned against a utility pole in an intimidating posture, arrogantly puffing on a cigarette. Through the thin, sharp white smoke, his features looked clean-cut, his expression stern as he stared intently at the girl with the heavy ponytail, wearing a stretched-out t-shirt, quiet and delicate. Where are you going? He called loudly. Miao Jing turned. A flash of panic appeared in her eyes, but she walked steadily toward him and pressed her lips together. To find work. What kind of work? The electronics factory is hiring summer workers, or I could wash dishes at restaurants. They provide room and board. She clutched several job advertisements in her hand. He shook his head and laughed. You can support yourself, so can I. Miao Jing stared steadily at him. I'll go on my own. I won't look for you again. I won't trouble you anymore. Miao Jing, that's surprising. You're quite ambitious. He laughed mockingly. Well then, go. She nodded solemnly and turned away, walking down the street toward the busiest and dirtiest parts of the city. Those at the bottom of society had the strongest survival instincts. In this era, anyone with hands and a brain wouldn't starve or freeze, especially with the long summers and mild winters. She could do many kinds of work. She wasn't afraid of hardship. As she crossed the pedestrian path, a vehicle suddenly sped past her and braked sharply. The rider reached out and grabbed her around the waist. Before Miao Jing could cry out, she was thrown onto the motorcycle. Her heart pounded as she crashed against his arm and encountered that familiar, pleasant male scent. Chen Yi, Miao Jing screamed. The motorcycle maintained its speed, bumping and turning. Her position was precarious, and she was terrified of falling, so she could only hold tightly onto him. You're pretty stubborn. Who taught you that? Chen Yi laughed loudly. You've been like this since childhood. Really annoying. Where are you taking me? She shouted. Taking you to celebrate. The motorcycle wove left and right through traffic before turning toward the mountains and the suburbs. The speed increased gear by gear until they were racing along. The powerful wind filled their clothes and whistled in their ears, and their bodies began to feel weightless. Miao Jing couldn't handle this kind of excitement. Her mind went blank and her mouth went dry. Then she watched as Chen Yi suddenly lifted the motorcycle's front wheel, launching them into the air. She closed her eyes and desperately clung to his back. Chen Yi, I'm scared. Stop, stop. He snaked along the mountain road, showing off tricks and dangerously speeding along the edges of cliffs. Miao Jing couldn't bear it at all. Her scalp tingled and her limbs went weak. Finally, she started crying from fear. Perhaps because she was short of breath, she cried with extraordinary intensity and abandon, sobbing against his back until the inside of her helmet was soaked. His back became wet as well before quickly drying in the hot wind. At last, the motorcycle stopped on a gentle slope at the mountaintop. Chen Yi grinned and asked whether she'd enjoyed herself, then dismounted with a cool flourish before sitting down on the ground. With his arms propped behind him, he enjoyed the cool breeze. Miao Jing weakly climbed off the motorcycle. Her footing gave way, and she fell directly onto the grass. She had cried until her face was red, tears and mucus streaking her face. Wisps of hair stuck to her cheeks and neck. She couldn't have looked more disheveled. Her shoulders still hitched with hiccuping sobs. The mountain wind whistled past. The air smelled sweet. The sunlight was intense yet clear. The grass was soft. Birds chirped nearby. Chen Yi ignored her crying. Chewing on a blade of grass, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. When he woke, he found that Miao Jing had also cried herself to sleep. Her thin arms and legs were curled up on the grass. Messy hair clung to her fair cheeks, tear tracks still visible at the corners of her eyes, her small nose and lips tightly scrunched. He shook her awake. Miao Jing. Miao Jing opened her eyes hazily. After crying, her heart felt unusually quiet. Her emotions were especially calm, as though all her troubles had become distant and the past was no longer worth dwelling on. Get up. He pulled her upright. Let's go home. She froze. Chen Yi had already put on his helmet. I'll do this good deed. You can leave after you graduate from high school. That crappy township school back in your hometown? What garbage. You'd be better off not studying at all. Get on, he said impatiently. Hurry up. Let's go home and cook. I'm hungry. Miao Jing climbed onto the motorcycle with trembling hands and feet. She asked fearfully, Can you go slower? We'll die if we fall. He roared with laughter. The provincial key school's fees weren't too outrageous. Tuition was 1,200 yuan. The dormitory cost 700, and uniforms and military training cost 500, though additional fees for tutoring and other expenses might exceed expectations. Miao Jing found work during the 2-month summer break. She did handicraft work at home during the day and worked at an internet cafe at night. Chen Yi and his friends often spent time at that internet cafe, so the job was relatively safe and easy. Chen Yi tossed her a mobile phone and told her to get a SIM card and save his number. Call me if anything happens. Chapter 20. 2 days before high school started, Miao Jing quit her job at the internet cafe. She collected her wages and headed home with Chen Yi, who had vouched for her to get the job in the first place. At 15, she was too young. The cafe owner normally wouldn't have hired someone her age and had only allowed her to do odd jobs during the night shift. Chen Yi could earn money playing games there, while Miao Jing stayed up late with him, eating instant noodles and breathing in secondhand smoke. She felt that the internet cafe was a place of both joy and sorrow, filled with the excitement and happiness of young people alongside their degradation and pain. Both of them had money in their pockets and were in good spirits as they walked leisurely home. At 9 in the morning, housewives were still returning from grocery shopping. Miao Jing also wanted to stop by the market, and Chen Yi followed along. As they passed a small clothing store on the street, he called out to her. They both needed some new clothes for school. Miao Jing wore only uniforms at school. Everything else came from street vendors, 5 yuan tank tops and 10 yuan t-shirts. Yet she still managed to look good in them. Her fair skin, black hair, thick eyelashes, and quiet, ethereal temperament added greatly to her appearance. Chen Yi's clothes were also bought casually. He wasn't particular about them. He had once gone through a non-mainstream phase of wearing floral shirts and ripped jeans, but lately he stuck to the same t-shirts and trousers, throwing each piece away when it wore out. Those were basically the only 2 kinds of clothes he owned. They bought complete outfits, simple t-shirts, trousers, and canvas shoes. Afterward, while Chen Yi stood smoking beside a garbage bin, Miao Jing went into the neighboring lingerie store. Because she was thin, she had always worn small cotton vests beneath loose t-shirts, binding herself tightly to conceal her curves. Her chest often felt constricted, and the little vests became loose after being washed repeatedly. She knew girls her age had begun wearing shaping underwear, but she had never dared buy any. Her mother, Wei Mingjin, hadn't had time to teach her about menstruation or breast development. Miao Jing had figured everything out on her own. She felt shy and nervous as she bargained with the shopkeeper. Chen Yi came looking for her while carrying their shopping bags. Usually, he acted cool, as though nothing in the world could embarrass him, never displaying any of the awkwardness of a teenager. But the moment he encountered the colorful array of underwear and bras, he suddenly froze. Their eyes met. He immediately twisted away, pretending to look up at nothing in particular. The shopkeeper was especially enthusiastic, her voice carrying throughout the store. 30 yuan each. I can't go any cheaper. This bra is perfect for young girls like you. Look how pretty the pink is, with the lace trim. It has a great push-up effect, and it won't bounce when you're running. Let me help you try the size. It'll be perfect for you. With a familiar face standing just outside, Miao Jing felt unbearably uncomfortable. She timidly refused the shopkeeper's enthusiastic offer, wanting nothing more than to pay and leave as quickly as possible. Chen Yi stood outside with his hands in his pockets, frowning slightly as he looked elsewhere. He thought that something costing only 30 yuan couldn't possibly be any good. He had heard Big Head Yuan bragging about accompanying girls to buy such things, where a tiny piece of fabric could cost several hundred yuan. Those women's magazines and newspapers all said that you should buy the most expensive, highest quality ones. Otherwise, there would supposedly be sagging and spreading later. Then he thought of Wei Mingxian. What a terrible person. She had taken tens of thousands of yuan and disappeared, abandoning her daughter. Now he had become the fall guy, forced to help look after someone else's daughter. Miao Jing. He called to her. Let's go. Huh. Come on. Hurry. His urgency perfectly matched her embarrassment, and the two quickly escaped from the enthusiastic shopkeeper. After buying some other things and groceries, they walked home. As they passed a boutique lingerie store, Chen Yi hesitated once, then twice. His face slightly flushed, he vaguely pointed toward it. Want to look inside? What? Oh, Miao Jing understood. She twisted her wrists, her face turning red as she sheepishly glanced toward the store. We're not broke. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Chen Yi drawled the words before hurriedly pulling out some money and throwing it to her. Look around by yourself. I've got something to do. I'm heading back first. An hour later, Miao Jing returned home with 2 discounted bras, feeling slightly elated. The saleswoman had been gentle, teaching her how to wear them and measure her size, while also complimenting her figure. Miao Jing liked pretty things. She chose 2 very soft white bras decorated with lace and pearls. A young girl's growth shouldn't consist only of darkness and poverty. There should also be beauty and purity. Back home, their morning purchases were sitting on the table, but Chen Yi was already gone somewhere. Miao Jing cooked and cleaned, then washed their new clothes and hung them on the balcony. The sky was azure blue. Water dripped from the unwrung corners of the clothes as they were gently brushed by the wind. The feeling was special, like dust finally settling, or like a kite flying high in the sky while still connected to the ground by a string. She finally had a fixed place where she could rest. When high school started, Miao Jing paid the tuition entirely with her own earnings. The high school campus was more upscale and beautiful than her middle school. The students who could attend were either exceptionally talented or came from wealthy families. The school was somewhat far from home, requiring either private transportation or a bus ride. Because evening self-study ended late and buses stopped running by then, Miao Jing chose to board at school. However, she regretted it slightly after paying the dormitory fees. The cafeteria was expensive, and various miscellaneous expenses added up. Her living costs might actually increase. Staying at home would have saved more money. Miao Jing didn't want to become Chen Yi's burden. He was only slightly older than her and was still studying himself. High school was busy. 6 students shared a dormitory room. At this brilliant age of youth, Miao Jing remained solitary and quiet. She avoided revealing her circumstances, prevented herself from spending impulsively, reduced unnecessary trouble and gossip, and devoted more time to studying. Many boys in her class liked teasing her and showed interest in her, but she rejected every invitation to go out or attend gatherings. Miao Jing was the cold, proud, veiled ice beauty. Her phone never rang. Chen Yi didn't contact her unless there was a reason, and she didn't contact him either. His number was the only one listed among her family contacts, with the relationship marked as elder brother. When the homeroom teacher asked about her parents, Miao Jing said that they worked out of town and that she lived with her brother. The teacher assumed she was a left-behind child and that her brother was already an adult. Only on weekends did she return home, where Chen Yi would usually be. She cooked, did laundry, and cleaned while he played games, slept, and ate. They spent 2 days together at home. Chen Yi occasionally gave her rides to school on his motorcycle, looking cool and eye-catching at the school gates and drawing the attention of onlookers. Asking Chen Yi for living expenses was difficult for Miao Jing to bring up, so she found ways to earn money herself. She no longer collected and sold recyclables. High school students had other ways to make money, such as doing homework or taking tests for Chen Yi's classmates, working at night markets, or setting up street stalls. But most of her money still came from Chen Yi. He never seemed completely short of money. No matter his circumstances, he always had something. Miao Jing didn't ask for much. She was extremely frugal, spending almost nothing at school except on food. However, she still needed money for tutoring fees and supplementary learning materials. When Chen Yi had money, he might give her 500 or 600 yuan at once. When he was broke, he could still somehow produce a few dozen yuan. If the money wasn't spent on Miao Jing, he would only spend it on entertainment anyway, so he often forced her to accept more than she wanted. If you don't spend it, I'll blow it all with my friends tomorrow anyway. Better for you to keep it. When I'm broke later, I'll just have to ask you for it back. Miao Jing thought about it. Then she quietly accepted the money. Chen Yi's friends came from all walks of life, and he was always surrounded by a group of pleasure-seeking companions. There were too many places to play and too many things to experience. They had encountered both the dirty and exciting sides of life. At 17 or 18, everything was vigorous. Even the blood pulsing through their veins seemed full of restless energy. This was the age most likely to lead someone astray. Yet Chen Yi was devilishly clever. He had been as slippery as an eel since childhood, wild and impossible to catch. He had done his share of mischief, but never anything too outrageous. When these delinquent youths gathered, aside from gaming, gambling, and fighting, there was also lewdness. They had seen countless adult videos and magazines. His friends all had girlfriends or other improper ideas, and plenty of girls admired Chen Yi or actively pursued him. At first, however, he wasn't fully aware of it. Pool, racing, gaming, and other activities were enough to capture his interest and were far more entertaining to him than getting intimate with girls. When he gradually became aware of the flirtatious glances being sent directly his way, he became somewhat evasive and unwilling. He didn't have money for dating. His situation was different from everyone else's. Without parents or a source of income, whatever money he earned had to cover tuition, his own living expenses, outings with his brothers, motorcycle modifications, equipment upgrades, and now the additional burden of supporting someone attending a provincial key high school. There was nothing left for eating out, shopping, buying clothes, or getting hotel rooms with girls. Chen Yi was too proud to live off women. And after seeing Big Head Yuan's relationship with that little punk girl, he decided being single was much more comfortable. More than half a year passed in a haze, and life was generally happy. During the National Day holiday, Miao Jing worked with him at the Internet Cafe. For the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chen Yi brought home 2 large crabs. During winter break and the Spring Festival holiday, the two did small businesses together to earn money. When school started again, Miao Jing wanted to move back home. Chen Yi found the idea troublesome. The commute was too far, and he would still have to check on her regularly. It was fine enough for them to meet on weekends and eat home-cooked meals together. 2 months into the semester, Miao Jing unexpectedly received a phone call. Chen Yi was in the hospital. He had been in a motorcycle accident while racing on the mountain roads at night. Several groups had arranged a showdown. Chen Yi was usually arrogant and prominent and had ongoing friction with other people. That night, someone deliberately caused trouble by blocking the race route. After a chain collision involving several motorcycles, Chen Yi was thrown forward. He was lucky to survive. He had braked in time and avoided falling down the mountain, but crashed into the rocks instead. Covered in blood, with a broken leg, he ended up lying in a hospital bed. When Miao Jing rushed to the hospital, she saw Bo Zi, Dai Mao, and several others gathered around the bed. Then she looked at Chen Yi. She stared with wide, clear eyes. Her face was pale and wooden. She couldn't speak. Chen Yi's face was covered in colorful bruises, but he was still breathing and lying in bed, joking with everyone. Some of the people who didn't know Miao Jing saw her in her high school uniform and asked whether brother he had been secretly keeping a young lover or corrupting an innocent schoolgirl. Chen Yi merely grinned and laughed. Get lost. She's my sister. Which dear sister? Brothery, just how many dear sisters do you have? A family relative. He shooed away the flies surrounding him before lounging casually against the bed. I'm not dead yet. What's with the funeral face? If you died. Miao Jing's lips trembled and her eyes reddened. What would I do? Whatever you'd normally do. Go find your mom. If you can't find your mom, find your dad. If you can't find your dad, find those relatives of yours. Worst case, there's still the orphanage. His tone was casual. It's not like we have any real connection. Besides, he wasn't going to die. His injuries weren't serious. Most of the blood had come from superficial wounds. Only the broken bone was troublesome and would require several months of recovery. If you don't die, then what if you're paralyzed? Or need an amputation? Or your face gets disfigured? What then? Her clear pupils stared directly at him. Hey, why do you have to say such nasty things? Are you cursing me or something? Chen Yi thought for a moment. If that happened, I might as well die. I'd kill myself. Who else would care whether he lived or died? Miao Jing took several days off school, rushing back and forth between the hospital and home. Chen Yi's hospitalization required treatment, x-rays, hospital fees, medicine, and nutritional supplements. It basically emptied both of their pockets. Bo Zi and the others pooled together some money for Miao Jing, barely enough to keep them fed. Go to class. Aren't you busy? Chen Yi shooed her away from his hospital bed. Why do you keep running to the hospital every day? Bo Zi and the others bring me food. You don't need to worry about it. Miao Jing had made chicken soup and was scooping it out of a thermos for him. I'm at school during the day. I got permission to skip evening self-study. I'm staying at home for now, and the bus route works out for bringing you meals. It doesn't interfere with my classes. Don't come at night. It's not safe. He held the bowl and lowered his head to sip the fragrant chicken soup. Miao Jing sat beside the hospital bed, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, she turned to look at him. I met Dai Mao. He said your motorcycle has been fixed. It's at the repair shop. Why don't we sell the motorcycle? Chen Yi frowned. That motorcycle was his treasure. He had spent so much money modifying it. We're out of money. Miao Jing reached into her pocket. I just paid more hospital fees downstairs. In a few days, we're going to be hungry. Chen Yi's arrogant expression drooped. His face tightened, and his lips pursed. Fine, we'll sell it. Then, reluctantly, he added, damn it. Calmly and peacefully, Chen Yi sold the cool, eye-catching motorcycle that had once drawn countless screams of excitement. He sold it cheaply. After spending half a month in the hospital, Chen Yi returned home to recover with a cast and crutches. Unable to move freely, he couldn't go anywhere and could only stay at home. Even after the cast was removed, his legs still hadn't fully recovered. He couldn't walk normally and didn't want to go outside and lose face. The most depressing part wasn't the injury itself, but the blow to his spirit. Chen Yi had always been proud and aggressive since childhood, forever charging straight ahead. When had he ever been this pathetic? Covered in injuries. Limping as he walked. Miao Jing needed to take care of him, so she moved back home from school. She asked Dai Mao to help her buy a second-hand bicycle, which she rode to school every day. One of them needed to attend school. The other was restricted in movement. This meant months of steadily draining their resources without even a guarantee of covering their basic living expenses. By the time they were reduced to eating boiled noodles at home, Chen Yi had grown irritable because he didn't even have cigarettes to smoke. Miao Jing watched him lying miserably on the sofa. His t-shirt was wrinkled like dried vegetables, his chin covered in stubble, making him look disheveled and lazy. Does being a beer girl pay well? She sat on the sofa folding clothes. How much can you earn in a day? Is it just selling beer? Chen Yi lazily opened his eyes. Professional drinking companions. You drink 1 bottle, the customers buy 10. Men grope your thighs. You want that? I'm willing, Miao Jing replied calmly. A lighter suddenly flew through the air. It struck her on the head, making Miao Jing grimace in pain. Chen Yi got up and fiercely dragged his injured leg back to his room to change his t-shirt. Then he headed out. Where are you going? I'm not paralyzed. Can't I go outside? He threw one sentence back at her. You stay put at home. Chen Yi didn't have the face to mooch off his fair-weather friends. Nor did he want to borrow money or resort to shady ways of making cash. He went straight to a construction site looking for odd jobs, gave the foreman a pack of cigarettes and some flattering words, and joined a renovation crew as a construction worker. He was quick-witted and learned fast. He was tall, strong, and had plenty of physical strength. He proved excellent at demolition, bricklaying, and painting. The wages were paid daily. 200 yuan a day. It was enough to keep food on the table. Late that night, when Chen Yi quietly returned home, Miao Jing saw the dust coating his hair and eyebrows, his filthy clothes, and the work gloves tossed beside the door. She was too shocked to react for a long time. Buy some meat. I want meat. He gritted his teeth as he put the money down, then turned and went into the bathroom to shower. He kept the job until his leg completely healed. The income was stable, so they no longer had to worry about surviving, and he could stay at the construction site. Chen Yi sent his filthy clothes home for washing, forcing Miao Jing to scrub hard to get them clean. When summer vacation arrived, she went to the construction site every day to bring him meals and help out. The summer weather was especially hot. Chen Yi followed the renovation crew as they worked on new houses. The buildings didn't have electricity yet, and the small rooms were stuffy and dirty. Miao Jing brought lunchboxes, ice water, and half a watermelon. She found Chen Yi shirtless, sitting on the ground with his back against the wall. The floor was covered with newspapers and pages torn from books. His t-shirt had been tossed aside. He sprawled there with his legs spread, holding a cigarette in one hand and a book in the other. No one knew where the books had come from. Perhaps they had been used to cover the floor, pasted onto walls, or simply discarded by someone. The pages were old and yellowed. They were all novels. Water Margin, The Count of Monte Cristo, How the Steel Was Tempered, The Red and the Black. There was even Lei Feng's diary. Chen Yi read quite seriously and intently. His crew cut was dusty, and his deep honey-colored muscles gleamed with sweat. His chest and shoulders were covered in gray dust, while the lines of his muscles bore red scratches and gray marks left by his fingers. Miao Jing watched his thick eyelashes move. The fingers holding the cigarette turned a page. He unconsciously took a drag. His eyelashes gently flickered again as he slowly exhaled smoke. He looked like a still-life painting, or a beautiful male sculpture. Chen Yi hadn't noticed that she had been standing there for so long. Only when Miao Jing walked inside and sat cross-legged beside him did she softly tell him to eat. Then she asked what he was reading. The Hunchback of Notre Dame. His eyes still hadn't left the page, and his voice carried a smile. It's really good. Never realized before that there were so many good books. Much more interesting than playing games. Something seemed to get into Miao Jing's eyes. She suddenly blinked hard. He put down the book and began wolfing down the food. He ate roughly and quickly, sweeping through everything Miao Jing had brought like a whirlwind. Then he told her to buy a few things on the way home and take his dirty clothes back to wash. Miao Jing stayed for a while. Chen Yi wanted to take a nap, so he lay back down on the newspapers and covered his face with the book, telling her to go home early. Miao Jing packed everything up and prepared to leave. Before going, she looked back at him one more time. Back home, she washed his clothes. She soaked them in a basin with plenty of detergent, but no matter what she did, they never seemed to come completely clean. She scrubbed until her fingers turned red, but she couldn't remove the paint. Miao Jing threw the clothes back into the basin. Dirty water splashed onto her. She couldn't help burying her face against her knees and sobbing violently. After crying, she took out her phone and called Wei Mingzhen. Then she ran out and found the home of the man who had disappeared with her mother, asking whether there was any news of the two of them. By the time Chen Yi's leg had completely healed, those peaceful days had passed. After graduating from vocational high school, Chen Yi wasn't yet 18. He stopped racing motorcycles. Things that required gambling with his life no longer seemed quite so interesting. He finally had the opportunity to truly enter society. He went with friends to play pool at clubs. He was extremely skilled at pool, defeating many people and meeting all kinds of characters. The manager of a nightclub noticed him. Chen Yi's first formal job was working as internal security at the nightclub. These days, young toughs no longer imitated young and dangerous movies by fighting with knives in the streets. Robbery and protection rackets had become outdated methods. Everything had acquired new packaging, demolition crews, high-interest debt collection, entertainment venues, exclusive product supply. They had all transformed into businessmen. After that, Chen Yi never had to worry about money again. The first time he walked through the door wearing a suit, even an ordinary suit took on an air of vigor and wildness when worn by him. He seemed never to have gone through an awkward phase. He was always steady, wild, and bold. Chapter 21. His lips were neither gentle nor sharp, but sensual, falling hot and soft against her cool face. His movements were rough and agitated, without the slightest trace of gentlemanly restraint. Instead, he seemed ready to devour her, to draw blood, to plunder, desperate to stake his claim. Outside the car window, the violent rain isolated them from the world. Each drop seemed to hammer against Miao Jing's skin and heart, stirring turbulence, long-buried yearning, and countless ripples. Her breathing quickened as she tried desperately to suppress and endure it. The passionate kisses swept across her cheeks before finally reaching her lips, resolutely forcing their way in. He charged forward fiercely, plundering her breath and saliva. The sharp taste of tobacco wrapped around her like inescapable shackles, making Miao Jing's entire body go weak. Her eyes ached, and her limbs gradually became stiff and numb. Breathless, Miao Jing tremblingly raised her hand and slapped Chen Yi hard across the face. The sound echoed far too clearly inside the car. Caught in the surge of passion, Chen Yi froze for a moment at the sting of pain. He lifted his dark eyes and stared at her delicate, lovely face and autumn water eyes. Almost instinctively, he dragged Miao Jing from the passenger seat toward the driver's side. Uprooted completely, her fair feet scraped across the seat as she tumbled over. She urgently called his name, but in the next instant, his large hands pulled her into the cramped space of the driver's seat, and she fell directly onto the hard, tobacco-scented man. Chen Yi, have you gone crazy? His cheek still carried the imprint of her hand. His breathing was more urgent than the storm outside, his eyes bright and wild. Miao Jing had been thrown into complete physical and mental chaos by him. She fell awkwardly against his body, pounding and tugging at him with her hands. Before she could say anything more, Chen Yi casually twisted and shifted, and suddenly Miao Jing found herself sitting on his thighs like a doll, face to face with him, staring into those mischievous, burning eyes. Furious, she raised her hand to strike him again. Chen Yi seemed to grin. He suddenly caught both of her pale wrists. With ease, he pinned her hands behind her back and pressed them against the steering wheel, leaving her unable to move, like a puppet trapped by its strings. Water streamed down the car windows like curtains of rain. Inside this tiny, enclosed space, in such an ambiguous and sensual position, there was no blushing or fluttering heartbeat, no panic or fluster. Only two pairs of beautiful, bright eyes stared fixedly at one another. Let me go. Miao Jing frowned as she gave the command. Her jacket had slipped from her shoulders. The loose neckline of her knit top exposed large patches of snow-white skin along her neck and chest. Her slender torso rose and fell with each breath. Her skirt spread over him as she straddled his legs, and she could feel the straight lines and taut strength of his thigh muscles beneath her. No. His gaze was hard. His answer was just as hard. Looking at her rouge-red lips, his eyes darkened again and again as he leaned forward for another kiss. Miao Jing abruptly lifted her chin and dodged his lips, arching her delicate, vulnerable neck as she gasped for air. His kisses landed on her slender, white, swan-like neck instead. Kissing anywhere seemed good enough for him. His burning lips pressed against her skin, vindicatively savoring her tender sensitivity with wet, warm kisses and leaving faint marks behind. Miao Jing trembled violently. She twisted and tried to avoid him under his restraint, her cold exterior close to shattering as her voice quivered. Chen Yi, don't go too far. I have a boyfriend. His kisses slid down to her collarbone. His lips and teeth lingered there, sucking gently at the delicate, protruding bones and lightly nibbling them. Her body shook violently, making his husky voice tremble as well. You have a boyfriend, yet you still dare come close to me? You have a boyfriend, but don't know how to keep your distance from me? Don't you know who I am? His bristly short hair rubbed against her front like a steaming beast. Wherever his kisses passed, her skin bloomed peach blossom red. In this situation, resistance seemed impossible, like a fish laid on a chopping block. Chen Yi. Miao Jing struggled to maintain her clarity and forced the cold words through clenched teeth. Don't touch me. You have a girlfriend too. You have women lining up to sleep with you. Broke up. Never slept with them. He kissed her again and again, just like the sweet softness in his memory. His short, bristly hair made her entire body itch and tremble, shaking like leaves in a cold wind. You came back yourself. You provoked me first. You broke the rules first. His lips wandered lower, making her whole body shudder. Miao Jing, you brought this on yourself. His tongue swept across her chest, wetly tracing the smooth skin, slipping along the edge of her knit top and inside, over the rising snowy curves. The position was both erotic and tender. Chen Yi had restrained himself until now, and that restraint had long since broken free from moral boundaries. It wasn't someone else. They had done this before. He had tasted this before. He dreamed of it. He couldn't forget it even in his dreams. Miao Jing tightly closed her flushed eyes and swallowed. Her shoulders hunched as she hoarsely scolded him. Chen Yi, wanna bet I'll call the police? Sure. You're the best at betraying family. He lifted his head from her chest. Seeing her face enchanting and beautiful in its confusion, her light red eyes shimmering with moisture, he gave a husky laugh. His tongue lazily swept across his teeth as he released her hands from behind her back. Then he pulled out his phone and held it in front of her, raising an eyebrow. Go ahead. Call them. Let them arrest me and send me to prison. Let Lu Jingxi know. Oh, right. Does he know we've kissed before? Slept together before? The words were far too unrestrained. Miao Jing's face darkened as her body stiffened. Her neck rigid, she turned away. Chen Yi stared at her without blinking. His heart felt slightly bitter, yet he pretended not to care as he slowly wrapped both arms around her waist. I'm not doing anything. You think I'm sick, right? I just want to kiss you. Kissing family isn't illegal, is it? He blinked slowly. His body pressed close to hers, his forehead resting against her cheek, his voice almost bewitching. Miao Jing, want a kiss? Just one kiss, and then I'll let you go back. Otherwise, we'll sit in the car like this all night. He reached out and forcefully turned her stubborn yet soft face back toward him, making her look directly at him. Their eyes tangled. Their foreheads touched. Their noses brushed. Then he smiled slightly, seeming infinitely tender and passionate. Miao Jing's heart pounded wildly. Her lips trembled. Her throat was dry. Her whole body felt wooden. Like before, he whispered almost soundlessly, his tone ethereal and light. When we lay in bed kissing. I don't. Her last attempt at resistance, a paper tiger strong on the outside but weak within, never finished. Her cherry lips were captured by his. Her long lashes flickered once, then quietly closed. Their lips remained pressed together. At first, there were only gentle pecks and soft sucking, docile and peaceful, carrying no threat, tender and slow. After some entanglement, his tongue pried apart her slightly loosened teeth and slipped inside like a fish returning to water. Wet, soft, and smooth. It carefully swept along her teeth one by one, teasing and exploring before pushing deeper. The tip of his tongue turned and brushed against her sensitive palate. Miao Jing's heart fluttered with tingling sensation. She struggled twice, but his hands pressed against her back, holding her tightly against him. Their body heat passed through their clothes. He held her so tightly that they nearly seemed to merge into one. The young man's scent was rich and intense, tobacco mixed with the clean smell of skin. Spicy, with a trace of bitterness and coolness. Stronger and more real than her memories. She was enveloped by it, like the blank relaxation after drinking. Yet the lingering melancholy underneath burned her until her stems and leaves seemed to curl inward, almost unbearable. Miao Jing seemed unable to endure it. She clutched his collar and tried to retreat. Then the movements inside her mouth suddenly became fierce. Chen Yi forcefully sucked and teased the tip of her tongue, growing increasingly aggressive. Chasing, playing, sucking, lightly biting her small tongue. His tongue tensed as it pressed against hers, moving in and out of her mouth, brushing her cheeks and palate. Saliva slipped from the corners of their mouths, the wet clicking sounds of their kisses vivid and sensual. His large hands pressed tighter and tighter against her back. His fingers seemed to develop a will of their own, stroking and kneading her through the fabric. Every bone and muscle in his body pressed and rubbed against her. Her slender waist was forced against his strong body. His powerful waist made small movements, pressing and grinding against sensitive places, causing her hips to bump repeatedly against the steering wheel. Breathing like wildfire, Chen Yi's head buzzed as he surrendered completely to his body's impulses. Miao Jing felt as though her entire body were being crushed by him. His clothes and bones rubbed against her skin everywhere, leaving it red, sore, and damp. Finally unable to endure anymore, she raised her hand and gave him another resounding slap. Only then did Chen Yi come back to his senses. Realizing how excessive his actions had become, he opened his wild, dark eyes. Miao Jing's face was flushed as though dripping blood, her eyes full of anger. Awkwardly, he released the deep kiss. A thin silver thread of saliva stretched briefly between their lips. He took a long, agitated breath and sprawled backward against the seat. Closing his eyes, he took a moment to collect himself. Then he grinned. When he opened his eyes again, he saw her red lips and wet, starry eyes, beautiful and bright. His heart felt both sweet and unbearably restless. He took her reddened hand and brought it to his lips, kissing and licking it. Haven't seen you in years, and you've learned to hit people. Slap me twice. Does it hurt? Take me back. Miao Jing frowned deeply, her chest heaving violently. Take me back to the company. Chen Yi smiled again, wild and unruly. His entire body was dry and burning, like a raging fire, desperate for relief. He forced down his impulses and nudged Miao Jing aside. Ignoring her dark, irritated expression, he opened the car door and stepped outside. The rain had weakened. Chen Yi closed the car door and looked down at the tension in his body. He obviously couldn't do anything by the roadside, so he stretched his long limbs against the car, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back. The cold rain poured over him. Slowly, the fire inside him began to retreat, finally bringing some relief. He rubbed his face with both hands and wiped away the water droplets. Then Chen Yi reached into his pocket for a cigarette. He lifted the collar of his windbreaker and lowered his head and shoulders to create a dry space for the lighter. The flame was weak, but he finally managed to light the cigarette. Chen Yi greedily took 2 deep drags. His eyes half closed, he looked through the gap in the window toward Miao Jing. She sat curled up in the passenger seat, hugging her knees. Her clothes were disheveled. Every exposed patch of skin was flushed pink. She stubbornly turned her head toward the window. Yet her rippling reflection appeared in the dark glass. Through it, a pair of half-visible eyes silently met his gaze. Chen Yi grinned again. After finishing the cigarette, his body had completely calmed down. He climbed back into the car, damp from the rain, and started the engine. His voice still carried traces of lingering desire. Home. Back to the company. Not getting your things? I'll buy new ones. The car turned back onto the main road and headed toward Miao Jing's company. Chen Yi was soaked through. Water dripped from his hair, the edges of his coat, and his fingertips. Miao Jing curled up in the passenger seat, feeling the dampness beside her. Her lips moved. Drop me off by the road. You go back yourself. Take a shower and change your clothes. Why don't you come back with me then? His lips curled upward as he spoke softly. I'll take you to the company in the morning. No. He laughed again, his eyes dark. Things have already gone this far today. Chen Yi thought for a moment. His tone was casual, his voice impossible to tell whether sincere or teasing. I'm all alone now, and Lu Jingxi is just a reckless fool without much brains. Miao Jing, how about we have an affair? Miao Jing's lips twitched. Her fine brows furrowed tightly. Her expression wasn't exactly gloomy, but cold and distant. Her cherry lips pressed tightly together. The car stopped at the company entrance. She got out and slammed the door shut with a startling bang. Without saying a single word, she walked toward the company, her figure proud and cold, never once looking back. Chen Yi rolled down the window and gazed from a distance at her graceful figure disappearing into the rain. Chapter 22. In such heavy rain, Miao Jing had been out for more than an hour, yet she returned to the dormitory empty-handed. Her roommate was absorbed in watching TV and barely noticed. Miao Jing wrapped her coat tightly around herself and went straight to the bathroom. After showering, the fair skin of her neck was covered with red marks from scratching. What happened to you? Your neck is so red. Might be allergies. I just took some clothes out of the closet, and it's a little itchy. The rain's pretty heavy outside. I called you, but you didn't answer. I didn't hear the phone ring. I ran into a friend and talked for a while. Miao Jing said nothing more. She opened her computer and began working overtime, scratching her neck before finally getting up to change into a high-necked sweater. The downpour had left Chen Yi somewhat disoriented. He didn't understand why he had been unable to control himself. Perhaps it was purely because he was angry with Miao Jing. In the months since she'd returned, she'd caused one problem after another. He hadn't been prepared for any of it and couldn't handle it at all. The pool hall had a small workshop for repairing cues. Originally, it had been exclusively for Chen Yi's use, but later, he taught Bo Zi how to do the work as well. Repairing cues wasn't difficult, and having another useful skill was always worthwhile. In the mornings, when the pool hall was quiet, Bo Zi would work in the workshop maintaining cues while Chen Yi usually sat nearby smoking, watching him work and chatting casually. Bo Zi treated the pool hall as though it were his own business. There weren't many ways for him to earn money, especially with his bad leg, and he knew Chen Yi would never mistreat him. By now, He was the person closest to Chen Yi. Seeing Chen Yi in a bad mood recently, Bozi assumed it was because he'd broken up with Tu Li and encouraged him to find another girlfriend. At their age, those who wanted stability had begun thinking about settling down and building careers. Bozi knew Chen Yi had never wanted to get married. Perhaps it was because of what had happened in his family, or perhaps he'd simply grown too accustomed to freedom. But finding girlfriends was still easy for him. Vivi and the others had been thrilled to learn that Chen Yi was single. Chen Yi held a cigarette between his fingers, his eyes lowered without much interest. Sister Li posted 2 photos on social media. Her figure's incredible. Did you see them, brothery? Didn't see them. He yawned. What photos? Dancing, of course. All our friends are drooling in the comments. Bozi couldn't help asking. Brothery, did you really break up with Sister Li? Seriously, she's beautiful. After Chen Yi threw Tu Li out that day, she hadn't pestered him much. However, they had still run into each other at KTV lounges and bars. Whenever they passed each other, her beautiful face would turn cold, and she'd throw a few lukewarm barbs at him, including remarks about him and Miao Jing. Chen Yi had been drinking on one such occasion and irritably replied, "You know I'll never marry you. Since we're not getting married, I never planned anything with you. We were just having fun. Why take it so seriously?" Tu Li's face instantly darkened. There were some things both of them understood without needing to say them aloud. For Chen Yi, partly because Tu Li was clingy and partly because changing partners was troublesome, they'd spent 2 pleasant years together. But after sleeping together for 2 years, shouldn't there have been some feelings? Chen Yi hadn't talked about feelings. He'd spent a considerable amount of money on Tu Li and didn't feel particularly guilty. Things that could be measured in money didn't need to involve emotions. As for him and Miao Jing, what could one dress possibly prove? Who wore someone else's dress to seduce a man anyway? Miao Jing had been back for more than 3 months, and nothing had happened between them. He hadn't cheated or been unfaithful. Even Detective Conan wouldn't have been able to accuse him of anything. After hearing his brief explanation, Tu Li's face turned ice cold. She walked away with her chin raised, her figure graceful and beautiful, though her hands secretly trembled. If he'd said just one word about still liking her, or remembering how good she'd been to him, she could have let the matter go and found other excuses for him. But this was too difficult to swallow. After the breakup, Tu Li didn't approach Miao Jing. Miao Jing didn't ask her anything either. She remained just as quiet as Chen Yi. Their identical reactions were precisely what Tu Li found strange. To her, that itself was evidence. Tu Li frequently contacted Lu Jingxi, telling him to investigate Miao Jing's strange behavior and at least stir up some commotion. Things couldn't simply end like this. Lu Jingxi scratched his head, genuinely unable to find anything strange about Miao Jing's behavior. The only peculiar thing was his status as her boyfriend. Although they hadn't progressed to kissing, they had linked arms and held hands, and Miao Jing's body language around him was particularly natural and gentle. She could make everything appear completely natural, without revealing the slightest hint of guilt. Lu Jingxi couldn't help thinking that Tu Li was being paranoid, although he did feel that some aspects of Miao Jing's behavior were excessively cold. He decided not to expose anything yet. He would observe her a little longer. Besides working overtime at the company, Miao Jing occasionally accompanied Old Tan to dinners with suppliers or sales companies. She was the department's beauty representative, but she also had solid professional skills, making her someone they could proudly present on such occasions. That evening, they went to a well-known local restaurant. Once the group sat down, Miao Jing went to order first as the only woman present. By coincidence, the floor manager was one of her high school classmates and came over to greet her. Miao Jing was initially stunned. Only during their conversation did she remember that they'd been in the same class. After graduating from high school, she'd lost contact with most of her classmates, maintaining connections with only a few friends. It was true that many of the others now seemed distant and unfamiliar. To her ordinary classmates, Miao Jing had indeed been a rather ethereal and mysterious presence. The two exchanged pleasantries, reminiscing about their school days and talking about their current lives. Then the conversation unexpectedly turned to Chen Yi. Apparently, he was a regular at this restaurant. Her classmate had a particularly strong impression of him because he'd once attended a parent-teacher meeting at Miao Jing's school. Chen Yi must have only just come of age back then, around 18 or 19. He'd worn a black suit and trousers with shiny shoes in an attempt to look mature. Although his features still carried traces of youth, his demeanor had been proud and bold. Sitting beside Miao Jing, he'd kept one hand in his pocket while putting on a steady, composed air. His brows had drawn together slightly as his long fingers tapped the report card, and he'd turned to speak to Miao Jing. His voice had been roughened by cigarettes and alcohol from the previous night, clear but slightly hoarse, making the nearby female students hold their breath. I recognized him the first time I saw him here. I went over and asked whether he was Miao Jing's brother. He looked stunned and just walked away, so I thought I'd mistaken him for someone else. But when he paid the bill, he asked if I was your classmate. I said yes, and then he finally smiled. He was here a few days ago, eating with some friends. He drank quite a lot. I noticed his voice sounded nasal, so I had the kitchen make him some ginger soup. Miao Jing smiled and listened attentively. After they chatted for a while longer, Lu Jingxi came out of the private room to see how the ordering was going, interrupting their conversation. Her classmate planned to exchange WeChat contacts with her later. But the meal dragged on while Miao Jing remained occupied with entertaining their business partners. There was never another opportunity to talk, and in the end, they didn't exchange contact information. 4 or 5 days had passed since that rainy night. Both Miao Jing and Chen Yi seemed to share a peculiar tacit understanding not to contact each other. Miao Jing took out her phone and looked at it. In the end, she put it back into her bag and turned to chat with her colleagues. As it happened, the very next day, something arrived. Documents and deliveries sent to the company were kept at a designated collection point in the security office. Lu Jingxi collected packages there every afternoon and often picked up his colleagues' deliveries while he was at it. He saw several documents addressed to Miao Jing, including an urgent registered letter from a hospital. Lu Jingxi inadvertently glanced at it and paused thoughtfully. He delivered the documents to Miao Jing's desk. She had meetings throughout the afternoon and was too busy to open them. After work, when everyone had dispersed, Miao Jing finally caught her breath, poured herself some water, and used a letter opener to open the pile of documents. A medical examination report fell onto the desk. Miao, did you have a medical examination recently? Lu Jingxi turned around. Did the company arrange health checkups? It's not my medical report. It's someone else's. She opened the cover and scanned the contents line by line. Her expression remained calm and composed, but her gaze softened as she read, and the corners of her lips curved slightly, revealing an expression somewhere between amusement and a smile. Brother Yi's? Miao Jing finished reading the medical report and put it into her desk drawer. Lu Jingxi casually asked, Brother Yi, is he okay? Is he healthy? He had been thinking about Miao Jing's previous claim that she had a family member with a serious illness. He'd even wondered whether Chen Yi might genuinely have some unspeakable serious illness, which had caused him to break up with Tu Li. And perhaps that was why Miao Jing had asked Lu Jingxi to be her boyfriend. He's fine. He's healthy. Miao Jing's fair, slender fingers tapped lightly against the desk as she thought for a moment. By the way, has Tu Li contacted you recently? How is she? Is she doing well? Occasionally. She seems okay too. Miao Jing smiled slightly at him. Thank you for helping. Sorry for the trouble. What trouble? I'm quite willing to do this. Miao Jing's lips curved into a smile, her eyes bending gently. Miao Jing hadn't expected to receive a medical examination report. In the end, she sent Chen Yi a message saying that she needed to come home over the weekend to collect some things. Chen Yi responded indifferently, telling her to give him advance notice. He would be home resting. That weekend, Lu Jingxi happened to have business in the city. Knowing Miao Jing was going home to collect her luggage, he drove her there. They knocked on the door for ages. Finally, Miao Jing called Chen Yi. His voice over the phone was deep and hoarse, like flowing sand, drowsy and seemingly unaware of what time of day it was. Chen Yi grabbed a hoodie and sweatpants before opening the door. Dark stubble covered his chin, and his entire body seemed boneless with exhaustion. His dim gaze swept across Lu Jingxi. He nodded slightly. Come in. Miao Jing glanced sideways at him without greeting him and went directly to her room to pack. Lu Jingxi tried to keep things cordial on both sides, helping Miao Jing while making small talk with Chen Yi. The atmosphere in the apartment was quiet and peaceful. Chen Yi stood nearby with his arms folded, lazily leaning against the wall as he talked with Lu Jingxi about work, recent business, the weather, and other casual topics. Watching Miao Jing pack, both men gradually realized that she intended to move everything back to the company. There was too much to carry. Lu Jingxi first took 2 packed storage bags downstairs to the car. Only 2 people remained in the apartment. Miao Jing was packing in her room. Chen Yi stood watching from the doorway. She bent over the desk, sorting through the contents of a drawer. The person behind her approached. Chen Yi stopped at her back and braced his hands against the edges of the desk on either side of her. His tall, powerful frame enclosed her within a small space, while maintaining a distance that was neither close nor far. His presence and breath pressed forward. His nasal voice was deep and hoarse, resonating like a bass speaker. They spoke casually. Got the medical report? Got it. How is it? All the indicators are fine. Moving everything to the company? Is that not allowed? He laughed through his nose. His eyes half closed. He pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek and slowly traced a semicircle, making the side of his cheek bulge. His voice was hoarse and muffled. Can't you tell I have a cold? How did you catch a cold? Got soaked in such heavy rain, and you didn't say a word. A cold only lasts about a week. Judging from your symptoms, it doesn't seem like it's from that rain. No medicine to take. How is a cold supposed to get better easily? Do you have any medicine in your room? No. Go to the pharmacy. His hands moved closer. His tall frame bent down until he was almost, but not quite, touching her back. Turning his head, he pecked her cheek and spoke hoarsely. Isn't the medicine delivering itself? Chen Yi leaned forward. One arm crossed over her shoulder as he pressed against her cheek and bent down to kiss her. His other arm wrapped directly around her waist, locking her in place as he effortlessly captured her lips. He had just smoked, leaving his mouth bitter. Her lips were cool and sweet. Miao Jing closed her eyes. His freed fingers lifted her chin, and their lips met in a smooth kiss born of silent mutual understanding. Hot. Perfect for the gradually cooling season. The sound of intertwined breathing and soft contact between lips and tongues filled the room. Then footsteps approached from outside, like drumbeats striking in rhythm. The bedroom door was open. The front door was open as well. Lu Jingxi's footsteps climbed the stairs one by one, moving from distant to near, each step crystal clear. In the instant before he crossed the threshold and took those final 2 or 3 steps forward, Chen Yi gave one last suck of sweet saliva and drew a breath. Then he released his embrace. Satisfied, he stepped back and leaned against the wardrobe. Unhurriedly, he took out a cigarette and lowered his head to light it. Miao Jing blinked. Then, perfectly calm, she continued packing the things on her desk. Chapter 23. When Miao Jing began her second year of high school at 17, she wasn't troubled by melancholy or girlish sentiments. She had entered the science track and was busy with her studies, beginning to touch the fringes of preparation for the college entrance examination. Chen Yi had graduated from vocational school and initially found work as a nightclub security guard. In plain terms, he watched over the venue at night and dealt with troublesome customers. Their paths in life began to diverge from this point onward. Miao Jing no longer lived in the school dormitory. She spent her days at school, cycling back and forth every morning and evening. Chen Yi worked from 6 in the evening until for the next morning. He spent the rest of his time playing basketball, chatting, eating, drinking, and having fun. Even though they lived in the same home, they sometimes went 10 or 15 days without seeing each other. Miao Jing left for school at 6:30 every morning and occasionally encountered Chen Yi returning home to sleep. Sometimes he wore a dress shirt, slacks, and leather shoes. Other times, he'd already changed back into a t-shirt and jeans. The neighbors had long since learned to avoid him. Fresh from his night shift, he would swagger home with furrowed brows and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Whenever he saw Miao Jing sitting at the table drinking milk and eating eggs, he would toss several hundred yuan at her. When she shook her head and refused, he would head to the bathroom to shower, telling her he'd won it playing pool and that she should keep it for her meal card. Money was no longer scarce. Miao Jing didn't need to worry about living expenses or various tutoring fees anymore. Chen Yi's nightclub wages were enough to cover his food and entertainment. Whenever he had free time, he also gambled on pool games, usually 300 to 500 yuan per snooker match. He won more often than he lost, and the money he brought home was more than sufficient. Bit by bit, he gave Miao Jing 1,000 to 2,000 yuan every month, more than enough to cover her food and clothing. She no longer needed to buy clothes from street stalls and could finally wear pretty things and go out with her classmates. Miao Jing used the money to buy clothes and shoes for both of them, replace worn-out daily necessities, and repair broken things around the apartment. She stood on tiptoe atop a ladder, replacing all the old fluorescent tubes with energy-saving bulbs while Chen Yi stood below with his arms extended. "Give it to me. You dare?" She looked down at him. "I haven't turned off the power. Am I supposed to be afraid of that now?" He stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at her with a slightly deep smile. "You're changing light bulbs without turning off the power. Do you want to die? I'm very good at physics and electricity." "How good can you be? Better than a professional electrician? Be careful you don't get struck by lightning for bragging." Chen Yi tugged at her pant leg. "Come down and put the new bedsheet on in my room." "Okay." She patted her hands and climbed down the ladder, smiling. "The dining table leg is a little wobbly too. It needs to be nailed down." "What else needs replacing or fixing?" "The rice cooker is broken too." "Can it be fixed?" "Let's buy a new one. They're not that expensive. We rarely eat at home anymore. Since we have money now, of course we should eat out." "Is my cooking really that bad? Don't you know how bad it is? How many meals of noodles have you eaten over the past 2 years? TSK. No wonder you're as thin as a noodle." "As thin as a noodle? Plain and unattractive, like clear soup?" Miao Jing felt both sour and amused. She now ate lunch and dinner at school, while all 3 of Chen Yi's meals were taken care of outside. She had only 1 day off each week, and it happened to be different from Chen Yi's rest day. One was like the sun and the other like the moon. They rarely had a chance to come together and repair or add things to their home. Chen Yi's 18th birthday fell on Christmas Eve, but the day passed as usual. He didn't get off work until 5 in the morning and only returned home after having a late-night meal with his companions. He had grown accustomed to staying up all night and relied on cigarettes to remain alert in the mornings. He briefly crossed paths with Miao Jing downstairs. Her school uniform hung loosely on her slender frame, and a wool scarf covered half her face, revealing only her delicate brows and eyes as she pushed her bicycle and greeted him. "Good morning." Her voice was like frost on roof tiles, somewhat emotionless yet pleasant to hear. "Are you cold?" "No." She asked him in return, "Are you cold?" He smelled of cigarettes and wore a white dress shirt beneath a black hoodie, the hood pulled over his head, making him look wild and unruly. "Not cold. Hurry to class." Miao Jing nodded and hurried away. At noon, she didn't stay at school. As soon as classes ended, she quickly bought a birthday cake and brought it home. Chen Yi had just woken up and was doing push-ups on the floor of his bedroom. The lean muscles across his shoulders and upper back formed beautiful lines with every movement. At the nightclub, he hadn't reported his real age. To keep people from realizing that he was only 18, he needed a stronger physique and a more mature demeanor. Dumbbells, wheels, and various other pieces of exercise equipment were scattered throughout the apartment. When the door opened, they both froze. Chen Yi wore only his underwear, bare-chested and drenched in sweat. He supported himself on the floor and looked up. Miao Jing hadn't known whether he was home. Carrying the cake box, she turned her head and caught sight of the straight line running from his back to his feet and his round, firm buttocks. Her face instantly flushed red. Trying to maintain her composure, she put the cake box on the table. Chen Yi sprang up from the floor. Despite his attempt to appear casual, there was obvious urgency in his movements as he retreated from her line of sight and put on some clothes. "Why did you come back?" "I bought a cake and some food." Miao Jing unwrapped her scarf. "Have you eaten lunch?" "Not yet." His voice was muffled. "Just woke up." "Can I cook? Let's just eat something simple." "Why did you come back?" "No afternoon classes. The first period is PE. I asked for leave, so I can go to school later." She was still carrying a bag. "Today's Christmas Eve. Everyone's giving out apples." He knew. The nightclub had been holding parties and carnivals for the past 2 days, complete with spectacular performances and all kinds of hedonistic entertainment. Some women had given him chocolates and apples too. He hadn't brought any of them home, instead giving them all away. After getting dressed, Chen Yi came out with a neutral expression. When he saw the cake box, his lips parted slightly in surprise. He didn't say anything, though, and turned toward the bathroom to wash up. Miao Jing had bought 2 prepared dishes. Within half an hour, she'd cooked rice and stir-fried another 2 dishes, quickly getting lunch ready. The two sat at the dining table. Miao Jing picked up her chopsticks, hesitated, and asked Chen Yi, should we eat the cake first? Or after the meal? How would I know? He casually opened the cake box. It all ends up in the stomach anyway. Let's eat it with the food. The cream cake was only 6 inches, not particularly large, just enough for 2 people. It came with several candles and a birthday hat. Chen Yi watched Miao Jing place 18 candles on top. He thought the birthday hat looked too ridiculous and threw it into the trash. The lighter hissed as a flame appeared. 2 tiny flames were reflected in 4 eyes. Miao Jing didn't know what to say to make the atmosphere more festive, while Chen Yi's expression remained calm, showing no sign of celebration. He blew out the candles in a single breath and cut 2 slices of cake. Eat. Thank you. They both lowered their heads and ate. Holding her spoon, Miao Jing suddenly spoke. Turning 18 and becoming an adult is quite important. I didn't buy you a birthday present because I'd just be using your money. Her voice was very soft. Whether it was expensive or cheap, neither seemed appropriate. When you have time, help me buy a pair of shoes. Leather boots. Good quality, suitable for kicking people, and durable. Silence. Miao Jing's eyes widened. Don't fight. Don't use dirty words. Silence. Chen Yi's lips twitched as he lowered his head and continued eating cake. They ate more of the food. Then Chen Yi asked Miao Jing when her birthday was. April 19th. There had never been much of a birthday atmosphere in their home. Chen Yi had never celebrated his birthday. As for Miao Jing, if Wei Mingjin happened to remember hers, she would give her some money to buy a few pastries. Miao Jing left for school at 3 in the afternoon, around the same time Chen Yi needed to leave for work. After eating, they still had some time, so they lounged on the sofa watching TV and brought the unfinished cake with them. With 2 spoons stuck into it, they finished the rest together, 1 bite at a time. They took the bus together. Both held onto the same pole, standing side by side. Chen Yi was a full head taller than Miao Jing. He glanced down at her a couple of times, then suddenly reached over and wiped something from her temple. Miao Jing looked up in confusion. The corner of his mouth pulled upward. He sucked the sweetness from his fingertip with a teasing smile. How do you manage to get cream in your hair while eating? Don't girls always check the mirror before going out? Don't they always carry mirrors and combs? Every girl instinctively knew what was important. Which girls are like that? All of them. Chen Yi spoke casually. The girls at school, at the nightclub. He didn't finish. His lips quickly pressed together. The nightclub was a complicated environment, completely different from a key high school. Miao Jing's expression shifted slightly. Her lashes fluttered, but she said nothing. The nightclub where Chen Yi worked was quite famous locally and belonged to Boss Zhai. It was as magnificent as a castle, containing everything from performance halls, KTV lounges, and bars to cigar and wine rooms. It entertained all kinds of people. The security guards were usually former soldiers, all large and imposing. At 187 centimeters tall, Chen Yi had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, filling out a suit impressively. His features and gaze carried a natural air of defiance that warned people not to provoke him. He lied about his age, claiming to be 21. Although he wasn't talkative, he was quick-witted. When playing ball or drinking with people, he always assessed their expressions and backgrounds first. With the wildness he'd developed since childhood, he never showed the slightest timidity. He even brought Bo Z and other school dropouts into the nightclub, finding them jobs as parking attendants, room monitors, and casino tea servers, allowing them to make a living from tips. Miao Jing knew that besides watching over the venue every night, he practiced fighting and boxing during the day. There was even a set of pole dancing equipment at home that he'd brought back from the nightclub. He'd begun having his pool cues custom-made, probably because of all the people he played against. The nightclub had a pool hall that attracted many different characters. Although billiards was considered a gentleman's sport, the pool halls in lower and middle-class urban entertainment venues mostly attracted gangster-like figures. Chen Yi met many people at the pool table, and gambling on matches was common. He had also begun smoking and drinking heavily. Sometimes, he even came home carrying the scent of perfume. It made Miao Jing anxious. At 4 in the morning, he would sometimes return home drunk after drinking on behalf of others, waking Miao Jing. Seeing his pale face and bloodshot eyes, she had no way to drag him into bed herself. Sometimes he didn't come home at all. Several days might pass without any sign that he'd returned to change clothes. Miao Jing rarely called him. Whenever she did, the other end of the line was either filled with shouting and laughter or deafening music and screaming. Only on his days off would she find Chen Yi at home, lazily lying around and lazily smoking. Smoking is harmful to your health. Miao Jing rarely spoke to him so seriously. The lung cancer rate from smoking is 80%, and it can also cause chronic coughing, arteriosclerosis, coronary artery disease, damage to the liver, bones, and reproductive function. It makes you smell bad and causes premature aging. Premature aging is good. Men get more charming as they age. Besides, I shower 2 or 3 times a day. How could I smell? He frowned. Get me a cleaner smelling bar of soap. Every day after I shower, I'm all smooth and flowery smelling. It stinks. Miao Jing scratched her cheek. Isn't there soap on the shelf? Is that soap or perfumed soap? People lean in to smell me and say I'm effeminate. It doesn't have much of a scent, though. Miao Jing raised her hand and sniffed herself. Who would lean in to smell you? Women, obviously. Their noses are sharper than dogs. They can't smell their own perfume, but they're pretty good at smelling me. Chen Yi frowned and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Thank heavens you didn't buy me milk soap. Miao Jing frowned slightly. She pressed her lips together and glanced sideways at him. Oh, the women who call you every morning? The ones who come to pick you up for work. He clicked his tongue and thought for a moment. How about I get a girlfriend? Miao Jing's hands paused. Somehow, her tone became heavier. Sure, do as you please. Chapter 24. Beyond her heavy studies, Miao Jing occasionally felt anxious and lost, lonely and confused, with many things she couldn't quite understand. Before she could figure any of them out, traces of girls began appearing around Chen Yi. He carried the scent of perfume. People called him for long conversations, and women gave him gifts. This wasn't entirely new. Chen Yi had been popular in middle school, and during his vocational school years, rebellious girls liked to gather around him to chat online and play games. Sometimes they would come looking for Chen Yi downstairs with Mao. Miao Jing couldn't remember what she'd been doing back then. Perhaps she'd still been hiding inside her shell. At least her feelings hadn't been as strange as they were now. Winter break lasted half a month. After Chen Yi graduated, Miao Jing no longer needed to use her brain to earn money. Their division of labor was clear. He provided the money and physical labor for difficult tasks, while she handled the detailed household chores. Taking advantage of the New Year preparations, she bought new clothes for both of them. In the bustling clothing market, Miao Jing caught sight of a girl approaching in a large mirror. Plain features. Simple, bulky clothes. Although she attended a key high school, there were many beautiful and dazzling girls there. Girls were beginning to learn about makeup and hairstyling. Even in the science track, the girls around her would apply shiny lip gloss and discuss clothing combinations and all kinds of pretty, delicate accessories. Miao Jing couldn't forget Chen Yi's teasing comment about her being as thin as a noodle. After hesitating for a long time, she tried on a light-colored wool dress that cinched at the waist, with a slightly flared skirt reaching her knees and revealing her smooth, slender legs. The dress wasn't particularly high quality, but it looked fresh and pretty against her youthful, pure appearance. Miao Jing hesitantly bought it. Then she went to a small shop and bought a 20 yuan lipstick. The clothing store gave her a pair of black stockings as a complimentary gift, but Miao Jing had never worn stockings before and thought they felt strange. Winter in Tang City wasn't too cold. Some girls even went outside with bare legs. She thought she could handle it too. The first time she wore the dress was during Spring Festival, when she went to the amusement park with Chen Yi. It wasn't just the two of them. Bo Zi and several others were there, along with an unexpected new face. A beautiful young woman. Her eyelashes were as thick as fans, and she looked impeccably perfect from head to toe. Her makeup made her actual age impossible to determine. Her sweater tightly hugged her curves, with a large white cutout revealing her prominent chest. She wore a rose-red full skirt, black stockings, and high heels. She instantly outshone Miao Jing completely. Of course, Chen Yi might have overlooked Miao Jing altogether. The woman's heels were incredibly high, and she hung seductively from Chen Yi's arm. She showed little interest in anyone else, preferring to whisper into Chen Yi's ear. Miao Jing paired up with Bo Zi. They rode the Ferris wheel, carousel, bumper cars, and pirate ship. Chen Yi kept an arm around the woman's soft waist. The two were inseparable, almost like conjoined twins, their faces carrying ambiguous smiles. Sitting high on the Ferris wheel, Miao Jing turned her head and saw the people in the neighboring gondola kissing. Completely shameless and unconscionable. Bozy grinned and said brother he had finally given away his first kiss. A gust of cold wind swept in, wrapping around Miao Jing's thin, numb calves until they cramped painfully. At dinner, the men drank and smoked while Miao Jing was arranged to sit and chat with the woman. The beautiful woman gave Miao Jing a cool glance. "Are you Chen Yi's sister?" Miao Jing nodded. The woman casually remarked that without any blood relation, she could hardly be considered his sister. Her long, beautiful nails tapped against her phone screen. Then she suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned and looked at Miao Jing again, her gaze sweeping over her from head to toe before an indecipherable smile appeared on her face. Miao Jing was speechless. Her fingers curled from the cold. Chen Yi happened to look up and saw her snow-white face, bluish lips, and lack of a coat. She was unusually dressed in goose yellow, like spring leaves that had yet to unfurl, making her shoulders look particularly thin. He took off his coat and threw it over her. "Put it on properly." Miao Jing wrapped herself in the oversized coat. But the woman had already thrown herself into Chen Yi's arms, giggling about how hot and warm he was. Chen Yi took a drag from his cigarette, pulled her shoulders into his embrace, and smiled as he blew a smoke ring toward her. After dinner, there was a hint of reluctance to part. The woman wanted to go home with him, and Chen Yi vaguely considered agreeing. While he hesitated, he saw Miao Jing standing beside the road waiting for him. Her hair was loose. Her small face was wooden, her eyes staring blankly ahead, and her expression certainly wasn't happy. She wore his coat with her arms crossed. Looking down, he saw tears glistening in her eyes, sparkling and rippling. Those beautiful eyes struck his heart. For a moment, he was stunned. Still wearing his playful smile, he forcefully held her shoulders and guided her toward the exit. "I know she wasn't nice to you. If you don't like her, we'll call it off. I don't like that type anyway. Too delicate. It's annoying. We'll find another one, prettier and gentler. Do you think you're choosing imperial concubines?" Miao Jing's tone was icy as she gritted her teeth. So arrogant. His tone remained casual and unconcerned. "There are so many women, and I've got what it takes. What's wrong with choosing?" Miao Jing's blood seemed to freeze. She almost wanted to spit in his face. Angrily, she shook off his arm and took several quick steps away. Chen Yi forcefully pulled her back and lazily draped himself over her shoulders. "Don't make a fuss. Let's go home." "I'm not going back." If she could leave, if she had somewhere else to go, she would have walked away, run away. Who wanted to stay alone in that house? She's gone now. Where else would you go? He caught the fragrance from the top of her head. He couldn't tell whether it was floral or citrus, only that it was faintly pleasant. He lowered his head and smelled it again. The vague irritation in his heart seemed to ease. He suddenly blurted out, "Want to go shopping?" "Buy what?" "I don't know. Don't you girls like those fragrant, pretty things? Let's buy shampoo, shower gel, earrings, necklaces, stuff like that." "I don't have pierced ears," she replied coldly. "I don't wear jewelry." He looked down. She really didn't. Her small, delicate ears were usually hidden beneath her hair, never seeing daylight. They were snow white with a faint hint of pink, the earlobes round, soft, and thin like boneless jade. For some reason, perhaps because he liked seeing long tassel earrings swaying gracefully against slender shoulders, he suggested, "Want to get your ears pierced?" Miao Jing paused. Her lips slowly straightened. What 17-year-old girl didn't want to be beautiful? She followed Chen Yi to a roadside accessories shop, got both ears pierced, and chose a pair of pearl studs no larger than grains of rice. She secretly glanced at herself in the mirror several times. They looked good. The beautiful woman quietly disappeared before any real relationship could be established. Before Miao Jing's ear piercings had even fully healed, Chen Yi wasted no time finding a new dating partner. A new perfume scent. New pleasures. Interactions between men and women were like dancing the tango, with back-and-forth testing, meaningful glances, and verbal teasing gradually heating things up. Exciting. Fresh. Watching him, Miao Jing thought he was like a butterfly that had flown into a garden of flowers, impossible to contain amid all that spring beauty. Life outside continued as usual, but before Chen Yi could figure out all the different methods women used, Miao Jing suddenly entered a rebellious phase. Her obedient, gentle, understanding nature completely disappeared. In its place came coldness, distance, awkwardness, backtalk, and sharp words. First, she refused to accept any more money from him. Miao Jing lived frugally, cutting off every expense except food. Even when Chen Yi left money on her desk, she returned it untouched. Then she cut her hair back into a little Maruko style and sold her thick, long hair for living expenses. Chen Yi genuinely couldn't understand her transformation. Miao Jing also began arguing with him. On the rare occasions he came home at 3 or 4 in the morning, no matter how quietly he moved, she would coldly complain that he was disturbing her sleep. If he waited until after she'd left for school before returning home, she would give him the cold shoulder the next day, refusing to cook or wash his clothes. When Chen Yi tried to joke about it, she would hold back tears and tell him that one day, she would repay every cent she owed him, every bit of his money she'd ever spent. Then they would be even. She treated him like an enemy, even though he hadn't said anything. Eventually, Miao Jing became unwilling to speak to him at all. The two entered an inexplicable cold war at home. Spring turned to summer. The weather grew warmer, and everyone changed into short sleeves and thin shirts. Miao Jing learned how to take in the waist of her summer uniform until it narrowed to a slender pinch. She left one button undone at the collar, revealing her snow-white neck and collarbone. She even altered her old middle school skirt with a few stitches so she could still wear it. But she'd grown taller. How could such a short skirt possibly be appropriate now? Chen Yi's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot as he stared at her bare legs. Then Miao Jing's homeroom teacher called him. The teacher said that Miao Jing's grades had been fluctuating badly lately, that she was sleeping in class and skipping evening self-study without explanation, and asked her guardian to pay more attention to her. Chen Yi was furious. He went to school to find Miao Jing and attended the parent meeting after her midterm examinations. Miao Jing's attitude remained cold and awkward. When he asked what she was being so difficult about, she stubbornly refused to speak. Then Chen Yi caught her staying out late, spending her evenings chatting and playing games with boys in internet cafes. Their daily schedules were already different. Sometimes they barely saw each other once a day. Now she was causing trouble on top of that, forcing him to worry about her and keep an eye on her every day. During this period, Chen Yi was nearly bursting with anger. He no longer had any interest in attracting butterflies and bees. Are you going to keep studying or not? Are you sick? Sitting in an internet cafe dressed like that? Are you asking to be beaten? The veins at Chen Yi's temples bulged with anger, though he managed to swallow the string of vulgar curses threatening to escape in front of her. It's so hot. Everyone else dresses like this, so why can't I? Miao Jing's expression was calm and her tone steady. I'm not wearing it to school. I'm just wearing it casually outside. What's wrong with that? Fine. Wear whatever you want. Internet cafes are full of men. Humph. Wait until someone drugs you and drags you into an alley. Then you'll cry. Speaking from experience? Miao Jing raised an elegant eyebrow. Scum like that should be shot, left to rot and fester, drawn and quartered. Even death wouldn't be enough. Miao Jing, do you have a death wish? His roar nearly shook the roof. Do you believe I'll fucking kill you? I believe it. Of course I do. You're the best at fighting, after all. Just beat me to death, then. She sat properly on the armrest of the sofa. I just don't understand what I did wrong. I don't know why you're angry. Nothing wrong. You're staying out late instead of sleeping at home, chatting with boys in an internet cafe. What could you possibly be talking about? He stood imposingly before her with his hands on his hips, bloodshot eyes glaring. What are you talking about? Stars and the moon. Poetry and life's ideals. Her small face remained stern as she blinked. Don't you stay up late talking to women too? Standing downstairs at 4 in the morning, sticking together and touching each other all over. How disgusting. With morals that loose, be careful you don't get AIDS, rot and fester all over, cough up blood, and break out in sores. Everyone will avoid you like the plague for the rest of your life. I just kissed someone, and you're cursing me like this? Chen Yi was furious, grinding his teeth as he laughed angrily. I wasted all these years raising you. You little ingrate. You're exactly like Wei Mingzhen. I must have been blind. Damn it all. The stool at his feet suddenly offended his eyes. In a fit of rage, Chen Yi kicked it and shattered it into pieces. The instant Miao Jing heard him mention Wei Mingzhen, Her expression fell. Her icy gaze settled on the shattered plastic stool. Right. Birds of a feather flock together. Like mother, like daughter. I'm like my mom, and you're just like your dad. At this rate, you'll probably mysteriously become a father too. You'll become Chen Li Bean, have another Chen Yi, abuse him, beat him, and make him repeat your life. Chen Yi's body shook violently. His gaze instantly became piercing, reaching the extreme of dark coldness. His face tightened fiercely as he raised his hand high, ready to deliver a harsh slap. Miao Jing bit her lower lip. Her face was stubbornly cold. Her black, glass-bead eyes stared steadily at him. Her curled lashes didn't even tremble. Her clear pupils reflected his furious image. The force in his raised hand vanished halfway down. In the end, he merely grabbed her cheek. He bent down and grinned coldly at her. Then you'll be just like Wei Mingzhen, relying on men your entire life, eventually causing someone's death, then running away like a rat with the dead person's money. Throwing away even your own daughter like garbage. I will never be like that. She spoke each word distinctly, proudly raising her chin. When I grow up, I'll live very well. I'll be decisive. I'll have men chasing after me. I'll get everything I want. Huh? He sneered contemptuously and pinched her cheek hard enough to hurt. Stop dreaming. You have nothing now. If I hadn't taken pity on you, you would have starved to death long ago. Who knows where you'd be as an orphan? I don't want your pity. Tears sprang from Miao Jing's eyes from the pain in her cheeks. She clawed at Chen Yi's forceful arm, breaking free of his grip. I'm not a burden. Her long nails drew blood from his arm. Chen Yi frowned in pain. His anger surged again as he swung his hand and repeatedly slapped her frail shoulders. I haven't even beaten you yet, and you dare scratch me? Her shoulders felt as though they were about to break beneath his large hands. Anger flashed through her tearful eyes. She charged at him with all her strength, clawing at his face and neck with all 10 fingernails as she gritted her teeth and screamed. Let go. Don't touch me. Can't you behave yourself? Miao Jing, have you gone crazy? You're the crazy one. You bastard. You pervert. My face. Damn it. Chen Yi angrily pushed the crazed girl away. Miao Jing stumbled onto the sofa, still clutching one of his arms, and viciously bit down. Chen Yi frowned and sucked in a sharp breath. The two rolled around fighting on the sofa. Miao Jing kicked and hit him with all her strength, scratching him until irritation and heat burned through his chest. He cursed angrily and used his larger body to pin her down against the sofa, completely immobilizing her. His chin pressed against her forehead. Her face was buried against his neck. Something soft brushed against his Adam's apple, the sensation strangely lingering. His sharp Adam's apple inexplicably bobbed. Then it touched something strangely wet and cool. How could he fail to recognize it? A woman's lips. Miao Jing's lips. Lower down, the curves of her body were impossible to ignore. Through the school uniform, he could vaguely feel the shape of bone and flesh beneath it. Her short skirt, already reaching only halfway down her thighs, had ridden upward. Even through his long trousers, he could feel the smoothness of her skin. Chen Yi very slowly closed his eyes. His iron-gray expression softened slightly. Then he pushed himself away from the sofa, walked into his room with a dark expression, and slammed the door behind him. Miao Jing lay on the sofa with a flushed face, catching her breath as she tugged her skirt back into place. The sensation of Chen Yi's hot, powerful body pressing against her took a long time to fade. She moved her limbs, turned over, and lay there with her large eyes open. Her thick lashes fluttered gently. Her gaze was exceptionally deep and quiet. Once Miao Jing recovered, she went back to her room and closed the door. The neighboring door opened. Chen Yi came out carrying a towel, took a cold shower, and then silently left the apartment. During this period, he became somewhat listless. He had no interest or energy. Like an eagle whose wings had been broken just as they'd fully spread, its claws bound in iron rings, wings fluttering but unable to fly. Every day, he lay low during the daylight hours and went out at night. He had a pile of worries and a troublesome high school student at home. What could he do? There were several hundred young women at the nightclub, each with her own strange story. Like father, like son. In another 2 months, it would be summer vacation and the beginning of Miao Jing's senior year. If Miao Jing somehow ended up like those women one day, where would he even vent his resentment? The two rarely saw each other. Their Cold War continued every day, their chopsticks silent at the dining table. Chen Yi freed up enough energy to secretly watch Miao Jing's antics, while smoking with his colleagues in corners and occasionally glancing toward the chaotic dance floor. 2 in the morning. Truly the wildest and most chaotic hour of the night. The intercom suddenly crackled with a message that a girl was looking for him at the main entrance. Chen Yi assumed it was some woman trying to flirt with him. He lazily went to see. Instead, amid the bustling entrance stood a pitiful-looking young girl. She wore flip-flops and a cool blue spaghetti-strap nightgown. Colorful lights flowed across her porcelain-white skin like moonlight over snow on a mountaintop. His scalp instantly tingled. His brows furrowed as he rushed toward her in several long strides. Before he could scold her, he saw 2 clear tear tracks on her cheeks. Her eyes were red like a rabbit's. Her face was pale. Her entire body trembled. "Why did you come?" Miao Jing tremblingly reached out and clutched his clothes. 2 clear tears rolled down her cheeks as she weakly forced out a few words. "Someone at home." Her sobs broke apart the words until she could no longer speak clearly. Chen Yi's face darkened. He draped his suit jacket over her trembling shoulders, wrapped an arm around her, and led her outside. He eventually learned that someone with malicious intentions had tried to break into the apartment through the doors and windows in the middle of the night. They found a man's footprint. There were marks where a sharp tool had been used to tamper with the lock. The bathroom window had been smashed with a rock. Was someone trying to peep inside? Or was there another purpose? It shouldn't have happened. People in this neighborhood were supposed to fear him. Chen Yi drew a sharp breath. A fierce expression appeared on his face. Miao Jing clutched his clothes, continuously wiping away her tears. "I've been sleeping alone for 2 years. Someone was watching me. Damn it. How could it possibly be safe for a teenage girl to live alone?" Chen Yi thought it over. With truly no other option, he quit his job as a nightclub security guard. The wild wolf had no choice but to return home at night. Chapter 25. The 2 people in the apartment kept to themselves until Lu Jingxi came back inside and started talking. Chen Yi bit down on his cigarette and wandered into the living room to smoke. The room was mostly empty except for 2 storage boxes beneath the bed that Miao Jing had sorted out from the closet when she first returned. Lu Jingxi asked whether she wanted to take them. Miao Jing shook her head. "Those are things from before college. Old clothes and miscellaneous items I don't need anymore." Looking at it this way, she didn't have much luggage. She had left many things behind. New curtains, a desk chair, a mattress, throw pillows, and various small decorations she'd bought for the apartment. Miao Jing turned her head toward Chen Yi. "You'll take care of the rest?" Chen Yi pinched his cigarette between his fingers and turned halfway around, giving a vague grunt of acknowledgement. When Miao Jing and Lu Jingxi were ready to leave, he maintained an indifferent attitude as he followed them downstairs to see them off. The sound of the car trunk closing somehow carried the feeling of leaving home. Lu Jingxi had already started the car. Miao Jing opened the passenger door, looked back, and said, "I'm leaving." Chen Yi stared at her. His expression was cold and rigid. His dark sideburns twitched slightly before he slowly and dryly uttered a single word. "Okay." Miao Jing looked at him and smiled with extraordinary gentleness, her eyes soft and beautiful. Then she turned, got into the car, and closed the door. Chen Yi stood beside the car window with his hands in his pockets. His posture was casual, but his gaze pierced through the tinted glass with palpable intensity. As the car pulled away, Miao Jing fastened her seat belt and began chatting with Lu Jingxi. She had returned to Ting City in August, and time had passed quickly. She'd already been living there for 3 or 4 months and had completely adapted to her life and work. Ting City's summer was excessively long and humid, and only now were there hints of colder weather. Lu Jingxi, who had attended university in the north, missed the crisp cold air and frost of autumn and winter. Miao Jing, however, was quite accustomed to Ting City's climate. She loved summer. She loved the lush, overgrown vegetation and the feeling of damp, sweaty skin. Their conversation gradually shifted from Ting City to personal matters. Lu Jingxi pressed his lips together. "Did you live with Chen Yi during high school?" He had pieced this together from fragments of conversations between Tu Li and Miao Jing, as well as the layout and furnishings of the apartment. "Yes, it was just the 2 of us at home back then. My mom went to another city while I studied, and Chen Yi worked. The way you and brother Yi talk often makes me feel like you two aren't very close. Miao Jing smiled. We used to argue a lot, and then we didn't have any contact for several years. Normally, we don't understand each other very well. Lu Jingxi smiled as he asked, Did brother Yi attend your parent-teacher meetings? Did he keep you in line? It's hard to imagine you two arguing. You heard about that during dinner? He would manage me occasionally, like when my grades dropped or I got distracted. After all, there was no one else besides him. Why didn't you keep in touch after you went to college? I feel like both you and brother Yi are the type of people who think about others. Miao Jing glanced at him. Are you trying to ask whether my choosing you as a boyfriend had anything to do with Chen Yi? What exactly is my relationship with Chen Yi? Suddenly exposed, Lu Jingxi blushed slightly. It is a little strange. I really can't figure it out. I've caused you trouble. Miao Jing's lips curved slightly, her eyes enchanting. About this boyfriend thing, why don't we stop? I'll treat you to a meal to apologize. How does that sound? Can't we become a real couple? Lu Jingxi gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her directness put him under pressure, forcing him to be equally straightforward. Miss Miao, I like you. When you first approached me, I was really excited. During this time, our pace and personalities have matched well, and we get along great. Can't you consider me? Such an innocent young man. Miao Jing did have a good impression of him. He was straightforward in his dealings with people, and despite his doubts, he had never aggressively pried into her affairs. That only made her own motives seem particularly impure. Miao Jing hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. It was Chen Yi. When she answered, there was silence on the other end. Then came the slow sound of an exhale. Miao Jing knew he was smoking, wearing that lazy, ethereal air of his. Miao Jing. His voice was hoarse and rough, the final syllable drawn out as though escaping from deep in his throat. It was only one word. But Lu Jingxi noticed that Miao Jing's voice had completely changed. It was especially soft and gentle, carrying a clear, tender quality. Have you left? Yes. I've thought about you. She listened quietly, but he had nothing more to say. He hastily ended the call. Miao Jing turned her head and gazed out the window. Her profile resembled a painting, her eyes carrying a trace of loneliness. Their earlier conversation had been interrupted. There was no way to continue. Lu Jingxi realized that although Miao Jing was sitting beside him, she had already immersed herself in a peculiar atmosphere. An atmosphere she'd woven around herself that allowed no one else to enter. He felt somewhat disappointed and dejected. After spending so much time together, he still couldn't understand Miao Jing. He didn't know whether she was simply too difficult to understand or whether his own ability was too shallow. Back at the company, perhaps because they were too busy with work or because neither knew how to bring up the subject again, neither Miao Jing nor Lu Jingxi returned to the conversation they'd had in the car. Chen Yi couldn't hold back for more than 2 days. One evening, after leaving the pool hall, he found an excuse to look for Miao Jing in the development zone. She happened to be out having a late-night snack with her colleagues. He parked beside the road. Through the rearview mirror, he watched Miao Jing and several colleagues come around the street corner. The hand holding his cigarette rested on the open window, his gaze firmly locked on her. Miao Jing noticed the car from a distance. She stopped to say something to her colleagues before slowly walking toward the black car in the distance. Lu Jingxi watched as she stopped beside the driver's window and spoke to someone inside. He knew, of course, that it was Chen Yi's car, but there was nothing wrong with that, right? Miao Jing got into the car. Chen Yi took her for a drive and asked whether she wanted to go downtown. It was already late, and Miao Jing didn't want to go far, so they circled the development zone instead. Eventually, they discovered a wild field where reeds swayed beneath a hazy, low-hanging full moon. The landscape carried a sense of eternal desolation. The car stopped beside the road. The tall man leaned down and kissed the woman beside him. Her lips were delicate as rose petals, moistened by the evening dew. His tongue slipped directly inside, passing misty breaths between their lips. It was their first kiss outside an enclosed space. A beautiful woman and a handsome man, both proper in appearance, making the outdoor affair feel even more illicit and exciting. He drew the tip of her tongue into his mouth, then allowed her to explore his. The rich, heavy scent of tobacco enveloped her faint fragrance. Seeing her brows and eyes tinged red, gorgeous as peach blossoms, his strong arms roamed over her, trying to pull her tightly against him. Miao Jing retreated at just the right moment. She leaned against the car door, catching her breath, refusing his next restless advance. In the dim light, Chen Yi's eyes gleamed with suspicious intent, like a wolf that had spotted its prey. Miao Jing asked, "Do you have anything to say?" He leaned beside her and lit another cigarette to calm himself. "What do you want me to say? Say the things you didn't say during these 6 years. Sweet words or lies. As long as he would speak. There doesn't seem to be anything to say." He took a drag from his cigarette. "We separated peacefully, didn't we? We went our separate ways. No attachments, no ties. We lived our own lives. You shouldn't have come back." Chen Yi's eyes were shrouded in the mist of the night. "Once you came back, we became like this. What good is any of this? You keep me hanging, neither up nor down, and you won't go along with what I want." He crushed the cigarette, but heavily beneath his foot. "Did you think about me?" Miao Jing turned her head, her gaze rippling like water. "I'd only been in college for 2 months when your phone number stopped working. I couldn't reach you at all, and you never looked for me again. Shouldn't you have a lot to explain now? After living together for so many years, of course I'd think about you now and then. You were studying. I was drifting through life. I changed phone numbers, had plenty of things going on, and stayed busy with work. Thinking about it, there wasn't much for us to talk about or any reason to keep in touch." In the months since she'd returned, Miao Jing had acted as though nothing had happened and hadn't asked. Chen Yi had also acted as though nothing had happened and hadn't explained. They had maintained this tacit understanding for several months. The only cracks, the only signs of emotion, had emerged through their sensual ambiguity. Miao Jing wrapped her arms around herself. Her gaze turned slightly cold as she stared into the distance. The romantic atmosphere disappeared completely. They got back into the car. Chen Yi drove Miao Jing back to the company without saying when he would come again. Then he turned the car around and left. A few days later, Miao Jing unexpectedly received a call from Tu Li. After all this time, Tu Li didn't say much. She simply mentioned that she'd worn Miao Jing's dress and might have accidentally dirted or damaged it while she and Chen Yi were fooling around. She wanted to compensate Miao Jing with a new one and asked how much the dress had cost and what brand it was. It wasn't persistent harassment. Miao Jing had made her unhappy. So Tu Li wanted to make someone else unhappy in return. After hanging up, Miao Jing's expression visibly cooled. Holding her cup of water, she stood beside the window for a long time. A few days later, Miao Jing called Chen Yi. She could hear the sound of pool balls striking one another in the background. "Can I borrow your car for a day? It isn't convenient to use the company car." "What for?" "A friend is coming to Ting City. I want to drive him around." "When?" "Tomorrow. He's passing through on a business trip. I'm going to pick him up at the high-speed rail station. I'm playing pool in the neighboring city. I'll be back tomorrow." "Who is it?" "I can pick him up on the way. It wouldn't be appropriate to delegate it to someone else. I want to receive him personally." Chen Yi's brows furrowed slightly. "I'll bring you the car early tomorrow morning." He rushed back to Tung City overnight. The next morning, he hurriedly changed clothes before meeting Miao Jing. She had specifically taken annual leave for the occasion and had carefully, though almost imperceptibly, groomed herself. Clear eyes, red lips and white teeth. Long, flowing hair. A lazy yet gentle charm, carrying an effortless air of elegance. Chen Yi had never seen her like this before. He understood immediately. Why not ask Lu Jingxi for help? Jingxi isn't quite suitable. Who is it? A former colleague from the company. He hesitated for a moment, his fingers tapping against the car window. "Are you familiar with my car? Get in. I'll drive you to the high-speed rail station." "That works too. I'll trouble you to be my driver for once." The train was scheduled to arrive at 10:50. Miao Jing stood at the gate waiting. She answered a phone call and spoke briefly. Then she saw a man in a suit and leather shoes walking out. Her face lit up with a warm, brilliant smile. The two embraced amid the crowd. The man patted her back and smiled. "Did you come alone?" "More or less." Chen Yi leaned against the car door and watched the two walk out side by side. The man was tall and slender, probably in his early 30s. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a clear, refined demeanor. His hand hovered protectively behind Miao Jing. She faced him while brushing back her hair. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Elite professionals. They truly looked like a perfect match. My brother, Chen Yi. Miao Jing made the introduction simply. Former colleague and friend, Chen Yi. The two men, one rough and one refined, both wore polite smiles that held no warmth whatsoever. Their hands met in a formal handshake. The grip was slightly tight. Then they quickly released each other. The pristine business card handed to Chen Yi had an exceptionally fine texture. Chen Yi glanced at it. Legal Director for Greater China. Quite an impressive position. As for that surname, how was it pronounced again? Wasn't there a Tang Dynasty poet whose name used the same character? Chapter 26. You never told me you had a brother in Tang City. Chen Yi exchanged pleasantries with Chen Yi before turning his gaze toward Miao Jing with a smile. You and your brother look and act completely different. Miao Jing smiled. Of course we're not alike. We just lived in the same household with our parents. There's no real connection. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze meeting Chen Yi's again. Chen Yi wore a casual jacket with his hands in his pockets. He stood straight, but his attitude was relaxed, neither enthusiastic about the social occasion nor intimidated by it, carrying himself with an air of indifference toward everyone around him. The two men nodded politely again, their lips curving into smiles. The three got into the car, with Chen Yi and Miao Jing sitting in the back, while Chen Yi drove. Miao Jing had reserved an upscale restaurant and planned to treat Chen Yi to lunch first. Chen Yi listened to the two chatting behind him. Their voices and manner of speaking carried the polished air of business elites, occasionally peppering their professional vocabulary with fluent English phrases. They first discussed the weather and the reason for Chen Yi's visit. He was on a business trip for a project in the southwest, and his high-speed train happened to pass through Tang City. Miao Jing knew business trips were routine for him, often involving dealings with government agencies, so she was somewhat modest about hosting him. When the conversation turned to Tang City, Chen Yi demonstrated considerable knowledge of the local customs, people, and economic climate. He came from a highly educated family and had traveled throughout the country. As it happened, his mother had a close friend from the province, so he knew quite a few details. Chen Yi occasionally included the taciturn Chen Yi in the conversation. After learning that he owned a pool hall, Chen Yi showed considerable interest. Billiards was a gentleman's sport, and those skilled at it had honed their patience. Noticing the smell of tobacco in the car, they also discussed cigarettes and cigars. Chen Yi handled social pleasantries flawlessly, making everyone around him feel comfortable and at ease. The car stopped outside the restaurant. Although Miao Jing had originally wanted to speak with Chen Yi alone, he sincerely invited Chen Yi to join them. Regardless of status, Chen Yi was thorough in social situations. He neglected no one, and his manners made people feel as though they were basking in a spring breeze. Miao Jing also spoke up. Let's go together, then. Sure. I'll tag along with you too and broaden my horizons. Chen Yi wore an ambiguous expression. He seemed unimpressed by such polished social finesse, maintaining his lazy casualness as he tossed his car keys aside and followed them into the restaurant. They ate local cuisine at a restaurant blending Chinese and Western styles, with an unobstructed view of the garden below. The dishes were excessively elaborate and innovative. During the meal, Miao Jing and Chen Yi mainly discussed work. They had known each other for 3 or 4 years, gradually going from strangers to being very close. Miao Jing had interned at the company during her junior and senior years, spending most holidays at the office before transitioning directly into full-time employment after graduation. From her internship in the procurement center to her post-graduation work in the R&D center, she had frequently dealt with Chen Yi's legal department, delivering documents for signatures and expediting approval procedures. His secretary had received countless cups of coffee from her. Later, when the secretary went home in the evenings, Chen Yi could still get black coffee made by Miao Jing. Perhaps because that cup of coffee suited his taste so well, when the subway stopped running late at night, he took both the person and the approval documents home with him. The R&D center was such a good platform. It's a shame you left. I wasn't suited for R&D. My educational background was too weak. I was surrounded by elite PhDs and master's graduates from overseas, all extremely talented. I could only work in peripheral positions. It's better to be practical as a technical engineer. But I still miss your coffee. There was nothing special about the taste. They smiled at each other and let the implications pass without comment. Beside them, a man with a face as cold as water chewed on a tough piece of veal steak. his handsome features appearing particularly determined and persistent. Miao Jing glanced at him lightly. She poured lemon water into both his and Chen Yi's glasses before turning the conversation back to Teng City. They discussed urban life and local attractions, national news, and nearby entertainment. The meal ended with everyone satisfied. It was already afternoon when they left the restaurant. Miao Jing took Chen Yi back to his hotel because he had a conference call that afternoon. Chen Yi made an excuse about having business to handle and tossed the car keys to Miao Jing. Chen Yi reached past her shoulder and caught them, smiling brightly. Thanks. They watched Chen Yi saunter across the street with a cigarette dangling from his mouth until his figure disappeared into the crowd. Miao Jing's dark eyes flickered. Standing beside her, Chen Yi remarked, "He has a wild air about him." "What kind of wild air?" "An attitude of carelessness, yet complete ease." "Has he seen a lot?" "He's not ordinary, is he?" Miao Jing smiled. "He's been like that since childhood." The Cadillac's driver's seat was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate Chen Yi's build. They drove to the hotel, where Miao Jing had arranged the room. There were 2 key cards. Chen Yi kept one and held the other between his long fingers, openly offering it to Miao Jing. "Want to come up for a while?" Miao Jing pressed her cherry lips together slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she took the key card and accompanied him upstairs. It was an executive suite with a spacious office area. Chen Yi opened his laptop for the meeting, which would take about 2 or 3 hours. Miao Jing habitually prepared tea for him, cut fruit, and had room service take away his dirty clothes for pressing. After her campus romance ended at graduation, Miao Jing had vaguely felt that she needed a man like Chen Yi. Brilliant, mature, charming, capable. Standing out among Chen Yi's many pursuers required a degree of courage and ability that was difficult to imagine in such a young woman. The qualities mixed within her were too complex. Although there was inevitably some calculation involved, Chen Yi felt it remained within acceptable limits. But Miao Jing severely lacked a sense of security and trust. At her core, she was indifferent and strongly disliked family atmospheres, which made her unpopular with Chen Yi's parents. The meeting dragged on until 6 in the evening, just in time for dinner. Miao Jing was washing coffee cups at the sink when Chen Yi approached with his sleeves rolled up and leaned beside her. "Do you remember my document signature?" "I do." Chen Yi. "See why?" He had known Miao Jing for several years, but only today had he learned Chen Yi's name and seen his face. He had known that she liked men who smoked. He had occasionally noticed traces of that preference in bed. Sometimes, when he deliberately lit a cigar, Miao Jing would approach him on her own and kiss his lips amid the cigar's lingering smoke, her body enchanting and seductive in the haze, completely different from her usual cool exterior. Chen Yi smiled. "I just realized my initials are the same as Chen Yi's." He stared directly at her, paused, then continued. "Is he that man who smoked in bed?" Miao Jing shook her head. "Just a coincidence. You've been gone so long, and now you suddenly contacted me. Was it just because you wanted to see me?" She looked up at him, her gaze clear. "I need your help with something." "Help with what?" "You know a lot of people. You have many lawyer friends and deep connections in government circles. It should be easy for you to investigate someone." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. "At my age, I'm still being played for a fool. Don't you owe me a favor, Director?" Miao Jing smiled. Chen Yi smiled as well. "Looks like I was thinking too much about tonight." The hotel had a buffet dinner. Miao Jing didn't say goodbye and leave until 9 that evening. She went to the parking lot to find the car first, then called Chen Yi to ask where he wanted her to leave it. At the pool hall or at home. Music blared noisily from Chen Yi's end of the call. He was either at a KTV lounge or a bar. He'd probably been drinking. His tone was impatient as he mumbled something indistinct. When she called again, he hung up on her directly. Miao Jing called Bo Zi instead. Bo Zi made a series of calls to their friends before finally giving her an address. It was on the bar street not far from the hotel. Miao Jing searched one bar after another before finally finding Chen Yi beside a dance floor. He held a beer bottle in one hand, his dark eyes deep and glistening as he intimately chatted with a scantily dressed beauty. Seeing Miao Jing push through the crowd, Chen Yi kept his arm around the woman's shoulders and watched her coldly. Miao Jing stopped in front of him. "It's so late. Aren't you going home? The nightlife's just getting started at this hour." He raised his eyebrows, his lips curving into a seductive smile. "You're done already?" There was GPS tracking on his phone. For 7 whole hours, the car hadn't moved from the hotel parking lot. Miao Jing brushed a loose strand of hair away from her cheek. Over the noisy music, she calmly answered, "Just finished. How much have you had to drink? Shall I take you home?" He watched with amusement as he took in her changed appearance. Her shoulder-length hair was loosely tied back. Her makeup had half faded, her brilliant lip color returning to a pale pink. Her bright eyes looked slightly tired, yet she remained properly composed. The collar of her black knit sweater was drawn up to her chin. Proud, yet clean. "Let's go." Chen Yi finished his beer in one gulp. Carrying the hazy scent of tobacco and alcohol, he followed her out of the bar with unsteady steps. He sprawled lazily in the passenger seat with his long legs crossed. Miao Jing's phone rang. It was Lu Jingxi, asking about a work procedure and then asking where she was. Miao Jing softly told him she was entertaining a friend and ended the call after a few sentences. "Don't want Lu Jingxi to know? Right. That guy today was your ex-boyfriend?" Chen Yi lightly clapped his hands, his tone almost admiring. "Miao Jing, you're really something. Playing so many men in the palm of your hand and handling them all with ease. Impressive." Miao Jing focused on driving, handling the old car gently without sparing him any attention. After half an hour of silence, the car stopped beneath the apartment building. Only then did she reply calmly, "Thanks for the exaggeration. Like father, like child. You taught me well." Chen Yi's lips twitched. His face darkened unpleasantly. Miao Jing got out of the driver's seat and tossed him the car keys. She lowered her head to tighten her coat and turned to leave. Chen Yi leaned against the car door and called after her, "Miao Jing, come upstairs and make me some hangover soup." His handsome eyes were half closed, his fingers rubbing his brow. His tall frame looked somewhat dejected and listless. Miao Jing turned to look at him. She paused silently, lost in thought. The night wind blew her loose, messy hair across her face. She wearily brushed it back, briefly revealing her alluring features, then turned toward the stairwell. Her voice was gentle. "Do you have milk at home? What food is left?" "Don't know." His voice carried a slightly hoarse, nasal tone. It had been a while since Miao Jing moved into the company dormitory. She had stopped taking care of the apartment, while Chen Yi was too lazy to manage anything himself. As a result, they returned to that desolate, cheerless home. Miao Jing took off her coat and rolled up her sleeves. She went into the kitchen, washed her hands, and made soup from the remaining ingredients that hadn't expired. Soon, she carried out a bowl of egg and red date soup and handed it to Chen Yi, who was sprawled across the sofa. Her phone rang again. It was Chen Yi. Miao Jing went onto the balcony to answer. Her tone was gentle and slow as they chatted for several sentences before she returned inside. Chen Yi was curled up on the sofa smoking, filling the room with a fog of smoke. Miao Jing frowned. She moved her bag and coat from the edge of the sofa to keep them away from the secondhand smoke. Then she heard Chen Yi's deep voice. "Such a high-class boyfriend. How could you bear to break up with him? You want to know? Shouldn't you tell me about it?" His long fingers flicked away some ash. Then he took another deep drag from the filter and slowly blew out a faint smoke ring. Miao Jing crossed her arms. She thought for a moment before speaking slowly. "The external reason was that his parents thought my background wasn't suitable. The internal reason, before he became director, the legal department had several legal managers, each with their own background and influence. The competition between them was intense. I was in the R&D center at the time, mainly assisting with project management. For convenience at work, my employee account had certain internal permissions. And because I previously worked in procurement, I knew a lot of people. Chen Yi had a competitor from the business department. Through a few clues, I accidentally discovered that this person had a loophole in one of his projects. I privately reported it to Chen Yi, and he used it to bring that person down. Some people knew about our private relationship. To avoid compliance issues, I ended things with him and resigned from the company. In return, he promised to give me a good career opportunity. Chen Yi mentally constructed the entire drama. "So you came back to Ting City. Do you think I came back because of you?" Miao Jing was very calm. "It wasn't because of that. The project involved some complicated issues, and things became very ugly internally. I was afraid of getting dragged into it, so I found somewhere to lie low for a while. I've always told people I'm from Province C. Almost no one knows I'm from Tung City." Chen Yi bit down on his cigarette. His entire body seemed to freeze. Miao Jing slowly blinked. Weren't you always telling me to get lost? I don't plan to stay in Ting City for long. Once the storm passes and I've rested enough, I'll leave again. My abilities and career path won't be limited to a small city. Chen Yi, I told you, I won't return to Ting City again. An ethereal, pale smile appeared on his face. That's great. How impressive. That was Miao Jing for you. She smiled gently. Her pupils suddenly brightened as she looked at him with joy. I still have to thank you. During my college years, I lived very well. Thank you for the money you gave me. It allowed me to stand confidently on my own in a strange big city. I didn't have to worry too much about living expenses, so instead, I tried many things. I tried dating, tried dressing up and wearing makeup, tried making friends, tried connecting with people of higher status. At formal occasions and high-class parties, it seemed no one knew that I'd once been a burden who couldn't even afford to eat. Chen Yi stared at her steadily. Miao Jing's eyes were filled with gentle starlight. She reached out with pale, slender fingers and carefully touched his handsome brow. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Chen Yi, to me, you were my first benefactor. I think this is the result you wanted, right? For me to reach higher and farther places. Very good. He closed his eyes. His black lashes trembled as he tilted his head back, his throat tightening and his Adam's apple bobbing. You did very well. She carefully pressed a light kiss to his brow. Her fragrant hair brushed against his cheek. Then she silently asked, Do you want to do it with me? It's been 6 years, but I still often think about those days. Why not? A cruel smile played across his lips. That summer, weren't you the one who offered yourself first?